Yes. So the posting was like, it's kind of in limbo. I don't know if you were looking for the posting, but
I got a friend says she's interested.
oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah, even if you want to pass along my info, I'm happy to have a chat with her if she was just kind of curious about it or whatever. So. Yeah, thanks, Rash.
Ryan, do you hear us? Check, check, check. Kind of sounds hollowy. Yeah, no, I do hear you, yeah.
We got you.
We again heard the countdown from the other show. There we go. What's that? Okay. Oh, it's off. I was just saying that we heard the director's countdown from the Fox 9 News.
All right, 9 o'clock here on Thursday morning. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell of Woodbury. This trial taking place in Becker County Court, which is Detroit Lakes, which is where the break-in, if you want to call it that, the entering of her stepmother's home occurred in April of last year, where she was discovered in the basement, having entered through a basement window and stating on body-worn camera that she was there to get a few things of her late father's. Now, Paul, yesterday afternoon, the defense taking over with calling their witnesses, and the third witness they called was Nicole Mitchell's aunt, Nancy Lund. She was on the stand for quite a while late yesterday, and a lot of emotion there, and she very clearly established, I thought, for the jury, the breakdown in the family relations and the issues with Carol Mitchell, Nicole's stepmother, dealing with Alzheimer's, and displayed a number of text messages that they'd had between the two. And then she said at one point she stopped communicating with Carol altogether because Carol had continually accused her and others of removing documents from the home, including the deed to the home. And this is, that her lawyer wanted them. And she had to continually remind her, no, we've collated these, we put these together, we put them in this place in your house. I didn't take them. And then these text messages would come again. My lawyer needs this information. You took these documents, and she'd have to remind her, no, they're here in your house. We put them all together. And so clearly that there were issues within the family, non-communication, etc., which really goes into that idea of this is a problem situation with an ailing family member, lack of communication or no communication. But does it go to anything about the facts or the elements of the criminal charge?
Well, exactly. Certainly establishing the emotion of it, the strain, the stress of the family. You could understand that. The question is, right, does that now make it right or give the open the door for Nicole Mitchell to do what she would end up doing? We now, can say with pretty certain that she crawled through pried open a basement window, dressed in all black, was in the home.
Yep. Established very well through the body-worn
cameras.
cameras.
I mean,
yes.
I just, as I was processing it overnight, now she may take the stand. This is a make or break day. This, You mentioned the state rested yesterday. It's the defense case. What we understand is the defense has one more witness to call right at the top of the hour here. We'll wait to hear word when that begins this morning. One more witness, then we should get some insights into whether the defendant takes the stand. Now, does she tell a story? We don't know of, I've been working with a social worker. I've been working with her doctor. I can't get in. We're terrified. We're scared. We don't know. I mean, maybe that's going to come. We don't know what we don't know at this point. But while family members, the biological son also said that his mom would have bad days and that he had seen signs. So clearly there is an establishment of some issues, health issues with Carol Mitchell, the stepmother. She's barricading, that may be a bit extreme, but, blocking entry to her door with some kind of stick or
Nicole can't get in with a key anymore.
Right. So that's great. But does it now lead to, okay, then let's sneak in and crawl around and be by her bedside and have a backpack with, a flashlight that's been, doctored to control the lighting at 4:45 in the morning? I just don't know if we get there. So if she does take the stand, and most people believe she has, I've seen some comments in some local media up north that they want to, the intention is to likely put her on the stand. They'll have to probably see how this final witness comes in. But
I would think you have to.
Yeah, and I know Marsh Hallberg, our legal analyst, is joining us this morning, who has been in a lot of trials and probably is faced with this decision scores of times. Marsh, you standing by to kind of weigh in what your expectations are this morning and whether or not we will see the senator on the witness stand in her own defense today?
Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Marsh. Yeah, did you hear that question? I mean, what do you think of the impact of Nancy Lund, Nicole's aunt's testimony about the breakdown in the family communication with Carol Mitchell towards that whole side of the family, about her increasing paranoia, etc., very emotional. And, I guess let's start there. If you caught any of that testimony, it really did establish that family dynamic, that broken dynamic. But does it go far enough to justify what apparently are the actions of Nicole Mitchell that we see in the body camera?
Yeah, I did see all Ms. Lund's testimony yesterday, and wow, A+ for that lady as far as helping the defense. I think I speculated on this a little bit about timing. We were yesterday wondering about is the defense going to have to start yesterday? If they are, a lot of times defense lawyers will put on the defendant and then kind of follow up or clean up batter, so to speak, with one or two witnesses about character that you'll vouch for the honesty, the credibility, the good-heartedness of the defendant. So they are saying everything you just heard from the defendant's own mouth, I'm reaffirming that for you. But I think because of timing yesterday, they had to put in Ms. Lund first. Because as we said, strategy-wise, you don't want to put on a defendant halfway through their case, you break for the night and give the state all night to figure out what questions they want to ask. So I think Ms. Lund was great. I tell my people that are going to testify, it's okay if you cry, if it's genuine, if it comes off as a genuine thing. And her mixed emotions yesterday, her love for both Carol and Nicole was there. She said I wrote down some really strong things she said yesterday of how, Nicole was a doer. She would get things done. She spent her life helping people. She could have probably made more money, done other things in life, and chose to volunteer work in politics. And how she said how Nicole loved Carol and still loves Carol. And it really showed that I think she was just a great witness.
Yeah, Marsh, I flagged, you sent me a note while we were both watching the testimony in our, being in the newsroom, you in your law office, quote, Nicole loved Carol and still does, and Nicole is a caretaker at heart.
Yeah, caretaker at heart. I think that's what it's all going to be about. So you're right. I was really thinking about that. I had no.
Oh, we must have lost him.
Suddenly.
Yeah. Oh, there you are. You're back, Marsh. Continue on if you can.
Quick hit.
Sorry. Just that with the front door blocked, she's going to say, I know it's kind of creepy to come in through a basement window, but that's my only choice. I had to come and check on her. And I was deeply concerned about her.
Is that really realistic, though? I mean, I know we're trying to, kind of be neutral, and we certainly are as we watch it, but, I mean, does anyone do that, crawl through a basement window with a pry bar at 4:45 in the morning?
just those facts alone, like scream at you, that your little bell should go off in your head, right? This
Yeah.
is not the way to be handling this. I think you kind of work backwards because the defense is going for jury nullification, because you can say technically under the elements of the case, the state has proven what it needs to prove. But you're asking a jury to work backwards to say, this Nicole seems like a nice lady. This is a frustrating situation. Yeah, is it technically a wrong thing to do? Yeah, but I don't want this lady to be settled with being a felon for the rest of her life. So I'm going to work backwards from this and justify my not guilty verdict, or not finding her guilty, I guess is the way you should say that, and work backwards that way.
So again, very, very effectively established through Nancy Lund, the aunt, that there were problems here, that there had been paranoia. They had cut, Carol Mitchell had cut off the Mitchell side of the family, and there were problems. But what do we need to hear to establish the fact that Nicole Mitchell was there to check on her? Because nothing in the body camera suggests that she was there to check on anything when she says, "I'm here to get a few of my father's things."
Right. That one or two sentences by Nicole really hurts her case. I think she has to take the stand if she's going to have a shot here. One of the things I wish we knew, sometimes they'll put off a plea offer publicly out in the courtroom before the case starts. But if the government was saying your offer is to plead guilty to the felony, do a mandatory minimum 6 months of jail time, and be a permanent felon, the defense could be saying, even if we only had a 10% shot, let's go take a run at this, because we can't do any worse with a plea guilty. Whether it's a plea guilty or a conviction by a jury, it's the same outcome of a conviction. So there may be a situation where the defense really had nothing to lose by trying this case.
What do you think that Nancy Lund's testimony late yesterday, again, very emotional, very effective, but what do you think it did not accomplish for the defense to make their case?
Well, you still come back to, did you have to do it, like you said, 4:45 in the morning, dressed in black, crawling through a window, right? Are there other ways you could have done that? Could you have done a safety check with a police officer? Could you have reached out to a family member that Carol was still, in good relations with, the biological son or whomever, and try to have done it that way? So there are other ways that could have been expedient, that could have dealt with it quickly if you're worried about her gun or her drug use, alcohol use, or her weight loss. There's other ways you do this.
Check in with a social worker, her doctor, and maybe she says that. Maybe there is some stuff we just don't know at this point that Nicole is doing in the background that she can speak to that just is not in evidence at this point, although you probably would have heard that during opening statements.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I was just going to say we are a few minutes away to being able to go into the courtroom. It is one of the jailers up in Becker County who will be on the witness stand. I'm told this is a quick witness. We obviously saw one jailer already. We saw some video of her being booked, her mugshot taken. That's where the one correctional officer finds the special glove that has like the built-in flashlight that kind of disappears, but they insist was found on her. So this must be obviously a different correctional officer. Not sure
how it helps the defense.
Yeah, perhaps there's a statement made, or maybe this is a jailer who can speak to a conversation that I was just there to check on my dad. So that's what we're about to go into. And then Marsh, I'm told, I mean, they're not laying out their whole playbook for the court up there in Detroit Lakes, but then it's our understanding this could be maybe the final defense witness before the senator has to ultimately decide whether to testify. But to your point, perhaps they're holding one more back, to clean up anything after Nicole Mitchell. If she does in fact take the stand, you would expect maybe one more witness after that, wouldn't you?
Well, yeah, but now maybe because they've switched gears, they're going to do it the other way and just finish up with a big hurrah with Nicole. As we talked about yesterday, this is a decision the defendant makes. A lawyer doesn't get to decide strategically whether their client does or does not testify. We recommend to them and suggest that. And most trial lawyers, I've always had clients that have testified when I'm told not to, and ones that I think should testify and choose not to want to testify. From a strategy standpoint, I have to work around what they do. So the defense lawyer in his opening didn't tell us whether she's going to testify. If I know for sure my client's testifying no matter what, sometimes I'll bring that out in the opening. And we actually go on the record with the judge beforehand and say my client is agreeing that authorizing me to say this, because it's locking her in to testify early on. So that's something they still have total flexibility on. But again, we haven't heard out of anybody's mouth really why she was in the house at that time, what she meant by her statements. Only Nicole can explain that. That's why she has to testify.
On cross-examination late yesterday with the aunt, Nancy Lund, the prosecutor said, "You understand that Carol Mitchell is not on trial here," which she responded, "Yes." It's a pretty important point for the prosecution to make here. This is not about Carol Mitchell. It's about what Nicole Mitchell did.
Right. And in respect to that, I think everybody's had kind of kid gloves with Carol and her, both I'm sure in the questioning of her and in the presentation talk about her. And she's a sympathetic character, right? We all, like I said, I think Ms. Lund really talked about that, how she tried to be kind to Carol even after Carol started to turn on her, because she said that's not Carol speaking, it's the disease speaking. Yeah. And I thought that was a really profound thing by her. Good example too, I think the difference with the son who testified before that, the defense lawyer had not talked to him beforehand because it's an adverse witness and you don't want to bother him, and it may not go anywhere where that's good. But the lack of smoothness in that testimony, the kind of the slow, the witness had to wait 30 seconds with each question to figure out their answer because you hadn't had a chance to talk to them in advance. So it shows the advantages of prepping your witnesses beforehand when you can.
All right. Well, we got to stop there. We're a few seconds away now from going back into our 10-minute delayed coverage of the trial of Senator Nicole Mitchell in Detroit Lakes.
And be sworn in. We'll have you raise your right hand just before the clerk.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give here will be true? If so, say I do.
All right. And Mr. Scott, please take a seat in the witness stand. Watch your step on the way up. There's a slight incline there. Mr. Ringstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Scott. Would you please state your full name?
Eric John Scott.
And Mr. Scott, what do you do?
I'm a correction officer.
Where are you a correction officer at?
Becker County Jail.
Okay. Mr. Scott, were you working in your capacity as a correction officer on April 22nd, 2024?
Yes.
Were you at the Becker County Jail when Nicole Mitchell was brought in custody?
Yes, I was.
Mr. Scott, what was your role as it related to Ms. Mitchell at that time?
Very minimal. I was actually posted at the Rover post, which wasn't booking. The booking officer was busy, so I walked down there with our female officer to make sure that I had no idea what was coming in, make sure it was compliant and everything was going well.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that you were there to support the female correction officer? Is that true?
Yes.
And is it true that in that situation, because the person taken into custody was female, that there needed to be a female correction officer?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, was that correction officer a Honor or Honer?
Honer, yep.
Honer, okay. Did you see Correction Officer Honer interact with Nicole Mitchell?
Yes, I did.
And what was your perception of that interaction?
Everything went fine. When Miss Mitchell came in, she complied with all the orders. She seemed to be distracted, so she had to be directed to the wall a couple of times, but it wasn't because she was ignoring us or anything like that. She just seemed distracted, if that makes sense.
Okay. Mr. Scott, you and I spoke briefly in the hall in the presence of Mr. McDonald. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I gave you a copy of your report?
Yep.
Mr. Scott, do you remember how you characterized Ms. Mitchell in your report as far as whether she appeared to be intentionally uncooperative?
She was not intentionally. She was cooperative. I wrote in there she was not intentionally uncooperative. She had to be directed to the wall 3 times, but like I said before, I believe it was because she was distracted. She wasn't ignoring or pulling away.
Did it appear to you in your judgment that she did not seem able to focus on the directives given to her?
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean by being distracted or whatever. She wasn't focused on what the CO was saying. She seemed more thinking she was in her own mind.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Scott. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald?
Mr. Scott, were you present when Ms. Honer pat searched the defendant?
Beyond the scope of direct objection.
Overruled.
Sorry, sir. Were you present when Ms. Honer pat searched the defendant?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to observe her remove an item from the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. As you sit here now, do you have a belief or know what that item was?
I know what that item is now. It was a flashlight glove.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Mr. Ringstrom?
Nothing further.
All right. Then you may step down.
Thank you.
Watch your step. Mr. DeCray, your next witness.
Your Honor, we had a conversation outside the presence of the jury about what we would like to do right now. We'd like to take a brief recess to confer with our client to try to make a decision as to what we're going to do next.
Understood. Understood. And so, ladies and gentlemen, from time to time it will be necessary for me to discuss legal matters with the attorneys outside the hearing of the jury. Please be patient with us and do not speculate as to the nature of the matters we are discussing. We'll have you just step out once again, but every time you step out, I read the admonition to you. And so do not talk about this case with anyone, including yourselves, and do not talk to anyone involved in it. Do not read about this case in the newspapers or listen to news about it on the radio or television, social media or internet. Do not talk about any of the people or any subject involved in the case with anyone. Do not share information about the case in writing, by email, by telephone, on the internet, or by any other means of communication, and you must not email, blog, tweet, text, or post anything to Facebook, Twitter, X, or other social networking sites about this trial. Do not visit any chat rooms to discuss this case. All rise for the jury. Make sure you leave your notepads turned upside down.
All right, we're taking a short recess, and again, we are 10 minutes delayed from what is happening in court based on our agreement for the audio and visual coverage in court, so a 10-minute delay here. So they are in recess now as they discuss what to do next. Very brief testimony here by Corrections Officer Eric Scott, who was in the Becker County Jail the night, or the morning, I should say, when Nicole Mitchell was booked in, testifying that she seemed distracted, not focused. She had to be directed several times to go up against the wall as they're booking her, but not because she was being uncooperative, but simply, or not, and not ignoring them, but simply unfocused, which is understandable considering the circumstances of what you're dealing with. A lot of people could relate to that feeling or guess that they might be feeling the same way in that situation.
I flagged the one quote, she was in her own mind. And yeah. I know during the defense opening statements, they talked about how in the moments after she couldn't think straight, she couldn't get out her words properly, as if to kind of perhaps explain why she never had asked about Carol's condition. Yep. That she, the only utterances we have from her are kind of, I was there to get the belongings, the mementos, the photographs, the flannel shirt. But at least they got in a quote from one witness that she was in her own mind, seemed distracted, so that could play into that sort of storyline as if she does take the stand as well, that she could explain, her mindset in that moment.
And it really only it seemed to go for the defense just to establish that Nicole Mitchell was not uncooperative, not fighting them, not being disruptive, etc. That's really all it got. And then on cross-examination, were you present when she was searched? Yes. And removed an item? Yes. We got a rare objection from the defense there, saying it was beyond the scope of the direct questioning from them, which the judge overruled that. And he said, I know what that item is now. It was the flashlight glove. Right. Which was not kept for evidence, but has been testified to. And now they're in a recess where they say they're discussing with their client, Nicole Mitchell, about what to do next. So presumably that would mean they're discussing with her about whether or not she takes the stand.
And before we go to Marcia, I know our legal analyst is standing by, I just thought that moment, that line of questioning, 2 minutes between the two sides, really captured the whole, I don't want to over-exaggerate, but the whole case comes down to that. There's the mindset that the defense is trying to get in. And then there's the burglary tool.
Yes.
Yes, her mind was elsewhere. She was focused. I mean, she was thinking about her future at the Capitol. She's worried about her military retirement.
Yeah.
That's on her mind. But guess what? She's also got, a flashlight glove to discreetly, break into a home, if you will, if that's your next thought process. So anyway, just in that little moment there.
It encapsulates both sides of the defense and the
Mindset,
prosecution versus intent.
Correct.
Yes.
My opinion.
All right. Well, we've got a number more witnesses on the defense witness list, including a couple of private investigators. But it seems to be right now they're deciding whether to put Nicole Mitchell on the stand. So Defense Attorney Marsh Hallberg not connected to this case. Are you surprised that they wouldn't call any more of the roughly 8 witnesses on their list and maybe just go right to Nicole potentially and end it there?
No, like we keep saying, right? Keep it simple, stupid. They've established it. I think Ms. Lund did such an awesome job yesterday that they've got all that in. And the old idea that tell them what you can tell them and tell them what you told them, right? That's the basic we always learn about from speech class. So the defense did a nice job in the opening and saying Nicole wishes she had talked about her concern for her stepmother. She didn't do that because she was too frazzled in the moment, knowing that they were going to bring in this officer to establish that little bullet point that she was in her own mind, as Paul said. So they will beat that hard in the drama and the closing argument to say that's why she didn't go into all that. And we know that even from an adverse person and a jailer who's on this, basically a state's witness. So that was a real effective job knowing where they were going to go with that. A couple of these things from how lawyers work. When you're in a trial, you have an obligation to present to the other side in advance any summary of an oral statement you take from a witness. So that if I talk to somebody, I always there's an investigator or a law clerk or somebody there to do that. I then have to send a summary of what that person told me in a phone call if I haven't recorded it, which I usually would not. And so then I have to send that over to the other side. But the problem is in real time, we have this case going on and we have a witness who literally 5 minutes before they get on the stand is being asked what they're going to say when they are asked certain questions. So the way from a practical standpoint that lawyers do that is I would say to the prosecutor, hey, I'm going to go talk to this cop that I'm calling on the stand in 5 minutes. Why don't you just come and listen so you know exactly what he tells me? Because I don't have time to type up a written statement to present it to you in the next 5 minutes. Just come and listen to you can't stop me from asking the questions. So there's no strategic loss to me. So that's how you get around that rule. Another one, as we talked yesterday about the idea of outside the scope, that the general rule when trials happen is when a witness testifies and there's some fence posts within what they talk about, when the other side comes back and asks them questions, they can't go outside those fence posts. They can't go into new topics that weren't covered. So clearly the defense objection was correct outside the scope. But again, a judge has great leniency, or I should say a discretion, to decide what they want to let in. It's a small point. There's the flashlight glove. They could let them talk about that. If the judge had not done that and the state really felt it was important, they wouldn't do this, but they could recall the cop after the defense is done to bring in that one question. So from a practical standpoint, the judge is saying, let's just get it in now and be done with it.
Because there's just another way that they could do that, so why bother with that? And also maybe, because it was brought up with the other corrections officer that, that's been established, which would then justify you bringing that person back, this person, Eric Scott, back. So I guess that does make sense there. In terms of what Paul said here is that short testimony really encapsulated both strategies here from the defense saying, about Nicole Mitchell's mindset versus the prosecution saying this is her intent with these flashlight gloves. You think that really kind of hit both sides in a nutshell?
Yeah, it really does. And I kind of chuckle listening to you guys. I think Paul's the prosecutor here, and Rob, you're the defense lawyer in this case, as we listen to you guys banter back and forth a little bit, what you both climb onto. I think so. What's happening now is before this case started, the defense lawyer and Nicole have sat down and said, do we think you're going to testify or not? Let's because sometimes it does affect how you're lawyering. If you know for sure your client is not testifying, you really beat home a lot more in jury selection, the idea of burden is exclusively on the state, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, and you kind of set that up a little more strongly. So they have had that discussion. So they've gone back into a conference room and said, okay, we planned on you testifying. has anything changed, or it's your call? Do you want to go on or not? My recommendation is you do, but you make that total decision. So they then can go back into the courtroom if and they would notify the judge if she's going to testify in advance. And so sometimes, like I told you, that the judge before the jury comes into the room will have the defendant get up or questioned by their own lawyer and say, we've had a chance to talk over the last few months about your right to testify, and based upon your understanding of your right to remain silent or to testify, you've chosen to do one or the other. And you understand the state can't comment on your silence. It's improper, it would be a mistrial if a prosecutor were to get up in closing and say, if Nicole is so innocent, how come she didn't get on the stand and tell you so? That's totally objectionable and would cause a new trial. So they want to lock that down.
Yeah.
Also, sometimes defendants want to throw their lawyers under the bus if they lose. So I'm not saying that would happen here, but so to guard against that issue being an appeal issue, the government and the state, and the defense in front of the judge will put on the issue of whether the defendant knowingly understands their rights and chooses to testify or not to testify.
Yeah, we've seen that in a number of criminal trials that we've covered, where even the judge will ask the defendant and go over those rights about testifying versus not testifying to really make it clear and on the record that they have made this decision themselves independently and know that they don't have to. But do you think it's in this stage of this case, do you think it would hurt her more than help her if she didn't testify?
Yes, I think there's more to gain than to lose, because without her, we know there's dysfunction in the family. We know Nicole's a good person. We know all that, but nobody has told us why the heck at 4:45 in the morning. We heard it in an opening statement, but that's not evidence. That's just a defense lawyer. Lawyers' statements are not evidence. So we have had no one tell us why the black hat, why the 4:45, why the flashlight, why two computers, all those things. So I think that has to be answered, or otherwise it's just pure speculation for the jury to have, and they're told not to speculate.
Marcia, I have a quick question just in terms of the timing here. I mean, we had one witness go on for, literally it was 3 minutes, and then the defense needs this recess where we're being told in our ear that it's extending kind of beyond 10 minutes already. Is it a bad look for the jury, whatever you decide on the back end, like, the defense isn't ready to go? Do they think about that, or at the end of it, is this just a moment in time that, would it have been better if they were confident? We called Nicole Mitchell to the stand. Does that win any points with the jury, or is this just, part of the way a trial plays out?
There was a little bit in a perfect world. If I was the defense lawyer, I wish the judge had said, "Defense, call your next witness," and then you have to ask for that. I think the judge knew you were going to take a break right then. They talked about that.
Yeah.
The judge could have simply called in the jury and said, "We're going into when the other witness left the stand, said we're going into a break now," and just left it at that. No reason as to why that was happening. So the jury knows this is what it's all about: is she taking the stand or not?
You would think, though, or a lot of observers would think, okay, this is, day 4 of this trial, if you include jury selection. This has been over a year in the making. This is the morning now. Why hadn't that decision already been reached? Why do you have to take, after a few minutes of testimony, take a break to discuss that now? Why would that have not been already a decision made prior to this moment?
You're right. It should have. It should have been, right? So this is maybe just as on Nicole. If she's really kind of nervous about doing this or having second thoughts, or because it should be like a 30-second deal. We talked about, has anything changed that you don't want to take the stand? No. Let's rock and roll. Let's get going.
Marsh, let me ask another question, just more broadly. We tend to, when we are sitting in on like gavel coverage, mm-hmm. or the media kind of invests in full coverage of a trial. There's sort of more some big murder case that plays out over a couple of weeks. You get, you take all sorts of cases on in your longtime law firm. Is this a pretty typical burglary case? Kind of a lower level felony, just in terms of, takes just a few days. There's not a ton of witnesses. Is there a way to say that this is kind of a typical, modest criminal level trial that we've just watched or are watching?
Not your typical burglary that I would see, first degree, that's going to trial. This is family members with each other. This is.
Yeah.
usually you think of this, the strangers, right? The guy who's a professional burglar who,
Sure.
breaks into somebody's house. So you wonder about that. I think I just would really like to know, as you know, there's the difference between stay of imposition to stay of execution, which are two ways, fancy legal phrases for how you sentence somebody. If she were to be convicted, there's one process where at the end of her probation, which could be fairly short, the case becomes a misdemeanor automatically. The other way is that it remains a felony. And so what, sometimes you would see that kind of negotiation. This is a good-hearted situation. Clearly bad judgment was used, but no intent to steal really, other than a flannel shirt or a photograph or something. So you just wonder whether her political position made people feel we have to err on the side of being overly zealous in prosecuting this case.
So you could very much have seen this being handled differently, adjudicated differently. And as I talked about, even with the police making that decision to sort of, they even had at the very beginning. I mean, obviously the case would probably eventually go to a county or city attorney, for review, but how the police kind of handled it even from the start when they could have quickly recognized. I mean, Nicole Mitchell's Senate name is on the basement stairwell, that she's in. So clearly, they could tell this was a family issue, but then to get to felony level, the defense has acknowledged they would have pleaded guilty to a trespass. You do wonder, as you kind of reassess, the decision by, the county attorney, Brian McDonald up there, and why we are in fact here.
Yeah, don't you think if the cops had showed up and it was 7:30 in the morning and she wasn't dressed in black, we'd have a whole different vibe going on here?
Yeah.
Look, I came in to check on her. She's hostile to me, but she has Alzheimer's. I'm here to do good. And, but to be hiding in the basement all dressed all in black with a flashlight, not a good look.
Yeah, where they could get around the idea that maybe you entered without permission and you pried open a window if it was a different time of day and you were dressed differently, your approach was different, and not the apparent surreptitious hiding all of this. And also what plays into it is if the reaction of Carol Mitchell were different, we also wouldn't be at this point either. Her immediate reaction, besides the terror that she felt because she didn't know who was in her home to begin with, but her initial reaction was pretty hostile towards Nicole, that she's here, that you stole documents and she just wants money. And clearly that played into it. Had she said, oh, it's okay, this is just a family dispute, it might have gone differently, but her reaction played a lot into where we are today.
Right, and I think that's another value that Ms. Lund brought to the case, because if you kind of arguably discount Carol, saying she's, has difficulties now because of Alzheimer's, that she really can't effectively talk about if it's okay. Ms. Lund can do that. Clearly, she's, supportive of Nicole, of the family dynamic. So I think she's almost a voice for the family, kind of saying it's okay. Like, we shouldn't be here. The quote victim. The victim clearly is Carol, but the bigger victim of the whole family is saying this isn't a big deal.
But had Carol not, had she reacted differently, she could have said, I don't want to press charges, meaning, and we always hear that term, but meaning I would prefer that you didn't charge her. Had she reacted that way, we wouldn't be here. But clearly she did see this as a criminal problem and supports, you would assume, supports this.
Right, or after his charge, right, last week, a month ago, Carol could have said, I don't want this to go to trial. And then sometimes the prosecutors do that because the victim's family or the victim don't want the stress of litigation. That happens many times. Victims do not want, after we live this on the stand, they don't want to go through the stress of a trial. Give the defense the deal to get us to go away.
So the victims then, even though a prosecutor may say, well, we've charged this fits the elements, yet tell us about that in the victim's standpoint here. They still can have a lot of sway over whether this goes forward or not.
Absolutely. The prosecution has the decision to make, but the victim has the right to input, and at sentencing has the right to give input about a sentence, whether they agree with it, disagree with it, to read a letter, to speak personally, have a representative read a letter for them in open court before sentencing, all those things. So you have to assume there was that input. And who is Carol's voice? Is it just Carol? Is it her biological son? Who is speaking on behalf of Carol now? I don't know.
She has a power of attorney, obviously, the niece who's
Yeah.
pretty hostile toward, not, I mean, hostile maybe a bit, but certainly doesn't have a warm, fuzzy relationship with the senator.
Let's. We are still in recess, and we are. So they are still in real time, not back in court. And when they do return, we have a 10-minute delay before we can bring that to you. So that means we're at least 10 minutes away from being able to resume this because there's no movement in there yet that we know of.
And I do want to ask Marsh just kind of a legal opinion, and now I know we're just conversing at this point, we don't know, but we talked about if we do expect the senator, in fact, to take the witness stand today, the camera issue in the courtroom is one that I really find fascinating because, again, new rules in Minnesota, witnesses have the right to opt out of being on camera. The question is, does a defendant become a witness when they take the stand? And in the very first courtroom trial, not Chauvin, not Kimberly Potter, those were separate things. But since the new rule went into effect, we were the first newsroom to have a camera in a Hennepin County murder case last year. And it came up, the defendant was about to take the stand, and there were questions about whether he had the right to opt out. And the judge asked both sides to weigh in. In the end, the defendant said, no, I want to be on camera. So that was answered for us.
But raise that question, is a defendant a witness? They are technically a witness of their own trial, but they're also the defendant. Do they have the same option to not be on camera?
And so I have been in touch with court communications up there, and there is sort of this idea that there's not a definitive answer at this point. So I don't know if some of this delay, perhaps Mitchell has made a decision to or not to testify, but there also is an element of a very public element for a state lawmaker. We are streaming it. Other media outlets have coverage of this. Would she want to be on camera to tell her story for the first time fully, or does she not? And will that become a legal issue? I'm perhaps wondering, as this delay stretches, maybe that's the issue that's being talked about. And I was just wondering, Marsh, just knowing, I know you're media savvy and you join us for a lot of these. Would you have an opinion as a defense attorney when a defendant, if they do decide to take the stand, do they become a witness, or would you think that sort of the camera is sort of to bring their whole trial to the public, and therefore like the defendant wouldn't have that right to opt out?
Well, if I'm Judge Hallberg ruling on this, I'm going to do what the defendant wants. She's a witness. It's her case. She shouldn't have less rights. She should have even more rights, arguably, than anybody else. It's her case.
Yeah.
Well, her voice.
Marsh, just to interrupt, I'm sorry. We just got the word that Nicole Mitchell is now taking the stand, and she is on camera, and we're about 9 minutes away now in our delay in bringing that to you. So there's our answer. She is on camera. We don't know, again, the legality here of whether that's...
Yeah, we don't know if it became an issue. It may have done, like I said, that one defendant I covered, he wanted it. I don't know what happened behind the scenes in this case.
So what will you be looking for now as we are, again, minutes away from hearing Nicole Mitchell testify in her own defense on camera here? What are you going to be listening for?
Well, one comment before that, there's the political ramification of this. The one thing I'm sure they thought about with her being a politician is, are you concerned about, adverse political opponents doing sound clips for future political ads or whatever else, that they'll have this video now to try to chop a piece out of to use for something in the future unrelated really to the trial. So anyway, on that, I think the key things here are just humanizing her, talking about her frustration, her anxiety. She's got to talk about, she's got to own all of this bad stuff, right? You don't downplay this stuff. The hat, the flashlight, the glove, the 445, the window, all that. Absolutely. Was I trying to be a sneak? Absolutely. Was I trying to get in there that she didn't know I was there? Absolutely. I did all of those things. But the intent was not to commit a crime.
Yeah, she's got to basically tie those actions that we've heard in testimony and seen on the body-worn camera, especially being on the floor of Carol Mitchell's bedroom when Carol woke up and stepped on somebody. She's got to explain all what she was doing and how those actions are then fit her defense of, I was there to check on her. Well, what are you checking on to check on Carol Mitchell when you're snooping through the house and even in her bedroom?
Well, we're not sure yet that Nicole's going to say she was on the floor. She might say there was just a confusion, a little bit of the Alzheimer's going on with Carol at that point. I was in the room, but I was not on the floor. That's just wrong.
That's true. I mean, you're dealing with somebody that's been pretty well established that she's suffering from some paranoia and confusion. So they could, if they choose to, say that no, that was her misperception or mismemory or whatever you want to phrase it. So there's still a lot of things that she needs to address and somehow steer those actions that are documented into fitting her narrative.
Right, and I'm there. I'm looking for the gun because I want to get the gun away from her, or make sure at least no bullets. I'll leave the gun, take the bullets, that kind of a thing.
And I think that's a better play in terms of explaining, because I thought she looked lucid in that body camera footage about stepping on someone. I don't think you'd want to. I don't know what the truth is, to be honest. I mean, I tell the truth, but the guy, I think, snooping for the gun. She was concerned about the phone allegedly because of she didn't want to make sure her stepmom wasn't being scammed or that type of thing.
That she was protecting Carol from making a poor decision based on her mental state.
Yeah, I just think getting out. I hear what you're saying, Marsh, and if it didn't happen, obviously then you go hard on it. But I could very much see her in the bedroom based on just watching that body camera footage of Carol Mitchell reenacting, stepping on the confusion of, I thought it was a teen. I freaked out that the girl just took off down the bay. I just thought that was very human and in a very real memory for that woman.
And she seemed very, very clear-headed when she was describing that to the police chief who came in there the next day.
Well, if you listen to the testimony of Ms. Lund, it kind of really paints Carol being far more dysfunctional or having more life challenges than she portrayed in that video. I think it's how competent was she?
Although we do see in the video several times where she's looking for this tin box with her important documents. And that comes up repeatedly, that she can't find it. And then in the testimony yesterday from Nancy Lund, talking about her interactions where she has to repeatedly tell Carol Mitchell that they've taken the documents out of there or moved it to a different part of the house, and she doesn't remember that.
And Marsh, what's your gut on this? Is this testimony, obviously, her fate in the courtroom and prison hanging over her head, but how much is this for her constituents back in Woodbury? I mean, how important is this story she's about to tell, you think, beyond the courtroom?
Well, I think we're in a political climate where people tend to they have their side, and short of some miraculous difference, they're going to still back that person. So I think people see what they want to see, or they hear what they want to hear, right? So people that are critical of her are going to focus on the state's version, and people that are supportive of her are going to focus on her defense side.
There were, several other witnesses on this list, including a couple of private investigators. First of all, what would a private investigator add to this case at this point? And do you think that there will be any more witnesses after Nicole Mitchell testifies?
I think she'll be the last witness. The reason you have those investigators is they've likely talked to a bunch of people that have already testified, and they got statements, and if they had testified inconsistent with what those investigators were told, they could call an investigator to say, this witness said the opposite, like the biological son, for example. If they had some things where he wasn't remembering or wasn't lining up perhaps with what they thought he was going to say. And they gently, I think you could see he was kind of struggling with some memory issues on recalling things accurately, but you could technically recall an investigator that said, I talked to the biological son a month ago and he told me something different. So you could call them for impeachment, for that purpose.
I was
going to ask you guys a question I had. Did you notice in any of the videos, was there a kind of a door brace or anything on the front door that Nicole couldn't come in?
Couldn't see because the door was open every time it was on video, because that's where the officers were coming in and out. You could see the one on the back door, but I would have to go back and look through that. But it was usually that they were moving in and out of that door and it was open. The only time it was closed is when she let them back in from the outside, so you couldn't tell in that vantage point.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, the only other thing I was going to mention about the witnesses that remain, there is a member of the National Guard who in some pretrial filings seems to have some conversations with Nicole, before this occurred. where she is conveying how concerned she is about her stepmother's condition. And I was just wondering, depending on how she does and then what the judge would actually allow him to testify for, does she have like a friend left to go if they need a little bit of cleanup to I don't know, to reinforce how concerned she was. I don't know. It probably, my guess is the way this case is going to come down. It's her testimony. Is she believable? Does the jury like her in that moment? But perhaps there are one or two type people like that they've kept, because there are some unidentified people on this list too that I'm not sure exactly the relationship of. Perhaps people she confided in.
Or maybe they felt that Nancy Lund, the aunt, was so complete in that it's maybe not necessary to call these other witnesses to say the same thing. Sometimes it does help to just add more consistent testimony, witness on top of witness, to really to hammer that home. Sometimes you don't need it. I guess what's your decision there as a defense attorney? If
at the end of Nicole's testimony is really big high ending, strong, really comes home strong at the end, you might say, let's leave the jury with that memory of the really dynamic, strong end for the defense case. If they go, it wasn't as good as we thought, or we just want to have a little more distance, then you might call that National Guard person or someone else just to kind of bring it in a little more of a high note at the end. So sometimes you really don't make that. That's what's the challenges of being a trial lawyer, right? Is you are really in the moment, strategically moving your chess pieces around and what you choose to do. So they'll wait to decide that.
All right, we're about maybe 30 seconds away or so of joining. This is Nicole Mitchell Takes a Stand. Would you expect, Marsh, that this will be lengthy testimony?
I do, and I really am interested. Obviously we want to see the direct, but I really want to see the cross and how she responds to some of these challenging questions from the prosecutor, who seems to be doing a good job.
Okay. And really just a stunning moment. A camera in a courtroom, criminal trial, sitting state senator, felony charges, small town Minnesota, and we're going live to it.
Yeah, we're about 5 to 10 seconds away being able to join that camera in court. Again, on our 10-minute tape, delay is part of our audio-visual agreement with the court. We can bring this to you, but it's got to be on a delay. But here is State Senator Nicole Mitchell taking the stand in Becker County Court in her own defense against 2 felony charges, one of burglary and one of possession of burglary tools for an incident from April of last year. Here is Nicole Mitchell testifying in her own defense.
Mr. DeCray.
Before I begin, I'm going to give the same statement I gave to the first witness. Please be microphone and do your best to use first and last names, and I will do the same. Ms. Mitchell, will you please state your full name for the record?
Nicole Lynn Mitchell.
What is your date of birth?
October 10th of 1974.
Making you how old?
50.
Before we talk about this case, I'd like to briefly talk about your life and your background. Where do you live?
Woodbury, Minnesota.
And for those who may not know, is that a suburb of Minneapolis-St. Paul?
Just east of St. Paul.
Who are the members of your household?
Myself, and I have 2 sons, both age 8, Sam and Liam.
Are they twins?
No, Sam is my biological son, and Liam first came to me respite foster care when he was a little over 3.5, permanently when he was 4, and then I adopted him 2 years later. They're a month apart.
I'm going to have you move the mic up a little bit and get it back a little bit just so we avoid. Perfect.
Okay.
It'll pick you up. Are you a single parent?
I am.
You mentioned Liam started out as a foster child. Have you fostered any other children?
Yes, predominantly respite care. So either regular kids that would come 1 week in a month, usually children with disabilities, or emergency placements. And then I had one other full-time foster placement, a baby that I had for 2 years, that left my family in 2023, but I still get to see him sometimes.
I think we're going to be talking for a while, so I'm going to encourage you one more time. I know, but if you can just stay back a little bit.
Back. Okay.
Yep, it'll pick you up. Look how far back I am. It'll definitely pick you up. What do you do for work?
Currently, I'm a state senator.
How long have you been in the Minnesota Senate?
2.5 years.
Can you tell us briefly about your prior employment?
Yes. So most of my career has been meteorologist, weather. I joined the National Guard when I was 17, and about half of that career as a hurricane hunter. And most recently, since 2019 until this past November, I had been a commander, also still weather, in the National Guard. I retired because I was eligible, but also because of this case. And then civilian meteorologist, usually for TV, radio, things like that.
Do you also have a law degree?
I do.
Can you tell me a little bit about your legal career?
Well, I wouldn't use the word career. It was just something that interested me at the time. I was doing a lot of children's advocacy and thought it would be nice to have. So I never really practiced other than a very brief volunteer stint. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Until this case, had you had any experience with the criminal law?
No. In law school, I always joke that it was, I took the touchy-feelies. So like family law, domestic violence, juvenile justice, things that I cared about. I had like one basic criminal case we had to, or class that we were required to take. So I took that maybe 20 years ago. And the Senate is the same way. We tend to kind of work in our areas that we have more experience in. So I do a lot of work for children's issues and veterans issues.
How long have you known your stepmother, Carol Mitchell?
They started dating when I was 4 and got married when I was 8. So 46 years.
Growing up, did you live with Carol and Rod Mitchell or with your mother?
There was a brief stint where my mom was in the military, and Dad technically had me, although I was mostly at my grandma's for school and stuff. But otherwise, it was always with my mom, and then Dad and Carol were more like summers and holidays, things like that.
Did Carol Mitchell ever legally adopt you?
No.
It's an issue in this case that Carol Mitchell has been diagnosed with Alzheimer's, and some witnesses have already told the jury that their relationships with Carol have been affected by her Alzheimer's. Has that been your experience as well?
Absolutely.
I know it's hard to condense a long family relationship into somewhat of a short summary, but how would you summarize your relationship with Carol Mitchell pre-Alzheimer's?
I mean, she was one of my parents, and you know, my mom, especially when I was younger, was a single mom and working and dating, and like I eventually did, she had joined the Guard to help herself go back to school. So it was, and I mean, I always remember Carol being in my life and as a mother figure, and so it was nice to have another mother figure.
What about childhood memories that you have with Carol Mitchell and Rod Mitchell? Can you talk about some of those?
Yeah, my mom hates camping, and they like it. So, you know, I'd get to do things that I wouldn't do. It was here in DL, so trips to the beach, Sorbas, a few trips like to the Black Hills, just, I don't know, normal family stuff.
You mentioned that Carol was like a second mother. What was your favorite things about Carol?
She loves animals. She will tell you all day long about her cats. And I think not to that extent. I mean, she won't even kill a spider. But I think I got my respect for animals in part because of that. She's very artistic, which is not how my brain works at all. So I was always kind of impressed by some of the things that she could come up with and do. She was very much her own person. Like, she didn't really care what other people thought, which I kind of respect. Like, if it was what she believed in or she wanted, like, she was kind of, I don't know, fearless in that way.
Did things change between you and your family and Carol Mitchell when your son Liam joined the family in about 2011?
Yeah. Carol was pretty meticulous and was always kind of just so. And so kids in her space was always, you know. And Liam came from a background with trauma, and he'd already, before he came to me full time, he'd already been bounced through another foster home, and he's the sweetest kid, but he could get pretty emotional sometimes, even more than at the time a normal 4-year-old. And we didn't have the diagnosis yet, but he does have some trauma-related diagnosis, anxiety, ADHD, and autism. So when he gets excited, sometimes he'll, flap a little, or it's called stimming, where he wants to rub against things, and it unsettled her. So we'd been staying at the house a fair amount since Sam was born. In general, but in 2019, so a couple years before that, I'd gotten a job where I could work remotely. So then we'd stay more, and she'd even made Sam his own really cute room in the house. And when Liam joined, she pretty much said we were still invited, but he couldn't stay at the house. And I couldn't do that, so we had to quit staying. I started staying at Nancy's when I'd come to visit instead.
And I might have misspoken my question. What year did Liam come into your family? I said 2011.
I didn't catch it. He full time. He came in 2021. I'm so sorry.
Okay, thank you. When did you first notice signs of Alzheimer's in Carol Mitchell?
I'm pretty sure it was 2020, because I think it was summer, and obviously by 2021 we'd quit staying at the house. So it'd been one of the visits where we were staying, and Dad was going to the grocery store. He asked all of us if we needed anything from the grocery store, and then left. And a few minutes later, Carol was just looking around really confused. And, I was like, are you missing something? Do you need something? I just checked in to see, what it was. And she was like, oh, I was just looking for your dad. Have you seen him anywhere? And I said, yeah, he went to the grocery store. And she's like, I don't think so. And she literally didn't remember the conversation, that he'd asked us all what we wanted. It just wasn't there.
Did you talk to your dad about this incident?
Yeah. When he got home, it was just a quick trip. When he got back, I pulled him aside and mentioned it to him. And he was kind of one of those stoic guys that, didn't burden you with his problems usually, and sometimes you couldn't get him to talk about things. And he just said, I got it, don't worry about it.
Do you know when Carol Mitchell was formally diagnosed with Alzheimer's?
It was sometime, I'm pretty sure, in 2021. Or, I'm sorry, 2020. I believe the testing started in 2021, and then I think the diagnosis came in 2022.
What kind of things did you begin to notice after you learned of Carol Mitchell's formal diagnosis?
Well, I guess I don't remember which, some of it was before the formal diagnosis. So 2021 was a busy year because Liam joined the family in April, and then they were still coming to visit me, or us, at my house, because we all did a lot of visits back and forth. And then I'm not sure how they all talked me into it. We also had 3 foster dogs that year, and then I took on a foster baby in August. So I don't think I was paying as much attention as I probably should have been. But the things I noticed were Carol was usually the driver, and Dad was driving a little bit more. She had been staying at the house too when she came along when they came to visit. And by the end of the year, she was convinced one of her cats couldn't be left overnight. And so she quit coming on the visits. Those are the two. Well, just in general, a little shorter, I guess.
Was there a specific incident your dad visited you in Woodbury without Carol Mitchell?
So just in general, so even when she quit visiting because of the cats, he was still coming to visit, typically about once a month. And sometimes it was never like a week or something, but sometimes it would be 3 days or, he did start, he would always check in and call and stuff and visit with her when he was at my house, but it felt like he was a little more like, I got to check in, things like that. And, he got more consistent that the visits could only be like 2 days. Like he didn't want to be gone for more than 2 days. And if it started getting, he just seemed more anxious to get home.
Can you recall a specific incident where he was anxious to get home?
The one I remember the most is, so in early 2023, he'd come in actually for it was my swearing in, and so he was coming in for 2 days for that. I think just before that, there'd been a woman that had gotten lost in Detroit Lakes with dementia, like a pretty serious case where they almost didn't find the person in time. We talked about it, and because it had made statewide news. And that visit in particular, the one right after we'd had all that conversation, I'd asked him if he could just stay the next day because my babysitter wasn't available until I got home from work, and then go home. and there ended up being a bad snowstorm. And so I got home a little late, and I was like, Dad, it's too bad to drive. And he was like, no, I got it. I got to get home. And he literally, I don't think it was technically a blizzard, but it was awful. And he left at like 8 o'clock at night to drive back to Detroit Lakes.
Did he make it?
He did not. He had to turn around after 15 or 20 minutes. And then he left immediately the next morning.
What did you take from this incident?
My dad's was a pretty laid back guy. And he didn't at least like to show his family he was worrying. And so, you know, if Dad was worried and was showing it, it was usually a sign it was pretty bad.
Do you have any other relatives with Alzheimer's?
Yes. My grandfather had it pretty seriously, and my mom now also is starting to have, it hasn't been diagnosed as full Alzheimer's yet, but dementia.
Can you talk a little bit about your grandfather's Alzheimer's that you remember?
Yeah, it was pretty sad. As he deteriorated, he was getting lost a lot. He thought people were stealing electricity from his house. He kind of lost his best friend because he had a watch that he thought his friend had stolen, and even when you would show him the watch, he would immediately forget it and think this, and like if you saw his friend, that was the first thing he'd do, is just be like, you stole my watch. And he forgot my grandmother by the end. And the hardest thing was that he couldn't go to the bathroom by himself even, because there were a couple times he'd gotten into his feces.
You mentioned that your biological mother is either in the early stages or does have Alzheimer's. Are you doing any caregiving for her?
Fortunately, she's got my stepdad there. And my sisters and I check in. I was doing a little bit more last summer, not so much because of the Alzheimer's, but she's also having some medical problems. So she had a knee surgery, and then during rehab, she fell and broke her back. So there were a couple times my stepdad got overwhelmed, and I'd have to call him, or he'd call me, and I'd have to rush over to help him.
How about Carol Mitchell? To your knowledge, does she have any relatives with Alzheimer's?
Yes. One of her parents had Alzheimer's. Her oldest sister, Gigi, who's in her late 80s, and she has it to the point that Carol had told me in June of 2023 that her son lives with her, and she doesn't remember her son. I think she told Carol on the phone, there's just this nice young man that lives in my house. And then her brother Lee had it, I think, pretty seriously, and was in a nursing home and passed during COVID.
Carol Mitchell has a son named Jonathan Keel. What is your relationship like with him?
I didn't know him that well. It was friendly when we would see each other.
How often did you see each other, to the best of your recollection?
Well, they reunited in 2003, but I was living out of state for work, and didn't move back to state until 2016. So we would have met in probably sorry, I would say sometime in the first half of 2017, because we all went out to dinner together, and I brought Sam with, and I remember them bringing a little baby gift for Sam.
Did you ever talk to Jonathan Keel about Carol Mitchell's Alzheimer's?
Yes. After Dad passed, and I was really concerned. One of the things that she had said was, besides grief and that she was depressed.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Was that being in the house with all the reminders of Dad was just really hard. And so I thought maybe getting her out of the house for a weekend would be a really good idea. And I had relatives coming down for Memorial Day on their own trip, but they said they'd be willing to bring her with. And I thought just getting out of the house and maybe going out and doing other things and a change of scenery would be really beneficial. So I called Jonathan to say, maybe if I could get her to come down, we could all go out to dinner. She'd really like that. If there's anything you can do to help me kind of convince her to do that, I would appreciate it.
And did you text with Mr. Keel about this?
So I think we showed it yesterday. We talked about the Alzheimer's paranoia during that conversation, and if I recall the text correctly, it was kind of a follow-up to that, saying that he had tried to talk to her and what he was doing when she was getting paranoid.
Was there an incident related to Jonathan Keel and Carol Mitchell at your dad's funeral?
Yes. We were all pretty in shock. But there was a point where we were both there, and she introduced us to each other. And of course, after we all met, I would say we all went out to dinner together, kind of at least once, lunch or dinner, at least once a year. So by that point, we'd all met together several times, and I was just concerned that, she was that out of it.
Historically, do you feel that Jonathan Keel knows Carol Mitchell as well as you?
I don't think so.
Why do you say that?
It's just different. She gave him up for adoption right before she turned 20, I think. And then they didn't reunite until he was in his 30s and she and Dad were in their 50s. And there was definitely love, and she was thankful for the reunion. But it's different when a kid's growing up with you and knows all the family stories and all that history of.
I think her mic went out there, Your Honor. I don't know if it got touched or not, but
Attempt to tap. There we go.
Okay.
I think she turned her face away from the microphone. So
we're having trouble with that microphone. We're gonna work on that. I think you were talking about when the things that you learned about Carol Mitchell when you were growing up.
Oh, yes, thank you. So that just like history of having a parent your whole life versus someone even that you love very much that you've met in your 30s. And so, I can name every cat she's ever had. Why she got divorced from her first husband, all the kind of family history, most of her medical stuff, even before the Alzheimer's, just history.
Did Carol Mitchell ever say anything to you that led you to believe that she agreed with your assessment?
It was just little things. Again, it wasn't a difference in love. It was just kind of like I was the kid who was expected to do the stuff, and Jonathan was in a different category where he just wasn't expected to be that person. So, for example, October of 2023, I'd been in town for a business trip, and I kind of took her on with me. We went on basically a little road trip up to, I think the town's called Callaway. And on the way back, we passed the cemetery, and she said, you know, that's the cemetery, that's where it is. There's going to be fees on it after I croak. You know, you need to take care of that because it wouldn't be fair to ask Jonathan. And just kind of things like that she didn't kind of ever ask him to do, like the stuff. I don't know how to explain that.
What about Pam Muxfeld, Carol Mitchell's niece, power of attorney? She testified earlier in the trial. What's your relationship like with her?
So that was her side of the family. And when I was younger, we would occasionally spend some holidays there. Pam was a little bit older than me, so I would say 8 or 10 years. I actually knew her sister Lisa a little bit better, who was slightly younger. So Lisa had gone on some of the camping trips and stuff with us. So I just, other than a couple holidays. And then there was a big falling out in the family, and mostly with Pam's mom, Dee, and Carol. So then they quit going to holidays.
Just try to use last name. It's okay.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
Pam Muxfeld, Dee Muxfeld, Carol Mitchell. Anyway, so then, do I have to say Rod Mitchell?
You can say your dad, I think.
So then Dad and Carol Mitchell quit going to holidays there, which meant I quit going to holidays there, and all the holidays were at the Mitchells after that. So then I hadn't ever seen them again until the funeral.
Did you talk to Pam Muxfeld sometime after your dad's funeral?
Yeah. So Carol was kind of cycling through people. I hadn't been able to be there right after the funeral because I was in a really busy time of work, and I felt really bad. And I was grateful. I communicated a lot with my aunts and Carol, and was grateful they were stepping up to help. But then she started cycling through people that she trusted. And then it seemed like she was maybe going to name Pam for some of this stuff, which was totally fine. But I just knew they hadn't been around her as much. And especially with Carol, the one thing I see that is different from some of the other family members is that I think she kind of masks it well. Like she'll get something in her head, and even if it's 100% incorrect, she will say it with such conviction that unless you know. So it had been hard for the rest of the family to even tell, even my side of the family. And so I kind of wanted to explain that to Pam, like that I was really concerned, and if she was taking on that role, that I thought we needed to be working with Carol to understand what her wishes were going to be. Because I wasn't sure how long she would be able to stay living on her own. She was starting to get lost. Just other things that I thought we needed to work with Carol to know her wishes while she still was having, some really good days, so that we weren't doing anything down the road that weren't actually her wishes. And I just wanted her to kind of know that.
What was Pam's response? Pam Luxfeld's response?
She said that she'd had another relative with Alzheimer's and she knew all about it, and basically she had it. And working with foster kids, I have to work collaboratively a lot of times with families, and I was kind of hoping that's what we could all do. I felt a little like my concerns were dismissed.
Did she say whether they had a plan if Carol would end up not being able to live on her own anymore?
Yes, she said that if she needed, so what I had wanted, and I think I maybe communicated this, is, there were a bunch of relatives in Moorhead if she ended up somewhere that would check in on her all the time, or maybe she wanted to stay in Detroit Lakes because she still had some friends in the area, or maybe she wanted to go to Fergus Falls, or maybe she wanted to end up, if she was near me in Woodbury, we would check on her all the time, and Jonathan would be near. I didn't know what she wanted, and I wanted to honor what she wanted. And so when I said, we should just figure out what she wants, she said, oh, my mom will just take care of her. I'm sorry, D. Muxfeld, or no, D. Lindholm.
What did you think about that plan?
I didn't want to be rude, so I didn't say what was in my head, but that was a horrible plan.
Why?
The two of them were like oil and water. Even when we would do holidays, we'd get home and it would just be a vent about little slights or things like that had happened, and then the big fights had happened 20 years ago. But there was a fight over reunification with Jonathan. There was a fight over the parents' estate, and then they'd been estranged. As I think maybe there'd been a little bit, like if someone was having a wedding or a graduation or something like that, but it was not a good relationship.
That was me. When did your father, Rod Mitchell, die?
March 19th of 2023.
In terms of your relationship with Carol Mitchell, how significant of an event was this?
It was major.
Carol Mitchell has made the claim that on the day after your father's death, you and your aunt, Nancy Lund, and Cindy Markey came over to her house and stole paperwork, such as handwritten requests of Rod Mitchell related to his inheritance. Did that happen?
No. So there's a week in the legislature called deadlines. And anything that got worked on that year that doesn't get a hearing is dead. Anything you're carrying for a constituent. I was carrying a lot of work that year. I was carrying actually all the veterans budget stuff. Plus, then you have to be on committees to see hear other people's work. That's why I was so upset that I couldn't get away that week to be there and help, because if I would have left, all that work for other people would have fallen apart. And both Dad and Carol Mitchell had been really proud of my work, and they wouldn't have wanted it to drop just because of that. So I really had to juggle my schedule just to get there Friday for the funeral, and drive up that morning, and I was still kind of on call to possibly have to Zoom and vote and drive right back. So I'm literally on videotape in committees at the Senate that day. There's no way I was there.
Not counting Rod Mitchell's funeral, when is the next time after the funeral that you saw Carol Mitchell?
A few weeks later, I drove up with my kids for Easter. I think it was April 9th that year.
Was Carol also at the Mitchell Easter holiday?
Yes.
Did you see Carol Mitchell inside her house during that visit?
I think we might have gone in for a second. So my aunt Cindy Markey, we all were, but had been concerned about Carol driving up and had her husband Butch get her. And so when we were all leaving, I was then leaving to go back to the cities. And so for me, it was a much shorter trip than for Butch to do the round trip, and I offered to drop her off. But I think I still had all 3 kids at the time, including the baby. It was 1.5. But so I think one of the kids might have run in to use the bathroom, but we had to get back, and they had school the next day. So
in her interactions with the police, Carol Mitchell mentions many times a metal or a tin box where she kept financial or legal documents. Do you know anything about this box?
I do not. I've heard it talked about. Same thing with the notebook that came up. I have never seen any of those things. And to me, a tin box is like a Christmas tin. So I can't even quite picture it in my head.
How did Carol Mitchell act toward you regarding the topic of money?
Yeah, so we thought Dad had a will. I'd even asked him questions, and he'd given me answers like he had a will, and he did not have a will. And so I was really grateful after he passed that Carol was at least taking that step. And she'd been very clear that she planned to split it between me and Jonathan. She'd even asked for my social security number. And at that point, I kind of backed off wanting to help with anything. Plus, Nancy was helping, and Nancy's so smart with finances. But I knew if I was possibly going to be part of it, it would be a conflict of interest to be involved at all. So I didn't really do anything other than answer questions that she asked me sometimes. There was some money coming in from my aunt's estate that my aunt had passed very suddenly 2 years before of cancer. Yes. And she was diagnosed and passed so quickly, it was only 3 weeks. So she did her will the best she could, but it was kind of rushed. And so her intention had been clear that it was going to her siblings, and then they were to pass it down to the nieces and nephews. And because Dad hadn't properly marked things, and then there was a new chunk of money going into the estate, there was some discussion over that specific money, and Carol had asked me some questions like, why am I getting money from Lori? Lori Sandry, my aunt. And I had answered them, and I always told her, you know, it was ultimately her decision, and then I mostly tried to stay out of it.
Was that the Lori that Carol referenced in the text messages we saw yesterday?
Yeah, yes.
Let me ask you directly. Did you want to take Carol Mitchell's money after your father died?
No. In fact, I'd had a conversation with her a few months later once I was finally out of session. Then I started trying to visit every month to check in on her and make sure things were okay. And in one of those conversations, you know, I said, Dad took care of you really well. Is there anything you haven't done that you'd like to do? Like a trip you'd like to go on? Anything else? But then at the same time, I had done the math, and I'd even called what I would consider like the best senior facility in my area at that time, found out about wait lists, found out about the costs for the different type of care. And once you go from like assisted living into memory care, that can easily be in a good facility $100,000 a year. And so I just knew we needed to like protect the money as long as possible, because her sister was in her upper 80s, and if that tracked, we could be talking, you know, 10 or 15 years of me needing to make that money last. And I knew that if it came to it and there wasn't enough, I would be the one covering everything. So I just wanted to make sure it was protected.
I want to direct you back to your aunt, the money your Aunt Lori had given. Was it your understanding that that money was meant to go to you?
Sorry. It was Lori's wishes, yes, that it would pass along, like basically the Mitchell family line, but it was not, her will didn't properly contemplate checks going out while someone else died and how that would pass, and so it was going into my father's estate.
Who ended up with that money?
Carol kept it.
So you let it go?
I did.
You testified earlier that your father died without a will, and so there was a probate. And was there a beneficiary designated?
I don't know that the proper word is beneficiary.
Just like you, I didn't do any of those parts. I only did criminal law in law school. Tell me what was going on related to sorting out your dad's estate after he died.
So, because he died without a will, most of his estate was his retirement account from where he worked for, I think, his whole life. So that was the huge chunk of it. But there was money he had put in a CD from what was actually the first distribution from my aunt's estate that was $120,000. And then the new money that had come in from my aunt's estate, which was $50,000. And so almost all the money that actually ended up in probate was the money from my aunt. And in Minnesota, everything goes to the spouse up to a certain amount. I knew because of the amount, everything would go to Carol. If they have a child from a different family at a certain higher amount, then everything beyond that splits. So I knew everything was going to go to Carol because of that. She asked for herself to be named executor, which I had concerns with because she had no grasp of finances. Dad had done everything for 40 years, so she didn't have any foundation of finances. And then, she couldn't learn anything new because of the Alzheimer's. So I was concerned about her naming herself executor, but I knew at the end of the day it wasn't going to meet the threshold, so everything was going to go to her.
And so again, just to put a fine point on it, despite your concerns, did you contest that she would be the person who would get the money?
No, not at all.
Or that she would be the executor?
So for the executor, so because I was the only child, I think they were required to put me on all the paperwork, only child of a different marriage. And so because of that, I could have asked to be the executor. And I thought about it because being the executor is mostly making sure all the final bills get paid, things like that, and then distributing it properly. But it seemed like Carol was already getting paranoid just by the fact that my name was on the court documents, and she was starting to think that I was challenging it and trying to get the money just because on the documents that would be sent out about the estate, it had to have my name on it. So I felt like if I put in to be executor, even just to make sure it got done correctly, that she would see that as threatening or something else.
Did we see texts about that yesterday?
So there was a text about me being greedy or something like that, and I hadn't seen her. That it was a text from June, and I'd seen her a couple weeks before that, but when I did the timeline in my head, it would have been about when some of the paperwork came out for the first hearing on the estate, and every time paperwork would come out for the estate with my name put on it, she would get a little spun up.
So let's return back to 2023, after your father's death, after the Easter visit. When's the next time that you see Carol Mitchell?
The first weekend in June, I think it was a Sunday, Monday, maybe the 4th and 5th of 2023.
Tell me about that visit.
It was nice. I mean, I was worried, but so what I started doing is trying to visit every month, and we'd stay at Nancy's, and she would come in for the day, and sometimes it was on the way there that we'd stop through, but usually it was on the way back, and then the next day on the way back we'd stop and visit. And that's what we did. She came out to Nancy's for the day. We had a nice visit. There were a few things I was concerned about, like she dropped a lot of weight, kind of a scary amount of weight to me. And then we did the visit on the way home and had a nice talk for, I would say we were there for 1 to 2 hours. And then the kids and I went home.
After that visit, did you and Carol Mitchell text about how that visit went?
I believe so. I mean, we were texting. I had to go back through all the stuff for this case, and I had hundreds and hundreds of texts, and almost all of it before Dad was loving and cat memes and jokes and normal stuff, and same after Dad's, but then occasionally there'd be something paranoid.
I want to reorient you to these early June. That's okay. Did you take screenshots of those text messages?
I believe so.
And did you provide those screenshots of those text messages to your attorneys?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibits 220, 221, 222, and 223. And It's going to be up on the screen for both you and Mr. McDonald. I'll give you both a chance to read them one at a time and let Mr. Keller know when he can go to the next one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Do you need a moment before I ask you these other questions? Okay. Is what you just saw a complete and accurate representation of your conversation with Carol Mitchell after your visit in June of 2023?
Yes.
Have the screenshots been altered in any way?
No.
Who are the communicators on the text message thread?
I am green and Carol Mitchell is gray.
How do you know that the person on the other end of the text messages is Carol Mitchell?
Because I've texted her under that name for forever.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer as exhibits 220, 221, 222, and 223, and request permission to publish.
Mr. McDonald.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Exhibits 220, 221, 222, and 223 are received, and you may publish.
As you saw yesterday with your aunt, whenever you're ready, we'll read each text message one at a time. I know you just said it, but for the jury's sake, please orient the colors of who is talking, and then Mr. Keller will move along as you read them.
I am green. The first one is in the morning on the way to Carol's house, leaving Nancy's now. She responded, smiley face. After we'd left, 6:04 p.m. Hope you made it home okay. I went for a walk about 45 minutes ago, and it was so humid I almost melted away. Ha! Thank you for the visit and sharing those wonderful boys with me. Very healing. I really appreciate it all. Hearts. I know you're hurting too, and I just want to remind you how much your dad loved you and the boys, and has always been so proud of you. Me too. But I know I had nothing to do with it. But still, I am proud of you too, and brag about you. Not only your career choices, but what a, this is the rest, but what a loving, wonderful mom you are. Me, of course you are a part of the person I became, and most importantly, you made Dad happy. Hearts. Thank you for the kind note. We had a nice visit too. The boys missed seeing Grandpa, but also you as much. We got home about 30 minutes ago. I got us unpacked and set up the new enclosure for our caterpillar friends, and I raise monarchs with the boys in the summers, so it's a picture of the caterpillars. And then I sent her a picture. We'd gone to Miguel's for lunch. Here is the picture from Miguel's.
Unpublish, Your Honor, please. I don't mean to do your job, Your Honor, but perhaps it would be a good time for a morning break right now. It's a bit of a break in our testimony.
All right. Ms. Mitchell, if you'd please step down.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we use this opportunity for our morning recess. I'll remind you not to talk about this case with anyone, including yourselves, and do not talk at all to anyone involved in it. Do not read about this case in the newspapers or listen to news about it on radio or television, social media, or on the internet. Do not talk about any of the people or any subject involved in the case with anyone. Do not share information about the case in writing, by email, by telephone, on the internet, or by any other means of communication. You must not email, blog, tweet, text, or post anything to Facebook, Twitter, X, or other social networking sites about this trial, and do not visit any chat rooms to discuss this case. Leave your notepads on your chairs upside down. We'll take a 20-minute recess. All rise for the jury, please.
All right, we are in a 20-minute break now in the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell, in which she has been on the stand now for, I guess I didn't look at what time she started. Yeah, it was about 50 minutes ago. So they are taking a break in this. We expect that she'll be testifying in her own defense for quite some time here. She has not even reached the narrative part, the testimony about the night in question, which was April 22nd. 2024, when she was found in the basement of her stepmom's home, the home of her late father. She has been going over what is typical in these, where you start out with a lot of biographical background, a lot of the human element, who you are, how you grew up, what you've done professionally, before getting into the relationship with her father and with Carol Mitchell, her stepmother. And then when the first symptoms of Alzheimer's were noticed in 2020, diagnosis or tests in 2021, diagnosis in 2022, and then the way their relationship evolved or devolved potentially after that. We just ended there with a pretty heartfelt moment there, emotion, as she's going over a text exchange from June of 2023. This is shortly after her father died, and it shows the caring, loving relationship between her and Carol at that point in time.
Yeah, that's a touching photo of Carol with Nicole's two children. So yeah, we're not quite up to the break-in at this point. We're going through. I know we glossed over it there. Quite a resume. I mean, not just a state senator, but fostering children through the years, adopting a troubled child, has her own child. She's a commander in the National Guard. I mean, that's not just your run-of-the-mill defendant on the witness stand. I mean, that's hefty. So I think that's obviously important and helps the defense as they build her up.
Talks about her biological mother, who was in the Guard as well, but being a single mom, and how she spent time, with her mother, but then would spend holidays and summers with her dad and stepmother Carol, go camping with them, be exposed to things she wouldn't with her own mother, and really a lot of that relationship.
And even to the point where she's asked by her defense attorney, comparing the relationship with Carol to the biological son who'd been given up for adoption, almost establishing, maybe Nicole was the stepdaughter, but 40 plus years, Carol was the, Carol was her mother figure, her parent, and Nicole having to answer that, I probably knew Carol better than her own son. I know we want to get to Marsh because he's joining us. Okay. I just want to sort of get his initial take, seeing her on the witness stand there. Marsh, what were your kind of first thoughts and what she had to say, the questioning, that type of thing?
Yeah, quite the resume, huh, guys? Holy cow. Different than our typical defense we've seen through the years, right? We're lucky if they have a job and only one prior felony conviction. So it's interesting because I've been communicating with other lawyers that are watching, and see, I must be a soft touch, but I thought this is a good-hearted woman. I mean, just objectively, if you do the laundry list of what she has done, it's quite impressive and shows this kind heart. It goes to this whole thing that my intent was not to do anything evil when I entered that house. It was all out of kindness and love. And, she started to cry a little bit, which I think is quite frankly, a good thing. I think we'll see more tears coming through this. It's clearly going through into the afternoon. So the state's going to have the lunch hour to kind of revisit what they plan to attack and how they plan to do this. So I thought she comes off well. She's articulate. She can handle questions. I thought she, in a diplomatic way, kind of criticized a little bit the biological son and the other relatives about just not having the same relationship, and didn't do it in a negative way. They just didn't have the life experiences she did. So, I mean, if you got a defendant to put on the stand, I want somebody like this.
She really got into a little bit there about some of the concerns, because in the end, a lot of this comes down to not just belongings, but money. And Carol Mitchell accusing Nicole and others of just trying to get the money. And so they got into some of that. And some of the concern was, since Rod Mitchell died without a will, that they were trying to help Carol establish a will, and that Nicole's name was on some of these court documents, and then that would start to make Carol a little paranoid that Nicole was trying to get the money, when she said she was trying to help establish this, and then backed out of it a little bit because she felt there might be a conflict of interest and she would be a primary recipient of that, and left it to some other people. So it sounds like you get into some of these things that get a little bit messy in families when you're dealing with estates and money.
Yeah, and just again, side lesson unrelated to this case: people get any your estate will in advance. Get a will in place. Death is unexpected many times, and don't leave this mess for family to have to work through later.
And there had been an infusion of additional money from the passing of Rod's sister, so an aunt of Nicole. So there's some additional money that hadn't been kind of accounted for, which might explain, as Carol's perhaps, devolving and having issues, that there's sort of this new pot of money outside of Rod's sort of known estate. One interesting point, that's not necessarily a question for you, Marsh, but it was interesting. We saw the intersection there of her job in the legislature. Yeah. Because the allegation that Carol, the stepmom, had made at one point was that Nicole and her aunts, again, the Mitchell side of the family, might have stolen a box or at least the papers in a box that Carol thought were important, the deed to the house. And Nicole just explained on the witness stand that it's impossible. She was doing her legislative work. She was in committee. It's deadline week. It was really important to her to carry the weight of her constituents and some of the bills, and go look up, her on her conference committees. She's there. So I just thought that was interesting. That was sort of maybe the first time we'd seen the intersection of maybe her two lives, family and legislature. But she's saying there she has a built-in alibi, if you will, if that at all had come up for the jury.
Yeah, that Carol had claimed Nicole and two others had come over and stolen documents related to inheritance right after Rod's funeral. Did that happen? No. And then that's where she went into the explanation of her conflict scheduling. This is, how much of all of this stuff leading up to the event that led to these criminal charges, how much of this is very important to go slowly over with the defense questioning?
I think that if I criticize myself, I tend to move too fast through this stuff, and I think juries like to hear a slower pace like this and just more info, and they can absorb it more slowly. It's all going to the intent thing, right? And we really haven't learned anything new, which shows good lawyering by the defense, in that through the opening statement and the witnesses that have already testified, we kind of really, other than some details and stuff, we really haven't learned anything new. That we know who she is. We know there's been family problems. We know there's a bunch of concerns with Alzheimer's that's rippled into accusations. That's kind of what we've done for the last hour. And so it's nothing new, but it really establishes the demeanor for the defendant, her mindset, which they're going to argue there's no criminal intent.
But it adds in so many of these other layers of detail and personal experiences and emotion to the things that we already knew, that just really flush it out to try to, from the defense standpoint, to try to really influence the emotions and minds of the jurors to get some sympathy.
Right, because the prosecution always referred to her as the defendant, and the defense will refer to her as Nicole or Nicole Mitchell, or they're trying to humanize her, and they're doing a really good job of doing that through herself.
And you think about what a jury sitting there watching there, if there is a family that has, I don't know exactly who was chosen, we were not able to watch voir dire, but if anybody at all had any issues with this type of, health deterioration, the dementia, the Alzheimer's, which is just devastating. And you see the family, you could understand how this would really hit home, because there's sort of multiple generations, there's multiple people, and clearly the family has been racked by that disease and what it means and how people change and relationships evolve.
Yeah, and they're framing this essentially with that story of the Alzheimer's, is that the conflict came here is they're trying to help Carol plan her own estate, and she is taking that to feel like, no, they're just trying to steal from me. Is that what you're getting here? Is that they're saying we're trying to help her with this, and she misconstrued those actions as trying to take advantage of her?
Yeah, and I think it doesn't surprise me, the fact that Nicole's name may have been in some paperwork starts to confuse people that are not lawyers and or are starting to have their own issues, to think that somehow she's making a motion to do something or seeking money that she's not.
And Marsh, just during this break, because it is going to be at least 20 minutes, I think now's a good time, just in case some viewers might have missed towards the beginning of the senator's testimony, we kind of edited a block of sound together, her on the witness stand, talking about the Alzheimer's and the beginning of the deterioration of the relationship. Ryan, why don't we run that? It's a few minutes to recalibrate in case our viewers might have missed it, but an interesting section here from her testimony this morning.
It's an issue in this case that Carol Mitchell has been diagnosed with Alzheimer's, and some witnesses have already told the jury that their relationships with Carol have been affected by her Alzheimer's. Has that been your experience as well?
Absolutely.
I know it's hard to condense a long family relationship into somewhat of a short summary, but how would you summarize your relationship with Carol Mitchell pre-Alzheimer's?
I mean, she was one of my parents, and my mom, especially when I was younger, was a single mom and working and dating, and like I eventually did, she had joined the Guard to help herself go back to school. So it was, and I always remember Carol being in my life and as a mother figure, and so it was nice to have another mother figure.
What about childhood memories that you have with Carol Mitchell and Rod Mitchell? Can you talk about some of those?
Yeah, my mom hates camping and they like it, so I'd get to do things that I wouldn't do. It was here in DL, so trips to the beach, Sorbas, a few trips like to the Black Hills, just normal family stuff.
You mentioned that Carol was like a second mother. What was your favorite things about Carol?
She loves animals. She will tell you all day long about her cats. And I think not to that extent. I mean, she won't even kill a spider. But I think I got my respect for animals in part because of that. She's very artistic, which is not how my brain works at all. So I was always kind of impressed by some of the things that she could come up with and do. She was very much her own person. Like, she didn't really care what other people thought, which I kind of respect. Like, if it was what she believed in or she wanted, she was kind of, fearless in that way.
Did things change between you and your family and Carol Mitchell when your son Liam joined the family in about 2011?
Yeah. Carol was pretty meticulous and was always kind of just so. And so kids in her space was always, and Liam came from a background with trauma, and he'd already, before he came to me full time, he'd already been bounced through another foster home, and He's the sweetest kid, but he could get pretty emotional sometimes, even more than at the time a normal 4-year-old. And we didn't have the diagnosis yet, but he does have some trauma-related diagnosis, anxiety, ADHD, and autism. So when he gets excited, sometimes he'll, flap a little, or it's called stimming, where he wants to rub against things. And it unsettled her.
Testimony from earlier this morning with Nicole Mitchell, on the stand in her own defense. Court will resume in about 9 minutes. It has resumed, but on our tape delay, we're about 9 minutes away. Marsh, anything in that particular testimony that you think is important for jurors to hear? I mean, what strikes you as a defense attorney on that part?
Again, I think the good heart of the defendant, that she takes in these troubled situations, and plus 3 foster dogs, and just the list goes on, right? So I think it just shows to her being a good person, which again, defense is going to keep pounding. We don't care about a flashlight, we don't care about a hat, we care about why she was there. And if she came in a sneaky burglar-like way, that doesn't mean she's a burglar. So I think it humanizes her well.
Yeah. Sorry, I just had a question. Once we do get to the questioning about the break-in, about what she does, do you want to, as the defense attorney, when we watch, because that could come up, pretty quick after the break before lunch, I mean, are they going to try to zip through that account? You know what I mean? Will that be also done step by step like the biography? Or are you just trying to get in, get out with that part of the story and get her on to the cross-examination?
I think you can give this witness a long leash. She handles herself well. Unlike some people, you just want to minimize the questions. So I think you're going to go slow. Probably could go past the lunch hour that she's going to be talking about these things. They won't finish her direct before lunch, may happen. And I think they'll go through it step by step.
On that clock, I know we talked a lot about it yesterday. Will the defense attorneys be aware of that 12:30 break and that they don't want to begin cross-examination by that point? Will this be a clock management in the next hour and a half?
Yeah, what you'd ideally like to have if you're the defense lawyer is you would like to end where you basically have your case done with her, but you just want the flexibility of the lunch hour. Oh my gosh, there are 3 more questions I forgot to ask or want to ask. So you come back and say, Judge, I just have 5 more minutes of questioning before we turn it over to the state. So you'd like to have that safety valve of a lunch break.
All right, we're about 7 minutes away from continuing our testimony here. Marsh, hang on. We're going to play one more clip here from what we've heard already, in which Nicole Mitchell describes, being accused of being part of stealing documents and explaining how her work at the legislature meant that was her alibi, meant she couldn't get there. So this is about 2.5 minutes long, and we'll continue talking here, Marsh, once this is done.
Did your father, Rod Mitchell, die?
March 19th of 2023.
In terms of your relationship with Carol Mitchell, how significant of an event was this?
It was major.
Carol Mitchell has made the claim that on the day after your father's death, you and your aunts, Nancy Lund and Cindy Markey, came over to her house and stole paperwork, such as handwritten requests of Rod Mitchell related to his inheritance. Did that happen?
No. So there's a week in the legislature called deadlines. And anything that got worked on that year that doesn't get a hearing is dead. Anything you're carrying for a constituent. I was carrying a lot of work that year. I was carrying actually all the veterans budget stuff. Plus, then you have to be on committees to see hear other people's work. That's why I was so upset that I couldn't get away that week to be there and help, because if I would have left, all that work for other people would have fallen apart. And both Dad and Carol Mitchell had been really proud of my work, and they wouldn't have wanted it to drop just because of that. So I really had to juggle my schedule just to get there Friday for the funeral, and drive up that morning, and I was still kind of on call to possibly have to Zoom and vote and drive right back. So I'm literally on videotape in committees at the Senate that day. There's no way I was there.
Not counting Rod Mitchell's funeral, when is the next time after the funeral that you saw Carol Mitchell?
A few weeks later, I drove up with my kids for Easter. I think it was April 9th that year.
There you go. That's earlier testimony from Nicole Mitchell, really with her, I guess, alibi, saying that I was accused of doing something that not only did I not do, but I can prove that I didn't do it.
It was just such a definitive alibi with her high-profile position. It was just an interesting moment. Nothing really to do with the burglary, the break-in, but just I thought it was a really interesting moment in that courtroom, just given who is on trial there.
Yeah, and there's some other testimony here, Marsh, that we got to touch on. We're about 3 minutes, a little less than that, maybe, from joining the testimony resuming. She said, Nicole testified, she'd investigated a senior living facility near her in Woodbury, and when it got into full memory care, it could be easily $100,000 a year in costs. She needed to protect the money as long as possible, could be 10 to 15 years to make that money last. And then she said, I knew if it came to it and there wasn't enough, I would be the one covering everything, so I wanted to make sure it was protected, referring to the estate. That seems like pretty key testimony to set up what we're still going to hear about her motive for being in the house that night.
Exactly. I think, again, this with a good intent, right? But anybody that's going through this, having to put somebody in extended care like that, knows that the $100,000 is getting a pretty common number now, unfortunately, nowadays, to have that huge amount. So, and her point is, if I'd wanted to steal something, I could have done something else, or this other fight in the probate. If I was greedy, I could have tried to move in on that, or contest the biological son getting half, or there's all the other reasons. If I'm a thief, there's other ways I would have done this.
Yeah, and it would then go to, if she's saying that she was there, as the defense asserts, to check on Carol, and you wonder, well, she's checking on her while she's asleep. Well, I think this will lead into, I wasn't checking on her personally, I was checking on her finances and her situation, because I didn't have any access to that, so I wanted to go in and get some of this information to make sure that all this stuff was okay.
Right, and they also plant the seed. We don't know what factual differences are going to exist between what Carol says happened before the police got there and what Nicole says happened before the police got there, because that's not on tape. And so by showing there are clearly places that we believe Carol is mistaken, confused, I don't want to say knowingly lying, because I don't think that, but it really shows that in that situation, we know objectively there are things that Carol is saying that just simply aren't true. So if it comes down to the two versions of what we say or don't say, side with Nicole, because her memory is better.
Yeah, and she may be saying that even though she told Carol in the video, the body cam video, I wanted to get a few things, she may testify, well, I couldn't tell her that I was there to investigate her financial situation to make sure that everything was okay.
Right, because you can say anything. She's already was misconstruing my efforts to be conspiratorial or to be, trying to steal stuff just by having my name on paperwork. So my God, if I started to say, we need to start looking at your documents here, she would really flip out, and I just couldn't I didn't want to cause her that stress, and I didn't want to have that conflict with her. So I had to do it in this sneaky way.
Yeah, okay. Well, we are 30 seconds away from rejoining her testimony again. We expect this to take it probably beyond the lunch hour. And Marsh, thanks for joining us. We'll try to check back with you during the lunch hour if you're available. And we'll get back to Becker County Court. What are you looking to hear, Paul?
Well, I thought it was interesting that the defense attorney had mentioned now might be a good time to break. So I am curious where they will pick up the questioning. Are we now going to jump ahead to April 2024, or is there still more of that 1 year to fill in with the relationship? We'll obviously see this pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think we kind of get a little bit more of the deterioration here before that. Here's the testimony resuming in Becker County Court.
June of 2023 visit with you and your family to Carol Mitchell. What was the next time that you saw Carol Mitchell after the June visit?
I was trying to go monthly, so it would have been July, around the 4th of July.
Talk a little bit about that visit, please.
Same thing. I think that one might have also fallen on a Sunday, Monday. But basically on Sunday, we did the visit up to Nancy's, and then Carol came and joined us. More visits than not, she was getting lost on the way, so that was a concern. But otherwise, the visit was very nice. And then the next day, the boys and I went up to Detroit Lakes and did a longer visit there.
Can you tell the jury about some of the things you did when you were in Detroit Lakes?
It was a busy visit. I didn't remember everything until I was going through my texts, but so I think the first thing was we raised monarch butterflies, and one was about to come out right as we were leaving on the trip, and so we couldn't just fit. And Moorhead had just Moorhead had just done something that had killed a bunch of monarchs. We didn't want to. So I asked Carol if she had milkweed, and we actually released the monarch at her house. And then her friend Jim came over for a little bit to, I think, fix a light or something. And then her TV wasn't working, and so he started trying to fix the cables. And she'd mentioned it was the TV with a VCR thing, and the VCR or the DVD had gotten stuck. So I thought maybe if that was the last thing she used. I looked at the input, and she'd gotten it on the wrong input. So I reset her TV for her. And then she complained that she no longer had cable in the basement, which when they'd moved it from Dad's name to hers, the downstairs was kind of Dad's man cave, for lack of a better term. And so the TV and the couch and everything down, that was kind of his space. So she told them she didn't need the cable. And then afterwards, she forgot she'd asked them not to have it. So then she was upset she didn't have cable down there. So I told her, we could get the cable back in the basement. But in the meantime, I'd given him a Roku stick a few years before. So it was back when you could share Netflix and stuff. And so I said, there's a Roku in the basement. I can show you how to pull up HGTV or something you like on it. And so we went down in the basement, and I took her through the steps, and she admitted she wasn't going to, it was two different clickers, and she admitted she wasn't going to remember it. And there was an old DVD in the basement, and she said she would like that reconnected. So I reconnected the DVD player for her so that she could do fitness videos downstairs, is what she said. So we did that. And then by the time I came back upstairs from getting that together, Jim had gone, which I was a little disappointed by because I didn't have his contact information, and I didn't want to ask him in front of her because I was afraid she'd get paranoid. We were checking on her or conspire, I don't know. And I'd hoped to get his contact information. It was about time to go to lunch, and then we were going to go to a movie. So she could not find her purse to go to lunch. And I said, don't worry, I'll cover it all. But she was almost obsessed about finding the purse, which was usually hanging by the back door. So we were all looking around the house. I asked her if it would maybe be in her bedroom. She said she'd never put it in there. I said, well, you came from Nancy's, and then you came home last night. So, it's got to be one of the two places. It can't be lost. And then she told me she'd gone out to the bar after she'd come home from Nancy's, which was a little concerned because I felt like maybe her drinking had been increasing after the death. And then she said, I think she asked me to call them. And I said, describe the purse. And she was like, oh, I'm there a lot. They'll just know who I am. And so I called the bar, and they did not have the purse. And we kept looking. I went to look in the car for her, in the garage, and wasn't there. She finally did find it in the bedroom. Oh, sorry, the rest of the day.
No. Did you talk to Carol Mitchell about her Alzheimer's during that visit?
Oh, yes. So the rest of the visit was lunch, movie, and then we went to Dairy Queen. When we were at Dairy Queen, I had just been trying to ask her once in a while, like, have you thought about your plans for when we get a little bit further down the road? And that time she didn't want to seem to think about her plans. She kept saying, oh, my Alzheimer's is really mild. I just got diagnosed, even when it was starting to get farther back. And so I thought, well, maybe if I ask her about the cats. I said, okay, what would you like to happen to the cats when you can't take care of them? And she just said, oh, I'll be around long enough that won't be a problem. And I believe that was the extent of I think I said, well, remember, you're always welcome with us. She had a cat porch for the cat, and I said a friend of mine could even make a cat porch at our house. So if you ever need anything. By that point, I had checked some of the local places and knew that they had a long list, or a long waiting list. So, I just wanted to be thinking about it, because getting on waiting lists and things like that.
After this visit, did you speak to anybody about the things that you saw with Carol Mitchell or experienced with Carol Mitchell?
So, in general, obviously I was communicating with my two aunts a lot, and other family members. It was hard because I was grieving and my kids were grieving, and the stuff with Carol was a lot, and there was a lot of other stuff going on that year. So I talked to my family for support, occasionally some other friends going through similar things. I had talked to lawyers by that point about, like, if some.
Let me. I apologize to interrupt, but if you would just slow down a little bit for the court reporter, and I'm going to direct you specifically to about any conversations you had with a man named Jay Brody.
Yes. It relates a little to talking to the lawyers first, if I can. Okay. So when this is new to me, and it's not, elder law is like so different than anything I knew. And so I had talked to a couple lawyers about, like, if you start getting worried, a person isn't making those decisions on their own, but you're worried about what they're doing financially and maybe needing care, but they don't want it. Like what does this look like? What can you do, not do? I wanted to be really respectful of letting her have her autonomy as long as possible, but that balance of not letting it go too far. And even what should I be looking for and all those things. And so they had brought up guardianship and conservancy, but those felt like really extreme steps. Guardianship means you basically have full control over the person and you decide where they go, and conservancy is kind of the same thing. Someone completely takes over their finances, but like they can't touch their finances at all anymore. And it's a hard process to go through legally. And I didn't think we were there. And I had a friend in a colleague in the military who was going through kind of similar things with an adult daughter. He had a recently adult daughter with cystic fibrosis who was an adult and so of course could make their own decisions, but would sometimes not take medication and would not take care to the point that she would end up hospitalized. And so we had a lot of conversations about, like, what is that line? How do you respect them and not let them hurt themselves? How do you navigate all of that? And so after that, I think we kind of like bonded over that issue a little bit, going through different but similar things. And so we had conversations.
Your Aunt Nancy Lund testified a little bit about this yesterday, but there seemed to be quite a bit of traumatic events that happened to the Mitchell family in 2023, in addition to your dad's death. Can you talk about those and how those affected you?
It wasn't a good year. Right before the start of the year, I had to have my foot reconstructed because of military injuries. So I was on a non-weight-bearing cast. I couldn't even put my foot down. An aunt of mine had died from basically a fall, but then no one found her. Dad died in March. In the Senate, I loved my job, but it was, even the old timers said it was the craziest session ever. And there were nights we were there until, I think the record was 6 a.m., but it was just nonstop. The foster baby I had they were starting to work toward transitioning him back to his mother. He was the 6th kid. She'd never cared for any of her kids, and one had died in her care. And they were going to give him back to her. And I was scared for him. And I had to give back this child I had raised for 2 years to someone who had never stayed off drugs. And she would let me come visit him. And every time I went to the door, he would come running and screaming and say, "Home." All this stuff with trying to take care of Carol. My cousin, who was only 39, died of a lung issue that was a kind of an agonizing, not good thing. Nancy's ex-husband died, and it was I would call him my closest cousin, Tim, because our kids are the same age and they play together, and so we talk a lot. That found him still alive, but he died. And then one of my other aunts died at the end of the year. It was it was not a good year.
Can you talk a little bit more about how your aunt's ex-husband's death affected you? I think his name was Ron Lund.
Yeah. So, as I said, Ron, I think Nancy said, Nancy Lund, I believe, had said this, but so Ron Lund fell in his home, and I believe the kids had been trying to contact him, and then finally Tim went over to the house with his wife, and they found him alive, but I believe unconscious, and they don't know if he had been there for 1 or 2 days. And they got him to the hospital. but I think he died within a couple of days. Tim was understandably pretty shaken up finding him in that condition. And the rest of us were shaken up too. And I know for sure Nancy and I had some conversations about being concerned about Carol. She also has some osteoporosis, so she would be someone that would be at risk for a bone break. There's steep stairs in the house. There were sometimes she'd text back right away, and then sometimes she wouldn't text for a couple days. And you knew she was probably okay, but sometimes your mind would go to the worst. It was just scary.
Was this the only time you experienced a loss of a relative in the same way as Ron Lund?
No, as I mentioned, so it technically wasn't in 2023. It was right after Christmas in 2022. But my aunt, I call her my aunt. She was technically my mom's cousin, but they were closer than her sisters were. So she, a few years before that, her son had moved her closer, but then he wasn't doing the best job actually checking on her, and I know other relatives would try to, but I believe she'd had a switch in medication, and they think maybe a reaction to that had made her fall or pass out. But a neighbor had been trying to get a hold of her, and the neighbor finally, I think they know that was on a Wednesday, and the neighbor finally talked the manager, or I think the last contact with her had been Wednesday morning, and then without a contact for a couple of days, the neighbor got the manager to open the door on Friday. And same thing, she was, I think, unconscious. She lived a couple more weeks, but then there were just too many medical things and she passed.
Did the way that these two family members died affect your feelings about Carol Mitchell?
I'm probably just a worrier in general. And yeah, when you've seen bad things happen, especially like for my mom, I worry about my mom, but my stepdad's there. For Carol, she was on her own, and there were a lot of things going on, and it was really hard not to see things that were kind of the worst case scenario happen to other people and not think like that couldn't happen to this person too.
Do you remember the date that your father's ashes were interred?
March 19th of 2024.
Did you attend the interment?
I did not.
Were you invited to attend?
I was.
By whom?
Carol Mitchell.
Can you tell us a little bit more about why you didn't attend if you were invited?
So, about a week and a half before, with the anniversary of Dad's passing coming up, I knew it was going to be hard for all of us. And I wanted to make sure that Carol had support. But it was also going to be that same week at work where it was almost impossible for me to get away. I shouldn't say almost impossible. Like, if I wasn't there, things I'd been working on would not get done. That year, my biggest thing was I'd taken over a child protection task force, and we'd worked on a lot of things for hopefully to help kids. And there just wasn't any way I could be there that day. But the next week was Easter, or yeah, the next week, the Friday was Good Friday, and then Easter was the Sunday. And the boys were going to be off, and so I believe I'd said something about like I can't get up that day because that year it fell on a Tuesday, but like I could come up, the weekends or the next week. We would be in town. I would be the boys would be there too, and then we could all do a visit. And I don't remember if it was that conversation or a different one, but I'd also asked about the ashes, and at some point she had told me the ground was too frozen and that wasn't going to be until April.
So what happened once this conflict was identified? Conflict in schedule, right? You're not able to come up on the date that it's set. What happens?
So in the original conversation, the internment wasn't supposed to happen until April. And then, so the anniversary was on a Tuesday, and I believe it was Friday, she texts and says that it's going to happen on that Tuesday. And it would have been almost impossible for me to get off, but especially with only 2 business days of notice, there was just no way, because it wasn't just my schedule, it was like everyone's schedule that week. And so I know I said like, well, that wasn't a day I could be available. Is there maybe another day we could do it? And I know that Friday was in my head because the boys would be off school, I would already be in town, like all the things. And I think she said that was the only day they could even do it. And that sounded weird, that would be the only day they could do it. And I thought she was confused. So I actually called the cemetery and the caretaker and said, just asking, are there other days available? I know it's Good Friday. Would that day be available if it worked? He had said that day would actually work really well. So by that time, I was putting most of my stuff in writing to Carol, texts or letters. So it was a text.
And did you take screenshots of those text messages?
I did.
And did you provide those screenshots to your attorneys?
I did.
Your Honor, I'm going to be showing you what's been marked as exhibits 243 through 271. There's a lot of those, Your Honor, so I don't want to read each of those numbers individually. 243 to 271. It'll be up on your screen, and this one, since there's so many, we'll try to have Mr. Keller help out sort of this batch production. So go ahead and let me know when we move them around. Oh yeah, you should have to read them. Oh. We're waiting for it to go up to the... Yeah, we have requested it. It says, yep, request in progress.
No, it's just not showing on the screen.
Okay, now it should be up. I apologize. Our computer was not plugged in. Be ready to move.
I confirm.
Okay.
Confirm.
You've seen it? Okay.
I confirm. confirm. I 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 confirm.
Is that a complete and accurate representation of your conversation with Carol Mitchell on March 10th, 11th, and 15th of 2024?
Yes.
Have those screenshots ever been altered?
No.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer exhibits 243 to 271 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Mr. McDonald.
No objection.
All right, then exhibits 243 through 271 are received, and you may publish.
So, as you could tell, there are a lot of individual exhibits because of the way screenshots work. And so it's going to be a little clunky with the technology because we have to have two screens open to carry them all on the tabs. And so I also apologize that I had you testify a little bit about the content of this before. So please orient the jury about the colors, and then let's read these text messages, and we'll do our best to keep them in order.
So this is between myself and Carol Mitchell, and I am in green and she is in gray. And then start reading.
Yes, please.
The first is Sunday, March 10th.
And just, you don't, because there is going to be so many, let's not do the dates and times. We can just read them, please.
Okay. Which would have been 2024. Hello, I hope you're well and enjoying the sunshine. Last fall, when you went with me to that radio station, you pointed out the cemetery where you bought plots for you and Dad. With the anniversary of his death approaching, I was hoping I could get up in the next week or two and you could take me there. But we have legislative deadlines in 2 weeks and it's so busy, I'm even working on weekends. I was hoping maybe I could come with the boys March 29th when we're already on the way north for Easter. visits Dad's grave, then maybe visit and lunch. We all miss you, and the boys have asked about you. Much love. Oh, I'm sorry. I would think that would work out fine on March 29th. I do not have my calendar in I think, front of me, as I am having breakfast buffet at the Holiday Inn at the moment. I may have to run another couple miles at the gym today. Just came from there to eat the buffet.
And let me just stop. Please make sure you indicate that that's Carol Mitchell.
Sorry,
that's okay.
That was Carol. Me. That sounds delicious. We're going to the gym later too, but so the boys can play in the pool. Not as much workout for me, but lots of fun for them. Carol, the next day, March 11th. I called both Oak Grove Cemetery and Nest Granite Works, and they are telling me that it is most likely the ground is frozen enough that it will be April before everything is ready for the internment. Is that the right word? Well, anyway, the guy said he will call me when I can bring Rod's ashes out to him. Me. What a coincidence. I was just thinking about you, as we have a testifier right now in my Human Services Committee who just drove in from DL. Carol, smiley face. Me. You told me about the cemetery, but I wasn't aware. I was aware Dad wasn't interned yet. Please keep me posted when that happens. Carol, I sure will. And I have a small amount of his ashes in a little gone fishing bobber for you. Me, oh great. Maybe we could still come by that Friday, March 29th, to visit his ashes or get the bobber and have a quick visit / lunch. Sam and Liam are getting into fishing. The bobber idea is lovely hearts. Carol, you can also take all or whatever you want of your father's fishing gear. The boys will grow into it maybe. They must have heard fishing stories from Grandpa. I believe that day is open. I will let you know soon. Me, wonderful. Friday, March 15th. Good morning. The Donhauer Funeral Home called me, and Rod's interment will be next Tuesday at Oak Grove Cemetery at 1 o'clock. I notified Cindy, and she is letting everyone know. We can all meet at the afterwards at the Holiday Inn if anyone wants for lunch or to gather, but not at my house. Me. Unfortunately, I cannot make that day. Next week is bill deadlines, and anything that doesn't get hearings will not pass this year. Some of the bills I have, worked on for 6+ months. Some include things like environmental protections and work for abused children. I would hate not to be there. But I'm also sure Dad wouldn't want me to abandon that important work.
And if you can, please just slow down a little bit. That's okay.
I could get away from work the following week, and especially if it was March 29th, Sam and Liam could attend too. I'm sure he'd appreciate having his grandchildren there. Carol, I didn't get to make that choice, unfortunately. The funeral home decided it. I am so sorry you are so busy. I understand that is the job, but I can't change it. The only consolation I can think of is when you go to Moorhead for Easter, you can stop at the site and have a long conversation with him. I'm sure he is watching over you and the boys anyway. Hearts. Me? That's strange. I talked to the gentleman at the cemetery, and he said Good Friday was available for the internment. Carol, if that's true, how many other people who already set their schedules would not be able to make it? I am really sorry, Nicole. Me, you just told me about this today. We were already planning on coming the 29th. I find it disappointing it would be scheduled for a day that excluded Dad's only child and grandchildren, and I know he would be hurt we were excluded too. I guess I'm not sure who all these people are, whose schedules are more important than his child and grandchildren. Carol, I am so sorry. I am sorry, Nicole. You are not the only person with busy schedules. If you are really so concerned about being there for your father, you should be able to redo your own schedule. My heart is still breaking over the loss of the love of my life, and I do not appreciate your continued disdain of me. Me, it's true I'm not the only person with a busy schedule, but I am his only child. I do not have disdain for you. We have tried very hard to keep a relationship with you, but it is a two-way street. I can't imagine anyone cutting off someone's only child from something like this. He loved us too, and we're hurting and want to honor him too. This should have been something the two most important people in his life coordinated, not planned at a time you knew I was unavailable. He'd be very hurt you're treating us like this. Carol, I am treating you like this. And the cemetery called me and said the 19th was available, and being that it was the anniversary of the day he passed, I thought that was good. I think Rod would be disappointed you were still treating me with the same disdain you always have. You've never grown past it. Rod and I talked about it many times through the years. He always apologized for it. And again, I would like to add, I did not choose that day. Don Hauer called and said the ground was thawed enough and they would be putting the urn in on the 19th. And he said we could have a little gathering if we liked. I was not making decisions without you. He was trying to help me in my grief. I'm very sorry of your grief of losing your father, but obviously you don't give a damn about mine. I am used to your disdain of me. Carol, I called the cemetery. They said you chose the day, and any day would have been available. You planned a ceremony without including his child or grandchildren. It's not unreasonable. I would be upset you excluded us. And Dad repeatedly apologized to me for your behavior too. I was 4 when you met me. I wanted a mother figure. You always treated me like an annoyance instead. I kept trying to act like the bigger person, especially when Sam was born, to make sure he had a relationship with both grandparents. You've even ignored him. You couldn't even send him a damn birthday card. So yes, Dad would be horrified. You've excluded us again and again. Her, OMG, it's amazing to see how different we see the past. But I suppose most people do this. Have you ever sent me a birthday card? We only have Rod for connection, and now he's gone. I guess there's nothing left. I love that wonderful man more than anything in the world. I would not let go of it, but I do not have to continue to live with your personal judgment. I will hold on to the love. What I can do is let you know when the gravestone is set up. I will mail you the bobber. You can set up your own viewing if you like and invite your relatives. My relatives and friends will be with me on the 19th.
We can unpublish, Your Honor. And did these text messages occur 1 month before the incident in question in this case?
Yes.
What was the main thing upsetting you from that text exchange and during that time?
There had been so much stuff over the past year. I didn't want to upset her because she would get agitated and I felt like I just kept shoving down my emotions to not rock the boat. When she was giving away Dad's stuff without telling us so that we could even look at it. Times we would set up a visit, and there was one time I drove all the way up and forgot about it. And she didn't show up, and we were worried. And then when we finally tracked her down, because she thought it was lost again, she'd forgotten and just had gone somewhere else for the day. And I'd done a whole trip for no reason. Just constant stuff. And I kept trying to she was struggling, and I didn't say anything but that was the one thing that it was so hard because we loved him too. And the people that were coming were going to be, I could guess who it was going to be, and it was probably a couple other retirees who could have come any day. And it seemed like she wasn't going to change it because she was more concerned about a couple of her friends than us actually being able to be there. And I feel badly that some of my hurt clearly came out because I usually just tried, like Nancy said yesterday, when she'd say hurtful things. I mean, there was still a lot of loving stuff, but more of that sort of stuff was leaking out. And that one time I was just so hurt that I kind of stood up for myself, but probably not in the best way.
How much contact did you have with Carol Mitchell after this fight about the interment until April 22nd, the night of the incident that is at issue here?
She texted me a couple times, like a couple days later. I never contacted her again. I was feeling so emotionally beat up by that point. And there was so much other stuff going on. And I just couldn't keep doing it. And I needed a break.
During that month where you were not communicating anymore with Carol Mitchell, were you doing anything related to your concerns about her?
I mean, I was hurt and I needed a break, but I was still also really worried. Because even that, like, she was so confused. She said, they were picking the date and it wasn't her date and there were another, like, it was just, and I don't know that she would have done that outside of the Alzheimer's. So I was worried. Separately, there is a little bit of a lull in April with work, and until the end of the month, and then things pick back up again. So I think around Easter break, I was way behind on cleaning stuff out of the house, and I started going through some stuff, and it included a couple old laptops that I was trying to figure out how to recycle or do whatever with, and to include one that Carol had given me.
And before we talk about that laptop, did you do anything else or look anything else up online or make any phone calls related to options that you were looking into for Carol Mitchell?
I mean, I've done a lot over time. Talked to lawyers. I'd pulled up, in the fall once, I'd pulled up, there's a thing on driver's license so that you can ask to have a family member checked. And they can do things like say, they can't drive past a certain distance. So like they know their town and they can drive there, but not, farther away where they might get lost. I'd pulled that up and almost did it. And then she got a new car with a GPS, and I was hoping that would help. I know at one point I looked up the Detroit Lakes Police Department to see if there was a social worker, because my town has a social worker, but they didn't. Again, I think that was a lot to do with concern with like getting lost, to see if there was a way to, I don't know how to say it, kind of keep an eye out. I don't know the exact timing of everything.
You've testified that you're a state senator. Why not call Becker County and sort of lean on them and, say, I need help with my stepmother, and sort of, say your name and try to get that done?
I don't think that works how people think it works. I mean, I've literally called on, I don't usually do that for stuff for myself. I just feel weird about using my position for personal things. But even when I'm doing it for constituents, the last time I called my county for something for a constituent, and I know the people in my county, I still got bounced around for an hour to try and find, saying my name and title, to find the answer I needed for something social services related. I know kind of some of the social services places tend to have, and at least my impression is more of the stuff for seniors is a little bit more like if there's food insecurity, housing insecurity, like I don't know that the services would fit. And the final reason is in today's political climate, I honestly don't think, like I wouldn't want to do it anyway, but the political climate can be pretty bad, and you don't know if you're going to get worse treatment if you say, you're a politician. So I can't imagine that would help anything.
When you were reading those text messages, Carol Mitchell mentioned something about giving you a small bobber with some of your father's ashes. Did she actually follow through with that?
She did.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Ryan?
All right, we've been watching the testimony of Nicole Mitchell in her own defense in her felony trial in Becker County Court, that's in Detroit Lakes, for 2 counts, one a burglary, one a possession of burglary tools, for an incident from April of 2024 in which she was caught, and we've seen the body camera videos, several of them, in the basement of her stepmom's home, which was the home of her late father, dressed in all black with a flashlight, etc. She had come in through a basement window, hence the burglary charges, and the burglary tool charges are related to a crowbar found outside one of the windows. and her flashlight, and they found some gloves on her at the police station that they did not keep for evidence, but her flashlight gloves. And she took the stand in her own defense probably around 9:30, 9:45 or so this morning. And now we are breaking for lunch. We don't know exactly how long that is. Typically in the court cases we've covered, it's hour 15, sometimes an hour and a half. Just sort of depends what time they break and where they are in the testimony. She got into, we're getting to the point now, Paul, where they're getting close to the morning in question, April 22nd.
I'm just doing some math in my head.
Yeah.
I mean, but she's been on the stand for nearly 2 hours.
Yep.
And no, we haven't gotten to the moment. We heard about the date.
Yep.
Because we go up to the April 22nd, 2024, but we don't get to the house or anything. But clearly there are issues that we see with the ashes and the internment, and some real conflict in that family about the date that the ashes are going to go in the ground.
Yep.
And she wants to be there. She wants her kids to be there. She wants other loved ones to be there. And Carol Mitchell seems intent on keeping that date. Because after that point, it sounds like there's no contact until
pretty much. Yeah, she said
until
Carol
the break-in.
texted her once, but she cut off all contact. And this is about a month or so before the morning in question here. And she said really that came down to, she read through a text exchange. It got pretty emotional there. She's reading through this, where she wants to be there for the interment of her father's ashes. It comes on a date where she cannot get away from the Capitol. And she said she even, in this text message, contacted the cemetery to find out if other dates could work, and that Good Friday, a day that they have off as legislators, would work, and that she was told that, well, it doesn't work for other people. And then she testified she felt that her stepmom was more concerned about some of her friends getting there than about the family members getting there for that interment of the ashes. So that led to a lot of emotion, and you can see that here. And they just referenced a laptop.
Yeah, the laptop.
So, but being just brought up in reference, they'll get to that after the lunch break, about this laptop of Carol's that was found in Nicole's possession that morning, that in the opening statement from the defense said that Carol had given it to Nicole at some point. There's no explanation as to why she would be carrying that with her in this home, and why would you bring that back? But clearly she set up a lot of concern over her stepmom's behavior, paranoia, accusations of stealing, accusations that she's trying to get, that Nicole's just concerned about the estate and money. And she had testified that she was concerned about money to the extent of having enough money to last to pay for assisted living and memory care if it got to that point. So,
and I'm really interested to hear, because the internment, what's it going to be, a month before?
Yeah.
Right? So what is it on that moment, on that April 22nd, that snapping point or that decision-making point, where she then drives the 200 miles from Woodbury up to Detroit Lakes? I'm curious. We're going to get there. She's going to have to explain why finally that night to do what she did.
Yep.
But clearly the jury's getting the background.
Yeah.
The family, dynamic, the deteriorating relationship, the hard feelings.
Yep. If you're looking at the defense telling the jurors, don't look at what happened, but why it happened. And these 2 hours have all been building that foundation of why it happened. Let's bring Marsh Hallberg, defense attorney, back in. Again, we need to clarify, not connected to this case, but certainly a lot of experience in court cases and defenses. As we led up towards the end of her testimony here for the morning before the lunch break, getting very emotional and leading up to the morning in question, what did you grab out of that was important for the jury to hear that could be very beneficial to her defense?
Well, I think more than just the answer to one specific question, it was the several hours that we've had to just rebuild this whole theme about the heartache, the frustration, the change in Carol over time, and the general concept that she's a good person, and other family members are kind of working with her to try to, what do we do with Carol? What do we do? So I think it was kind of just a lot of little pieces all together that reinforced that central theme.
And as we're getting into this, the text message exchange here and her emotion about the kind of a dispute over the date of interring the ashes, and that really did seem to lead her up to an emotional breaking point where she said she didn't communicate with her anymore, and just concerns about her behavior. Again, how does that, in your view, lead up to what we'll hear after the lunch break as we get into her decision to go enter her stepmother's home without anybody knowing?
Well, I think one point is that by putting these text messages in through the defense, they're kind of saying, geez, law enforcement, if you'd bothered to, download her phone and to go back and check for other data, you would have seen this information, but it's coming in through us because you guys didn't want to even bother to check the phone, check for DNA, do things to really put this whole story out there. So the police, a little bit throwing them under the bus for that regard. I think it just shows what an incredible intense those last couple of text messages, right? How hurtful those were, going back and forth, and how the bridges were burnt at that point. And she's saying, I had no other choice. We talked about clock management. Again, excellent job by the defense, because we're at the noon break. We got that hour and a half, whatever break for them to go through it. Their goal is to get done with Nicole today, so that and the state as well, so the state doesn't have over the lunch hour to really rebuild or tweak its cross-examination, because nothing that's been said so far is really in controversy. You can nitpick something here or there. We're just really starting to get to the meat and potatoes. Why didn't you contact other people? They talked a little bit about social workers trying to maybe reach out there. The backlash of being a politician may actually be worse for you than helpful in getting local people to help you out. They touched on a little of that stuff that was kind of brought up by the state on cross, but all the major stuff we haven't heard from yet.
And do you think they did enough in those questions about, the way she answered, she's a politician, it might hurt more, the social worker aspect? Do we need to hear a little bit more before we get to that date from the defense about efforts Nicole Mitchell took before she makes the drive, pries open that window and crawls through the basement window? Do we need to hear that she took another couple steps to again try to justify her actions?
Well, I think we'd like to hear that, but I'm not sure we have that. They may have given us the best they've got. Nicole said some vague stuff about I checked to find out if there was a local social worker like they have where I live, but didn't really go into what did you do, call, emails, how many times did you try to do that? Did you talk to anybody? I don't think there are answers to that. I don't think that happened. So I think they maybe hit that as best they could, but there really isn't maybe a lot more to that.
That may be all they have. I know there was a quick reference there to that older gentleman that was friends with the dad, Jim, was Headland, who testified, that she had hoped to get his contact information at one point, kind of leaving maybe a breadcrumb there that she was efforting, trying to get into Carol's world to effort it, because I do still think that they're probably, even though they may not come, but there probably has to be another level of check-in before you'd like to see that if you're going to ask the jury to forgive, in essence, what she did. So it may not be there. They may not have it, and this, may in fact be come down to the hearts of the jury, whether it's criminal or not. But if you're kind of looking to try to build up the defense case in any way, you'd want to maybe, I checked in with the doctor, they didn't want to go, we couldn't take that step. There were, one or two other doors that I tried to knock on, but didn't quite get there. But if that's that's what they have. That's the crux of it.
Yeah. So
if I'm the defense, I think I'm going to point out to say, look, remember how the prosecution asked the chief of police, aren't there things you'd always do different or do better in hindsight? And he said, of course, they are. So they gave some grace to the law enforcement for not doing everything perfectly. Yeah. I might comment on that in closing to say, just like hindsight's 20/20 for all of us, just like the police regret they didn't keep the gloves or didn't do this or didn't do that. Sure, it would have been better for Nicole to have checked in with some more people or done another letter, email, whatever. Sure, but that's all, we're doing this in the moment. This woman's got a crazy life with her family life, her professional life, her family to deal with her stepmother. So let's not be too hard for her for not making extra phone calls.
And how much do you think that matters to the buildup of basically what would have been the last 15 months leading up to that moment, to the break-in? I mean, everything from foot surgery to an intense legislative session to foster situations to, to losing loved ones in this horrific, the elderly guy who fell and, they didn't discover him till, a day or two later. I mean, she's got a jam-packed 15 months leading up to this moment. How much does that matter to the jury?
Well, that's going to go to this whole thing, but I was just in a blur at that point, as the one jailer talked about as well, that she seemed disconnected or off in her own world, right? And you take the average middle-class person, throw them on the ground and put handcuffs on them, they're in a tizzy, right? Because they're not used to that.
For a jury, Marsh, does the story that we're hearing, and which is hits a lot of emotional points here, is this or will this become enough in your view to overcome what the prosecution has established, is that the what and the where does fit the elements of the crime as charged, whereas the defense is saying look at the why? I mean, are they getting to that point of overcoming the prosecution evidence that fits the elements of the crime as charged?
Well, I don't think so yet, but again, the point is going to be, is the jury going to follow precisely the letter of the jury instructions they receive or not? Because that's what the prosecution is going to say. Remember, you promised, you took an oath before you took 2 oaths before you got seated as a juror in this case. You promised to follow the law, whether you agree with it or not. And that law is that if we prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt, you're going to find her guilty. And we proved each of these things. All the why things that you talked about, frustration, heartache, being a good person, and other things, all that stuff is perhaps relevant for a sentencing issue, but it's not relevant for guilt or innocence.
And Marsh, playing on the flip side, like from the state's perspective, we talked about where the defense may have been able to object, or some of these things might be too far afield from what happens that morning, 4:45, April 22nd, in Detroit Lakes, in the home of Nicole Mitchell. Were there some opportunities in all of that just came in where the state could have been more aggressive in keeping some of that stuff out, or is all of that build up to her feelings?
Yeah, I think the style these attorneys have both adopted here, sometimes we see wars, right, where there's an objection every 5 seconds and fight and fight and fight. We're in small town USA. People like a more friendly approach here. There's been just a handful of objections in this whole trial. The reason it's moving so quickly. Both lawyers know what they're doing. I think they're both good trial lawyers.
Yeah.
So I think that whole style has been, let stuff in. You don't want to look like you're hiding.
And what does that set up? Does that say anything about what we could expect on a cross-examination late today? Where they kind of do it with kid gloves, or do you see an aggressive tact from the prosecutor?
I think they get more aggressive on that because this is an adult. She can handle it. She's a legislator. She's a big girl. So I think they're going to hit that pretty hard. And they'll have a lot of questions set up in a row. And this is maybe, a lot of times I don't write out my questions for a witness. I have general topics like your background, your family, just that word on a piece of paper. And I know the things I want to talk about in that. But in this kind of a really rapid fire cross-examination they could develop, if it was me, I'd be having, a page of boom, 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 boom questions in a row to knock them off one after another.
Wow. So we're getting to the point here again where they brought up the laptop. They brought up, we're in the weeks now before the incident here in April of 2024. When she comes back on the stand after lunch, and we're trying to find out exactly what time that'll be, and we'll let you know when we do, what do you need to hear from her in terms of an explanation about her actions that may lead somebody, the jury, to say, okay, this maybe was not the crime that it appears to be? What do you need to hear?
Well, right. So we've got the 2 laptops. So one where arguably she's going to say, right, that was given to us and I was returning it to her because I didn't want any accusation that we had stolen something from her. And so to be proactive on that, I brought the laptop back in advance. The others is mine. I don't know why she has to take her laptop into that house. I just don't know. And I have a question for that. I don't know what the answer is going to be, unless you guys think of one.
I have no idea either. I mean, that's one of the questions, is if you're doing this and, you're going to check on her and then, state that maybe you wanted a few things of your dad, although, again, she may say that that's just what I told Carol because I didn't want her to tell her the truth, that I was checking on her situation and agitate her. But yeah, why you would have those laptops in a bag with you, there's got to be an explanation there. they would have to address that, right? Or else the jury is going to wonder, what was this about?
No, they'd have to. It's going to come up on cross. And, we've heard virtually nothing about the second felony charge. It's still a felony, right? Possession of burglary tools. And there's no long magical list that the following things are burglary tools: a pry bar, a screwdriver, or whatever. So anything can arguably be a burglary tool. In this case, you've got a bunch: pry bar, and with the gloves and the flashlight and the black clothing and all those kinds of things. So I would expect something from the state on that as well about why did you take all those things, or where, what you did, and everything else. And the answer's got to be because I didn't want to wake her up. I didn't want to disturb her. I wanted to secretly enter her home. And that's part of the burglary. So they were aiding her in accomplishing her goal.
If they
that's what we can argue at closing.
Yeah, Marcia, if they can convince the jury that she did not have the intent to take items from the home, even, if she says, I just told her I was there to get my dad's things, I didn't mean, I just was there checking on things. If they can convince the jury there was not an intent to take items, does that affect the burglary charge? I mean, does the burglary charge need to contain intent to remove items?
It really is that'd be an interesting appeal issue, right? If they found her not guilty of burglary one and found her guilty of possession of burglary tools, because you argue that's really inconsistent. So we'd see if that would be an interesting issue on appeal, that it's just an inconsistent verdict that's there. Now, having said that, a lot of times both sides talk about what I call a throwaway charge, is that a lot of times you like more than one charge as a defense attorney, because you like to argue, don't convict her of the big one, convict her of the small one. So convict of the burglary tools, don't convict of the burg one. So both sides get something. I talk about it in my closings as well when I was a prosecutor, that people want to be fair. And a lot of times they think it's King Solomon, right? You give half to each side is the logic. So, gosh, these both seem to be nice lawyers. They've done a nice job. She seems like a nice person, but there's the law that seems pretty clear. So let's split the baby, so to speak, and let's give each side something. So we'll convict on one and not convict on the other.
Is intent to remove items essential element of the burglary charge?
It is, because it's part of, you have to be there to commit the burglary, and the burglary includes the intent. So it's one step down. Got to have the tools to do the burglary. To have the burglary, you got to have the intent.
Yeah.
So it's gonna weave in there.
And that's different from, say, breaking and entering.
Well, we use that as a layman's term. Just break and enter is kind of our burglary tool versus robbery, which is like just robbing a person out on the street. The burglary is entering the structure.
So if there was no intent to remove, would that have been more than a trespass charge? But if you forcefully entered, that's where it legally gets a little bit gray, right? Where you got to deal with intent. Right,
and it's interesting that the judge did not let them have the trespass charge, right? The defense still got the benefit of that argument, said we would have pled to that had it been charged. Mm-hmm. So they still got the benefit of that without having to actually have it charged. So that's the fallback for the defense in our closing is, she did something wrong. She committed a crime. She committed a crime of trespass. And she would have pled guilty to that if they just charged her with that. But no, they had to go full bore here and go way over the top with the burg one.
And just to Marcia's earlier point, I was just kind of looking it up. I wanted to make sure I was accurate. But that secondary charge was added late. The defense fought it, kind of describing, Marsh, what your point was it's almost sort of an element of the crime, and the judge kept it, but it was added in an amended complaint about 10 months later. It was kind of a moment in time where the defense was arguing that they're kind of going after her because she's a lawmaker, because of the high-profile nature of the case, that they tacked on this charge that was either gratuitous or not. You could not get a compatible verdict on it. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Yeah.
I'm curious, Marsh, just in terms of watching her. This felt, at least to me, from where I'm sitting watching on television, we wonder sometimes if defendants are coached when they're up there. This felt like heartfelt testimony. Obviously there will be some questions coming forth about, the break-in, what she's doing in the house, where perhaps the answers might be, she might have worked to, be more concise and, kind of the coaching term we sometimes use in observation. But would you agree that this was just kind of her and her attorney kind of going back and forth this morning?
Yeah, I think, trust me, they went through every one of these questions. They practiced that, and lawyers will sit with on important questions. An attorney will sit with their client and ask them a question. You know, okay, there's another way you could say that if you agree it's accurate. Let's say it a little differently, or speak faster. Look at the jury when you say this, and let's say, okay, now let's do it again. Let's do it again. Let's do it again.
Yeah.
So there are questions that you have asked or practiced, sandpapered your witness on numerous times. It can still come off as being fresh or unrehearsed, but it's rehearsed.
You don't put her out there if it's not rehearsed. Did you want to take that break or do some sound?
Yeah, Marsh, we're gonna. We're told that it's time that we take a 2-minute break. If you want to hold on, we can talk to you a little bit more after that break. And then as this lunch break continues, then we're going to replay some of the testimony from earlier. But a couple more questions for you if you want to hang on. And we're going to take a 2-minute break and be right back.
Okay.
All right, welcome back to our continuing coverage of the felony burglary trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell in Becker County Court in Detroit Lakes. She took the stand this morning between 9:30 and 10 a.m. And she has been on the stand ever since then. There was a morning break. Now they're on a lunch break, and they are just getting to the point here in the testimony, building up the entire kind of history of her relationship with her father and her stepmother, her father's death, the things that came out of there, the beginning of the Alzheimer's diagnosis, the behavior treatment, and the deterioration of the relationship with her stepmom about a month before the incident in April 2024, where Nicole Mitchell, was discovered in the basement of the home after her stepmother called 911. So that is to come after the lunch break. Again, really interesting in establishing this and her trauma, how she's distraught. And she's really painting a picture here too, is that she's concerned about the family finances and the estate. And as you would expect her to do this, not over her own greed or concern, but that the estate will pay for the assisted living and or memory care of Carol, and that there's enough to go on, and just a lot of issues there. That's what she's setting up.
And I think that's a delicate dance, right? Because there is this sort of allegation that she's greedy, she's after Carol's money, but if she can describe it as, no, I don't want her money, I don't want, whatever the estate is worth. I think in the criminal complaint it says Rod's estate's worth about $175,000 all in, but now she's doing the math in her head that, Carol's care is eventually going to fall on me. We need to make sure we stretch that money out now that I know how much, memory care and long-term, care is. So That's how they're playing it.
That's her testimony.
Yeah,
that's the defense, is that this is my motivation over the family estate. And it's, and when it comes to Carol making a will and the inheritance and the way who's managing that and how this is going to play out, and is there enough money there to pay for her long-term care? That's the way that's kind of what we've ended up with, just leading up to the events of April of 2024.
And that's where the question is going to get very difficult.
Yeah.
Because that's what, the jury, now, you're setting the page, or you're a much more sympathetic figure perhaps as you're looking across from her in that courtroom. But now, okay, prying over that window, what are we thinking there?
Why did you
lying
decide?
On the floor of the bedroom, what are we thinking there? What are those glove, flashlight gloves doing?
Why did you decide to do this when you knew that Carol would be asleep and you had to break in? And what were you trying to get in the house? Were you trying to get anything? Were you trying to, if you're there to check on her, but not necessarily on her, were you trying to check on other things? Why the laptop, in the bag, et cetera, et cetera. So as we wait out this lunch break here, though, there's some pretty impactful testimony. If you've missed it, we do want to replay some of that for you. And this is, tell us what this.
So this is about an hour ago. She's on the witness stand. She's talking about the staggering 2023 year that she had. And then again, the break-in, the burglary, the alleged burglary is April of 2024. So we're kind of in this 15-month window leading up to this time, early morning hours when she makes the 200-mile drive from Woodbury to Detroit Lakes. But she's setting it up. She's talking about foot surgery from a military injury. She's got foster children drama in her life, foster dogs. She's lost loved ones, and then up until this clip will take you up until the the drama and then the pain around the internment of her father's ashes, and how that had a really big impact between the relationship she was having with her stepmother.
Yeah, right up to where they are going to introduce the text messages, and then we'll stop there. But so this really gets into the why for the defense.
Exactly.
Not the what, but the why. Here's a bit of that testimony from just a bit earlier.
Your Aunt Nancy Lund testified a little bit about this yesterday, but there seemed to be quite a bit of traumatic events that happened to the Mitchell family in 2023, in addition to your dad's death. Can you talk about those and how those affected you?
It wasn't a good year. Right before the start of the year, I had to have my foot reconstructed because of military injuries. So I was on a non-weight-bearing cast. I couldn't even put my foot down. An aunt of mine had died from basically a fall, but then no one found her. Dad died in March. In the Senate, I loved my job, but it was, even the old timers said it was the craziest session ever. And there were nights we were there until, I think the record was 6 a.m., but it was just nonstop. The foster baby I had they were starting to work toward transitioning him back to his mother. He was the sixth kid. She'd never cared for any of her kids, and one had died in her care. And they were going to give him back to her. And I was scared for him, and I had to give back this child I had raised for 2 years to someone who had never stayed off drugs. She would let me come visit him, and every time I went to the door, he would come running and screaming and say home. All this stuff with trying to take care of Carol. My cousin, who was only 39, died of a lung issue that was a kind of an agonizing, not good thing. Nancy's ex-husband died, and it was I would call him my closest cousin, Tim, because our kids are the same age and they play together, and so we talk a lot. That found him still alive, but he died. And then one of my other aunts died at the end of the year. It was it was not a good year.
Can you talk a little bit more about how your aunt's ex-husband's death affected you? I think his name was Ron Lund.
Yeah. So, as I said, Ron, I think Nancy said, Nancy Lund, I believe, had said this, but so Ron Lund fell in his home, and I believe the kids had been trying to contact him, and then finally Tim went over to the house with his wife, and they found him alive, but I believe unconscious, and they don't know if he had been there for 1 or 2 days. And they got him to the hospital, but I think he died within a couple of days. Tim was understandably pretty shaken up finding him in that condition. And the rest of us were shaken up too. And I know for sure Nancy and I had some conversations about being concerned about Carol. She also has some osteoporosis, so she would be someone that would be at risk for a bone break. There were steep stairs in the house. There were sometimes she'd text back right away, and then sometimes she wouldn't text for a couple days. And you knew she was probably okay, but sometimes your mind would go to the worst. It was just scary.
Was this the only time you experienced a loss of a relative in the same way as Ron Lund?
No, as I mentioned, so it technically wasn't in 2023. It was right after Christmas in 2022. But my aunt, I call her my aunt. She was technically my mom's cousin, but they were closer than her sisters were. So she, a few years before that, her son had moved her closer, but then he wasn't doing the best job actually checking on her, and I know other relatives would try to, but I believe she'd had a switch in medication, and they think maybe a reaction to that had made her fall or pass out. But a neighbor had been trying to get a hold of her, and the neighbor finally, I think they know that was on a Wednesday, and the neighbor finally talked the manager, or I think the last contact with her had been Wednesday morning, and then without a contact for a couple of days, the neighbor got the manager to open the door on Friday. And same thing, she was, I think, unconscious. She lived a couple more weeks, but then there were just too many medical things and she passed.
Did the way that these two family members died affect your feelings about Carol Mitchell?
I'm probably just a worrier in general. And when you've seen bad things happen, especially like for my mom, I worry about my mom, but my stepdad's there. For Carol, she was on her own, and there were a lot of things going on, and it was really hard not to see things that were kind of the worst case scenario happen to other people and not think like that couldn't happen to this person too.
Do you remember the date that your father's ashes were interred?
March 19th of 2024.
Did you attend the interment?
I did not.
Were you invited to attend?
I was.
By whom?
Carol Mitchell.
Can you tell us a little bit more about why you didn't attend if you were invited?
So, about a week and a half before, with the anniversary of Dad's passing coming up, you know, I knew it was going to be hard for all of us. And I wanted to make sure that Carol had support. But it was also going to be that same week at work where it was almost impossible for me to get away. I shouldn't say almost impossible. Like, if I wasn't there, things I'd been working on would not get done. That year, my biggest thing was I'd taken over a child protection task force, and we'd worked on a lot of things for hopefully to help kids. And there just wasn't any way I could be there that day. But the next week was Easter, or yeah, the next week, the Friday was Good Friday, and then Easter was the Sunday. And the boys were going to be off, and so I believe I'd said something about like I can't get up that day because that year it fell on a Tuesday, but I could come up, you know, the weekends or the next week. We would be in town. I would be the boys would be there too, and then we could all do a visit. And I don't remember if it was that conversation or a different one, but I'd also asked about the ashes, and at some point she had told me the ground was too frozen and that wasn't going to be until April.
So what happened once this conflict was identified? Conflict in schedule, right? You're not able to come up on the date that it's set. What happens?
So in the original conversation, the internment wasn't supposed to happen until April. And then, so the anniversary was on a Tuesday, and I believe it was Friday, she texts and says that it's going to happen on that Tuesday. And it would have been almost impossible for me to get off, but especially with only 2 business days of notice, there was just no way, because it wasn't just my schedule, it was like everyone's schedule that week. And so I know I said, like, well, that wasn't a day I could be available. Is there maybe another day we could do it? And I know that Friday was in my head because the boys would be off school, I would already be in town, like all the things. And I think she said that was the only day they could even do it. And that sounded weird, that would be the only day they could do it. And I thought she was confused. So I actually called the cemetery and the caretaker and said, you know, just asking, are there other days available? I know it's Good Friday. Would that day be available if it worked? He had said that day would actually work really well. So by that time, I was putting most of my stuff in writing to Carol, texts or letters. So it was a text.
And did you take screenshots of those text messages?
I did.
And did you provide those screenshots to your attorneys?
I did. There had been so much stuff over the past year. I didn't want to upset her because she would get agitated and And I felt like I just kept shoving down my emotions to not rock the boat. When she was giving away Dad's stuff without telling us so that we could even look at it. Times we would set up a visit, and there was one time I drove all the way up and forgot about it. And she didn't show up, and we were worried. And then when we finally tracked her down, because she thought it was lost again, she'd forgotten and just had gone somewhere else for the day. And I'd done a whole trip for no reason. Just constant stuff. And I kept trying to she was struggling, and I didn't say anything but that was the one thing that it was so hard, because we loved him too, and the people that were coming were going to be, I could guess who it was going to be, and it was probably a couple other retirees who could have come any day. And it seemed like she wasn't going to change it because she was more concerned about a couple of her friends than us actually being able to be there. And I feel badly that some of my hurt clearly came out, because I usually just tried, like Nancy said yesterday, when she'd say hurtful things. I mean, there was still a lot of loving stuff, but more of that sort of stuff was leaking out. And that one time I was just so hurt that I kind of stood up for myself, but probably not in the best way.
How much contact did you have with Carol Mitchell after this fight about the interment until April 22nd, the night of the incident that is at issue here?
She texted me a couple times, like a couple days later. I never contacted her again. I was feeling so emotionally beat up by that point. And there was so much other stuff going on. And I just couldn't keep doing it. And I needed a break.
During that month where you were not communicating anymore with Carol Mitchell, were you doing anything related to your concerns about her?
I mean, I was hurt and I needed a break, but I was still also really worried. Because even that, like, she was so confused. She said, they were picking the date and it wasn't her date, and there were another, like, it was just, and I don't know that she would have done that outside of the Alzheimer's. So I was worried. Separately, there is a little bit of a lull in April with work, and until the end of the month, and then things pick back up again. So I think around Easter break, I was way behind on cleaning stuff out of the house, and I started going through some stuff, and it included a couple old laptops that I was trying to figure out how to recycle or do whatever with, and to include one that Carol had given me.
And before we talk about that laptop, do Did you do anything else or look anything else up online or make any phone calls related to options that you were looking into for Carol Mitchell?
I mean, I've done a lot over time. Talked to lawyers. I'd pulled up, in the fall once, I'd pulled up, there's a thing on driver's license so that you can ask to have a family member checked. And they can do things like say, they can't drive past a certain distance. So like they know their town and they can drive there, but not, farther away where they might get lost. I'd pulled that up and almost did it. And then she got a new car with the GPS and I was hoping that would help. I know at one point I looked up the Detroit Lakes Police Department to see if there was a social worker, because my town has a social worker, but they didn't. Again, I think that was a lot to do with concern with like getting lost, to see if there was a way to, I don't know how to say it, kind of keep an eye out. I don't know the exact timing of everything.
You've testified that you're a state senator. Why not call Becker County and sort of lean on them and, say, I need help with my stepmother, and sort of, say your name and try to get that done?
I don't think that works how people think it works. I mean, I've literally called on, I don't usually do that for stuff for myself. I just feel weird about using my position for personal things. But even when I'm doing it for constituents, the last time I called my county for something for a constituent, and I know the people in my county, I still got bounced around for an hour to try and saying my name and title to find the answer I needed for something social services related. I know kind of some of the social services places tend to have, and at least my impression is more of the stuff for seniors is a little bit more like if there's food insecurity, housing insecurity, like I don't know that the services would fit. And the final reason is in today's political climate, I honestly don't think, like I wouldn't want to do it anyway, but the political climate can be pretty bad, and you don't know if you're going to get worse treatment if you say, you're a politician. So I can't imagine that would help anything.
When you were reading those text messages, Carol Mitchell mentioned something about giving you a small bobber with some of your father's ashes. Did she actually follow through with that?
She did.
Okay, we're hearing a portion there of the testimony leading up to the lunch break, or shortly before that with Nicole Mitchell on her trial.
Did she at the end there affirm that she got a small bobber of ashes? Okay.
Yeah.
I know because there's been some talk about ashes.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I heard that right
Yeah,
before.
no, I think that was an affirmative that she did. But obviously the internment, the actual burial of the main portion of ashes is what is at the heart of the family.
That she missed out on.
Yeah.
No, again, to reset this, she's charged with 2 counts, 2 felony counts here, burglary and possession of burglary tools for an incident in April of 2024, which we will then get into once her testimony resumes after lunch. And, she's got still, this is all trying to get the sympathy of the jury,
right,
which is what the defense said. It's about why this occurred, not what, because the what is pretty clear.
Yeah, no, there is a break-in. She is not welcomed into that house.
Yeah.
She's clearly, in burglary garb. I mean, I described it almost as stereotypical, like an emoji burglar, black. The flashlight's got a black sock on it. She's parked the car off to the side street so she's not detected.
Yeah.
She's caught red-handed, as the state described, in the basement.
Yeah, she entered this house through a basement window.
Crawling on the floor.
In the dark of night at 4:45 a.m. and is caught in there and with burglary tools. And so, I mean, it really appears, and as Marsh Holberg has told us, is that through the prosecution, they made their case pretty well. And the body camera video shows she was pretty much caught red-handed doing what she is charged with doing. And the defense now, and with her testimony, is trying to just basically get sympathy from the jury about why it happened. And she's got a lot to explain for.
She does, and it will be very interesting to see how that story comes out, how the defense wants to portray that story, how they build it up. I mean, I think about some of the high-profile cases I've watched where witnesses take the stand, like a Kimberly Potter and the shooting of Dante Wright, and how you ask questions, what you get to, and then the defendant kind of in some of these moments has to really admit to nearly the entire crime. It's just you have to frame it right. So I'm really curious, and that will unfold over the afternoon, because we've gotten to the point now where the internment happened a month before the break-in. There's the breakdown in the relationship, a permanent one. And now what is going to drive Nicole to literally drive the 200 miles dead of night? She leaves at 1 a.m. It's a record on fact. She drives to Woodbury to do what she does. And we've seen the Amazon receipt. We've seen the tools. We've seen the dress. She does say she's thought about a social worker. She has at least conveyed her part of the story of what she's done to try to sort of get involved in her stepmother's life moving forward, the estate, her affairs, her deteriorating health. Is that enough to justify what then she does on April 22nd?
Yeah, and what you're seeing here is exactly why people plead not guilty to crimes where it seems pretty clear evidence that they may be guilty of those particular crimes, is that they want a chance to tell a jury that there's more to the story and try to convince a jury to kind of forgive or look the other way from the facts of the criminal charge into why it happened. That's really what's happening here, is to say, there's more to this, and there's a bigger context. But can they overcome the simple black and white facts of the case and of the charges?
The system is set up, but it is humans making the ultimate decisions on innocence and guilt. I just want to point out, Rob, the camera feed is only up based on the rules when witnesses are on the stand. So we are missing some of the arguments that are happening, sort of what I would describe off camera when the jury leaves the courtroom. Our camera goes down. Just reading some blogs from the courtroom, there was an issue. Apparently, those text messages we just saw from Nicole Mitchell between her and her stepmother. If you recall, and I asked, we were talking about it earlier in this week, like, what did it mean that there were no text messages on Carol's phone? The defense is alleging that Carol had erased her text exchanges, and they want the jury to know that. Because those texts were shown in the courtroom, there may be a bit of discrepancy. Like, wait a minute, I thought there were no text messages on Carol's phone. So they're actually in the form of accusing the state of a violation by not disclosing that, because they allowed their investigator to testify that there were no text messages found on Carol's phone.
And they want that explained to the jury.
They want that explained to the jury. That apparently the judge is going to discuss that or think about it over the lunch hour. We'll see. Certainly not a break fact of the case, but it's just interesting. We haven't been able to really bring you everything. If perhaps you've seen some coverage of live trials on court TV, there are definitely some elements we have not been able to show you. Please understand, that is not Fox 9. That is not us. That is rules set by the court. Minnesota just starting to dip its toes into cameras in the courtroom for criminal trials.
Well, the lunch break is set to end at 1:30. We are on a 10-minute delay from the video in the court, so we would bring that to you beginning around 1:40. Again, that's assuming they're on time. Trials sometimes are pretty well on time. Sometimes you see them slip 5 or 10 minutes from when the break is supposed to end. But approximately 1:40 p.m. is when we'll be able to resume bringing you the testimony of Nicole Mitchell in her own defense here. So we'll come on a little bit prior to that to kind of reset the plate as we're waiting for court to resume. So for now, we're going to take our own lunch break here because it's getting to be that time. I'm getting hungry. And we will be back in a little over half an hour or so, around 1:30 or so, to get ready to resume the testimony from Becker County Court. We'll see you in a bit.
Yeah, it was kind of annoying me. Like, I couldn't quite figure out. Well, I mean, I wanted to, like, Ryan, are you not?
All right, welcome back to our continuing coverage of the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell happening in Becker County in Detroit Lakes. This case got a lot of attention because she's a public figure, a sitting state senator. Otherwise, it would have been one that you may not have ever heard about, or it may have been pled a plea deal out of court. But she's a state senator, led to some political drama at the Capitol when news of this broke. Court has resumed. Her testimony continues. We're about to take that in a couple of minutes, and we're just getting to the point where she'll be testifying about the days leading up to when she was found in her stepmother's home, and then the events.
Yeah, we have to get up to April 22, 2024. She'll have to explain it. We talked as we went to our lunch break that there was we had a difficult time understanding whether she got a portion of her dad's ashes.
Yes.
I understand we'll get clarity on that real soon here.
Yeah, in a fishing bobber type
In a
urn.
fishing bobber, so a small amount of ashes, because there's some confusion, and it is not confusion, but as a criminal complaint read it talked about an issue in the family over ashes sent her to do what she did that April morning. So there is some clarity that she does have at least a small portion of her dad's ashes, but clearly the conflict that really exploded the family dynamic and the situation with her stepmother's health was the internment, the burial of the majority of the ashes.
That she was not able to attend because of her legislative duties and
wouldn't
frustration
move
that the date wouldn't move. And then the laptops that she was discovered with, one of hers and one of her stepmom's, in a bag, jammed in a basement window there. Some clarity on that too. Again, burglary and possession of burglary tools are the two felony charges against her. And the prosecution's case, with all the body camera video, seems to really very much show that much of this fits the elements of the crime. And so she's got a lot to do to explain to a jury why they should potentially not find her guilty of those crimes, even though the situation does seem to fit. And so again, she's got a lot of context to add here about the why this happened rather than the what happened, but explaining some of the what as well. We resume the testimony of Nicole Mitchell in her own defense in Becker County Court.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Mitchell, before we move on to a different subject, there was a debate in the office about what your last answer was because the microphone broke a little bit. So just to be clear, we were talking about that small bobber that Carol Mitchell had promised to give you part of Rod Mitchell's ashes. Did you receive that bobber? They don't want us to answer this question.
Yes.
Thank you. Let's talk about the week leading up to April 22nd. Were you doing anything related to Carol Mitchell this week? Or that week, I should say. At some point, I had gone through the computer to possibly donate it or see what I was going to do. It was very old and not really usable. And let me stop you there, just because I had done it before and you had mentioned a computer, but we didn't actually talk about it. And so why don't you explain the computer you're talking about and how it came into your possession?
Okay. So I'd come up on basically a business trip to the area late October of 2023 and had a seminar in the evening and then a visit the next day. And Carol met me for dinner and then breakfast, and then actually went with me on the trip, kind of a field trip the next day. And when we got back, she'd been having a lot of problems with her phone, so sometimes a text wouldn't download or whatever. I was looking at, we had like an hour-long visit after we got back to the house. So I was looking at it for her, the phone, and had said, it might work better sometimes if you connect it to the house's wireless versus always just using the signal on the phone. And she said, I don't have wireless, or I don't have internet. And I knew she did because I used to be at the house a lot, working there, and my phone was connected. I could see the internet was there. And so I explained, you do have internet. And she said, no, I got rid of it. And I asked for more details. And basically she had gotten really afraid of technology and scammers and all those things. And so she said she got rid of her email and had deleted all the emails, and that was how she got rid of her email. So she thought she got rid of her email account by just deleting all the emails. And for the internet, she said, and then I unplugged the laptops and put them away, and I don't use them anymore, so I don't have internet. And I explained, it was kind of like your landline phone, where if you unplug the line is still there, and she kind of got it. And then she got upset that she still had internet and made herself a note to get rid of the internet. And we were talking about technology anymore, and she was like, and I don't use any of this stuff, I just don't want it. And I apologize.
So after she said that she no longer wanted any of her technology, what did Carol Mitchell do?
She'd also mentioned the tablets, and if the boys wanted them, they each had a tablet. And then she offered me a computer, and I kind of hated to say no when she offered something, because she would kind of give you whatever was in her head. It wasn't necessarily what you'd asked for. But I didn't want her to think I was saying no to things, so she would quit offering, because I'd never actually been able to get any personal effects for the kids or anything. So I was thinking my kids could use it for gaming and stuff, because sometimes they use my computer and would, get into stuff that would mess up my work. So I accepted it.
Did it end up being able to be used for gaming for your sons?
No, when I looked at it, it was so old. Trying to get onto anything took a minute or two, and it had stuff going back to at least 2015. It was an old computer.
Was the laptop itself password protected?
No, her name would come up, but if you clicked it, it went right in.
So when you were beginning your testimony, this is the laptop that you're talking about you getting into?
Correct.
Okay, so let's go back there. You had mentioned that it was a lull in the Senate and you were doing some spring cleaning.
So I was trying to go through things that, I maybe needed to get rid of, and wanted to take a closer look at it to make sure there wasn't anything on it that I should, save off before getting rid of it. As I went through it, at some point, I found that despite what she had said about getting rid of the email, it still did have access to the email. And then I looked through it for any documents, pictures, anything that needed to be saved. At some point, I had looked through the email because just in case there was anything important that, had gotten missed, because they did use email a lot, and had seen both some financial things that concerned me, like a lot of messages that said incorrect PIN entered for debit card, and then I'd also seen in there that there were some medical appointments.
What did you do when you saw that there were medical appointment emails?
So there were 2 reminder emails for April, one early in the month, I want to say maybe April 2nd, and another one on April 17th. And I think the first time I looked, maybe I didn't do any more with that. But I'd been pretty worried, and at some point, I didn't think there would be any chance that I would get into anything, because I couldn't imagine they'd set it up. But I did try to follow the link to see if I could find anything more about the appointment.
So you follow the link. What happens next?
It did seem that there was a My Chart set up, and I was able to get into it.
Was the My Chart through Sanford?
Correct.
And was there a password on that?
Yes.
How did you get in if there was a password?
So there was some autofill that I tried, and I don't think anything ever worked. So I believe I just did it was my parents. So I just did the security questions, I think, and reset it.
So once you reset it, were you able to get into Carol Mitchell's Sanford MyChart?
Yes.
What did you see?
I believe I went in there twice. I believe the first time I got in there, it looked like it maybe hadn't really been set up once you were inside, like where you couldn't, like I couldn't see anything that I remember, like maybe just basic, like who the person's chart it was, but I don't remember finding anything.
What about the second time?
So there had been an appointment scheduled for April 17th.
Of?
I'm sorry, of 2024. And again, since I really didn't recall that I'd found anything the first time, I didn't assume that anything would be in there. But it kind of ate at me for a couple days after the appointment had gone by, and I was worried. And so the 17th would have been a Wednesday. That Saturday, which I believe was the 20th, I went in and looked again to see if I could see anything.
And the 20th, does that match with the date from those Sanford subpoena records that you saw yesterday?
Yes.
So the second time, when you go into Carol Mitchell's MyChart, do you look at the records from her, would it be April 17th visit?
I was able to find notes from that.
Tell the jury about those notes you saw.
Objection, best evidence rule.
Approach. Okay, we're ready. Mr. McDonald?
Objections withdrawn, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. DeCray?
Just to reorient you, Ms. Mitchell, can you please tell us what you saw in the April 17th medical records of Carol Mitchell's appointment in Sanford?
So the appointment had been an Alzheimer's checkup, one of the checkups she was doing every 6 months. And there was a bunch of stuff in there. One, that it was a Wednesday and she had gotten the day of the week wrong. She had it as a Tuesday. That I knew this, but that, you know, she was struggling with depression. That she said she was drinking 3 to 4 days a week. That she had gotten lost on the way to the appointment. That no one was there with her. There was a note kind of with that, I think, that said the family should probably be going to Alzheimer's support groups or something like that. I kind of took the three things, I believe they were together. You know, she got lost, no one was with her, the family should be going to support groups. I kind of took it as, and I was probably taking this a little bit personally, but like, why wasn't anyone there? Those are the significant things I remembered. It said she was taking sleeping pills at night, which I already knew. And it listed, I think, some supplements she was taking.
Would the clicking of those medical records be the things that we saw on that Sanford subpoena that Officer Glander testified to yesterday?
Yes.
Of all the things that you just described in the notes, what worried you the most?
Well, the driving had been a persistent theme. The fact that she was getting lost, even going to Nancy's house. And Nancy remembered 2 times she'd called, but there was also that I remembered one time where she said she'd gotten lost and she'd managed to get herself out of it. And another time she said that she had stopped someone and asked them for directions and then was able to kind of get back on track. And so my biggest concern was that, was if she was getting lost to places that she had previously been comfortable with, including places that she'd driven to and from for 20 years, you know, how long was it going to be before she really got lost somewhere where she couldn't get herself back out of it? Or if she would stop and ask someone for directions, what if at some point she asked the wrong person and they realized she was a vulnerable adult? The driving was the thing that most concerned me.
Based on the fact that the records reflected that she was at the appointment by herself, did you believe that anybody on Carol's side of the family was helping out with her or watching over her?
No, I'll be honest, I was pretty upset. Because when Dad first died and I realized the state we were in and I already knew how worried he was, I tried to talk to Carol and I tried to talk to her family, and everyone just kept telling me that it wasn't that bad and things were fine, and I was trying to respect the wishes. And maybe I was, you know, just worrying too much. And so I kind of sat on my hands, so to speak, which can be hard for me because I'm pretty protective of my family. And it just made it pretty clear no one was actually looking out for her.
So you testified earlier that you had considered taking some actions to intervene in Carol Mitchell's life, but had decided not to. Did you feel differently after reading these medical records?
Yes. one specific thing was there's something you can do with the DMV in Minnesota where you can put in for them to assess the license. And there's like different levels. So one is you can't drive out of town, or you can't drive at night, or I had actually already seriously considered that in the fall before. You know, that's hard to do to someone. And the only reason, like I had already researched it and had it up on the computer once, and then she got a newer car with GPS in it. And so I thought, well, maybe, you know, if we got the home programmed on there and some other things, that would help. I was trying not to overcorrect. And then with this, it was clear, you know, this was still a concern, at least for driving out of town. And so I had actually pulled it up on my laptop again and was pretty ready to fill it out.
Did you decide to do anything else before you filled that out and submitted it?
I was worried in general, and I decided to check and see how things were myself.
What do you mean by that?
I was really upset that night. I think I looked at everything in the evening, and I went through all the scenarios, and nothing just seemed to fit. Because what I was most concerned about was Carol was always very meticulous. Like, she liked the house just so, she kept it just so. And so, you know, were things still in the same state? Was there starting to be decline? And then the other thing I was really worried about, the fact that sometimes she wouldn't text for days on end, and I believe she had mapping on her phone, and between the phone and the car she was still getting lost. And especially with the way that she had deleted things on the computer when she started getting paranoid, like, was she starting to, and she was paranoid about it because of potential scams and hacking and all those things. So whenever I touched her phone, I'd be really careful to actually not tell her that you could do all the same things on a phone as a computer, because I didn't want her to get paranoid and possibly cut off the phone too. So I wanted to check to make sure she wasn't starting to do those things to shrink functionality or contacts on her phone.
Why not just call the state right away, or why not submit that report that you had up on your computer right away?
So the form gave someone 30 days to respond, and that was even after you filled it out and they contacted the person and made the decision. So I think that alone was probably a 2-month process, just guessing. And then...
Even so, if it's a 2-month process, why not wait 2 months?
Because what if you wait 2 months and then something happens in the 2 months? I've had situations before where I've waited too long for something, and then the bad thing does happen, or almost happens. And to me, it was better to be safe than sorry until I could get all the proper things in place.
You said there was times in your life where you had waited too long. Can you give us one example?
The worst example, or the one that eats at me the most, is I was pregnant once before my son Sam, and it had been a really good, easy pregnancy. And then in the 16th week, things just started feeling wrong. And I went to the doctor and explained everything and how I felt, and was told I was a first-time mother, and I was worrying about everything too much. And it was a Wednesday, and I had a military weekend coming up that I was supposed to leave for on Friday, and I was concerned to even go. And so I said, maybe I should just stay. And I was told, go have fun and to quit worrying. And the next day I was just feeling really sick again. And after I got home from work, in bed most of the day. And when I got up, you hear the stories about how pregnant women pee themselves sometimes. Well, I did that, and it was really weird, and I kind of thought maybe I should have the doctor check it out again, but I had just been told basically I was crazy, right? And so I went on my trip, and I was doing hurricane work at the time, and you can fly in your second trimester, and they were going to put me on a long flight, nowhere near medical on the Sunday. So I went to the hospital and just for sake of mine asked if they'd give me an amniocentesis really quick, or a scan really quick, because I still just thought something was wrong. And what had happened on Thursday was actually my water breaking. And I wrote it off because I had been told I was worrying too much. So I lost 2 days of medical care and was put on immediate bed rest. And I lost my daughter 3 days later. And I lost so much blood, I almost died in the process.
Do you think if you would have insisted on the doctors acting, things would have gone differently?
I'll never know. Maybe not. Maybe if on the Wednesday I'd asked for more tests or insisted that I knew something was really wrong. Maybe on the Thursday if I'd not thought I was going to look silly going to the doctor a second day in the row. I don't know.
What lesson did you learn from this experience?
That I should trust my gut a little bit more. And that sometimes the thing you're worrying about really does happen.
So let's get back to Carol Mitchell's medical records. Did you immediately, after reading them, go up to Detroit Lakes that Saturday night, the 20th of April, 2024?
No, it was late in the evening, and I have kids, and when I have a big decision, I like to sleep on it, because it just, there was no option that seemed good to both make sure nothing happened in the meantime, but not also have to wait the couple months for either the driving thing, and I also just needed to know like the rest of the state, whether it was just the driving or, you know, if we were looking at other things. And so I chewed on it overnight and didn't sleep much and got up the next morning, and I still just couldn't think of any other way to sate my worries.
So tell the jury the process by which you end up on your way to Detroit Lakes.
So that day, I first made sure my stepdad wouldn't mind watching, you know, the kids, getting to school the next morning. I thought about the things I would want to, like, check in the house, check in the phone for any signs of, you know, decline or not safe things. I just thought of all of those things, and
Did you make a list?
I did make a list.
What time did you end up leaving for Detroit Lakes?
I still tried to sleep on it a little bit. You know, I had everything in place, and I got up at like 1 in the morning, and yeah, decided I would say I left about 1 in the morning.
Why not go later in the day when Carol Mitchell would be up?
Because even over much smaller things, there were still good times, but there were more times. If she felt kind of threatened in any way, it was becoming a bit more, I hate to say verbally abusive, but, you know, unkind things. Like the thing about how we must not have loved my dad. So I didn't want a confrontation. I didn't want to hear something awful. I just couldn't. Also, it would have spun her up and got her agitated. And if she would have had any idea someone was checking to see whether she should still be living in her home, she was very adamant she wanted to just live in her home by herself and kind of be left alone, or that someone, you know, was checking her phone, which was technology. She just wouldn't have allowed it. There probably would have been an argument at the door, and that would have been that.
So you take off from Woodbury at 1 a.m. What time do you get to Detroit Lakes?
I don't remember exactly, but with the time it takes, I believe it was 4:30 or just a little after.
How long are you hoping to be inside the home?
I had it in my head, because I've done shift work a lot of my life, that people start kind of waking up around 5, so I wanted to be done before 5 so that no one saw me.
Had you been to that home times before?
Oh, yeah. Numerous.
With the same car that you drove that night?
Yes. So, so some of the neighbors, I mean, we had been staying there a lot for the 4 years until Liam joined our family. And then the last year, I'd been trying to, you know, come and visit every month through, I think, November. I had made it up to the house. So I'd been there a lot then. So people would have known me, me in the car, neighbors and stuff.
Is that why you parked a block away?
Yes.
What were you wearing?
I had a sweatshirt on, but I was wearing mostly black underneath.
Were you wearing anything on your hands?
I don't know when I would have put it on, but I had a flashlight glove I used for camping.
The glove from the receipt that we saw earlier in the trial?
Oh, yes.
That you bought before your dad died?
Yes.
Were you carrying anything else with you?
I had a backpack.
What was inside the backpack?
2 laptops, water, some snack containers, but they actually had been left over in the backpack, and I'd forgotten to clear them out. Pry bar, some gloves.
Flashlight?
Oh, yes. I had an extra flashlight.
Is that flashlight right there that has the sock over the top?
Yes.
Did you put that sock over the top of that flashlight?
With my son, yes.
With the intent of the night before you came up here?
Oh, no, it had been like that for a while.
Explain why.
My adoptive son is very afraid of the dark.
This is Liam?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
It's okay.
Liam Mitchell. Very afraid of the dark. Even now that he's been with us for 4 years, still a lot of night terrors and nightmares and night terrors and just a lot going on, to the point that I moved a bed in to my room so that he could sleep in my room with me, and he still does to this day. So I need it pitch black to sleep, and even with the comfort of being in the same room as me, he needs some light. And so that was always a struggle of ours. And at some point, both boys got a flashlight, and he wanted to use his to have at night. And it's a really, actually, even though it's small, a bright flashlight. So the compromise was that he could have it if we had something over it to not make it so bright that it would wake me up if, he was turning it on and off at some point.
Hence the sock?
Hence the sock.
Was the list that you had created the day before in your backpack also?
Yes.
Did you have latex gloves in your backpack?
I did.
Why?
I didn't think Carol was that far down the road. But the issue with my grandfather and the feces, is kind of emblazoned in my head. And I didn't know what I might find, since I hadn't done I hadn't been in the house to check since November. Especially with her having cats, was the litter box getting cleaned and just some of those, or was there old food in the fridge, those type of things, that if I did find something disturbing, my intent would have been to stay and clean.
You said you had 2 laptops in the backpack?
Yes.
Tell the jury about the 2 laptops.
One was the one that was Carol's, or that she had given me. And the other one was my own one that I usually did work on.
So let's talk about Carol's first. Let's break them down. Just why did you bring Carol's laptop, although I guess technically it was your laptop at that point, with you back there?
I didn't know what else to do. I felt weird giving away the only thing that still had email on it, just in case, that was ever needed again. I didn't want to keep it. I did want to handle things the right way. And I didn't want to have that temptation to just be looking at the records or whatever else. So I thought the best place was to just return it to the house.
Did you end up leaving the computer at Carol Mitchell's house?
No, I hadn't gotten to that.
Why not?
Because things went sideways.
And you got arrested?
Yes.
What about the other laptop, your work laptop? Why did you bring that?
Because I was tired and stressed out, and I forget things. And I wanted to be able to, and I work better on an actual computer. And I wanted to, once I'd seen whatever was in the house, be able to document it before I drove back home and potentially forgot something.
I want to circle back to your attire quickly. Considering the mostly black clothing, the flashlight glove, the flashlight covered with a sock, are you denying that you were trying to avoid being seen?
Oh, I was trying to avoid being seen.
Why?
Because the neighbors knew me and my car, and the point of checking and not rallying Carol up and not having her get more paranoid would have been kind of futile if one of the neighbors would have seen me and told her, hey, we saw Nicole.
So let's start from when you get out of your car a block away from Carol Mitchell's house. What do you do? The moment you get out of your car, what do you do?
There's a little thing behind the houses.
An alley?
Yeah. I walked down the alley, walked to the back door, which was actually the main door of the house. I forgot to mention I had a key to the house.
How did you have a key to the house?
I mean, we were staying there a lot. So I think pretty early on, the first time I brought Sam to the house, he would have been 2 months old. So I think that was February of 2017. And then from there, we were there 2 or 3 times a year. And then when I could work remotely, even more. So I would say some point early on.
Yeah. Do your best to just be a little slower, please. That's okay. Did you use the key to get into Carol Mitchell's house that morning or evening?
I did not. The floodlight came on, and I kind of paused at the door to make sure, like, the floodlight being, other than the bedrooms, most of the windows don't have treatments or shears, so the light goes right in the house. So I paused for a second to make sure I didn't see any lights go on. And while I was looking in the window for the back door, I could see like a chair pushed up against the door and some sort of bar, and it almost reminded me of like a booby trap. And I couldn't figure out that there would be any way I could get the door open without creating a lot of noise, even if I could get past the stuff.
So what did you do?
That raised my anxiety. The fact that the door, it made me even more stressed out and a little more desperate to look in the house. And the egress window was right there, and I decided to see if there was any way I could get in that.
Was that window open?
No, it was not.
So how did you get in?
I went in the well. I had a pry bar. One of the screen doors sticks sometimes, and even if it's unlocked, and so it was to like get the lock open, you know. So I tried that at first. The window was super rotted, and it's not a crowbar. It's just something I have for painting. So it's not meant. It started bending, and the wood started flaking a little bit, and I didn't want to cause damage. A little edge was forward, and I was able to actually kind of like use my hands and like pull it. I don't know that it was locked because it came open pretty easily, or maybe.
So it opens up, and what do you do?
I entered the home.
Where are you in the home when you get inside?
There's a spare bedroom downstairs.
What do you do once you're inside the spare bedroom in the downstairs of Carol Mitchell's home?
I was stressed, so I'm not 100% on the order, but I believe my shoes were very dirty, and we don't wear shoes in the house anyway. So I think I was walking to the bathroom and set them at the edge of the couch, and I'd had a long drive, so I went and used the bathroom and set my backpack outside the bathroom, and then I started to proceed to check the basement.
Had you used the bathroom in the basement before?
Yes.
You said you proceeded to check the basement. Can you explain what you mean by that?
Just looking for anything out of sort. So I just, went through the rooms and looked around. The two big things that I wanted to make sure I saw was just to make sure like the cat box was being maintained and, nothing was really getting forgotten. There was also a meat freezer in the basement. I did look in there, and there was stuff in there, which my concern would be Dad used it usually for his fishing fish, and sometimes my uncle would give venison, and I knew none of that would have happened in the last year. So not the end of the world, but I would be willing to guess the food in there was bad.
Was the litter box okay?
Yes.
After you checked the basement and noticed those things, what do you do next?
I went up to the main floor.
What are you looking for on the main floor?
One of my other concerns was that Carol, when between Dad's funeral and when I saw her in June, she had gotten, to me, scary thin. And I asked her about it, and she had said she had dropped from 140 to 100 pounds. And so I wanted to check the fridge and make sure, there was food in there, that it didn't look like anything was spoiled. Again, just kind of check around for anything that looked out of sorts or like there was evidence of her normal cleaning standards, which is a pretty high standard, and, decline.
What was your conclusion?
Mixed. I honestly don't. It's such a hard balance. Someone's freedom and when is that tipping point? And the other thing that concerned me a lot is one of my mom's manifestations of dementia right now is occasionally leaving the stove on. So maybe that's just a me worry, but Carol was actually starting to, and I leave stuff accidentally on the stove sometimes, but this looked actually stored, she had her papers, some bills and things, almost looking organized, but sitting on the stove. And then the other thing that caught my eye was that on the dining table, there was a stack of unopened mail, which again, I just had a concern, were the bills getting paid? Because if they don't get paid, you could lose the house or something else.
How did seeing all this make you feel?
In general, I was just really worried. So I guess relieved that it wasn't so bad, but also, there were some things that kind of verified a couple of concerns that I had.
So at this point, are you basically done with your welfare check?
No, typically, I know I sleep with my phone. I know most people do, but typically Dad and Carol used to leave their phones in the kitchen overnight, and I hadn't seen the phone in there. And I wanted to find that because I was concerned about what she might or might not have been removing or things like that.
So when it's not on the counter in the kitchen, like it had been previously, what did you decide to do?
Well, I'd already been through the house, and the only place I could think it would be would have been with her in her room. So I decided to go see if I could even see it or anything.
How did you get into Carol Mitchell's room?
So she has two cats, so the doors are left open at night. So it was already cracked I'm not as thin as the cats, so I had to crack it open a little more, and I went and stood inside. The upper floor is actually pretty bright, and in the basement, I'd actually just turned the lights on. And on that floor, there's a street light just outside, so it kind of floods the light. So going from the brighter hallway into the bedroom was pitch black, and I couldn't see a thing.
So if you can't see anything, what do you do?
I could actually hear her breathing. I know this sounds creepy. I sat and listened to her breathe for a couple seconds, kind of like when I check on my kids at night and they're breathing and I can hear them and I know they're okay. It had been a hard year, and it was kind of nice that in that moment it seemed peaceful.
How long do you think you did that?
I mean, it felt like only 10 or 15 seconds.
What made you stop?
Carol started to stir, and I was hoping she would just stir, because then I was gonna, there was no way I was gonna be able to see the phone. It was just way too dark. And I was gonna leave. She did not just stir. She got out of bed, and I was hoping, because when I get out of bed in the middle of the night, it's almost always to go right to the bathroom. And so I was hoping, because it was pitch black, she would, maybe leave, go to the bathroom, and same thing, I would just get out. Instead, she came toward the door and ended up bumping into where I was standing and grabbed for me. And I froze, and she kind of patted me a little bit and said, "What the hell are you doing here?" And it sounded like her mad voice. And I was afraid of a confrontation, and I kind of dashed into the hall, and then she chased me.
Did you go into Carol Mitchell's bedroom to harm her in any way?
Oh, no.
Did you go into Carol Mitchell's bedroom to get the gun that was in there?
I had no idea there was a gun, or if there was one.
Do you regret going into Carol Mitchell's bedroom?
I mean, if I hadn't, I would have left. We wouldn't be here today. This has impacted everyone in my life, including making Carol much more paranoid, and my kids, and so I regret what happened, and maybe that I didn't do it the right way. I don't regret being worried. I think you should try to look out for your family.
Do you blame Carol Mitchell for how she reacted? Oh, it turned out.
Not at all.
Why not?
Waking up to someone in your room in the night with no context, even if I later found out it was my kid, would be scary.
So now let's go back to where you dash out in the hallway. Does Carol Mitchell follow you?
Yes.
Talk about that.
So she ran after me, and I didn't want a confrontation, and I didn't want to put hands on her or anything, and the only place, and the doors were barricaded, and the only place I could get a door between us was by going back into the basement, and there's like a utility door to another part of the basement right at the bottom of the stairs. And so I ran down the stairs and got the door between us and kind of waited to hear what she did.
What did she do?
Well, I didn't hear her for a minute. And so I opened the door and I heard her say she had a knife. And I freaked out. And it was the same area my backpack happened to be in. And I was like, I can't do. And so I tried to shove my backpack out the window, and without even thinking. I mean, it was a window way up there, way too small for anything. There's no way I would have got. I mean, it was just. So as I was trying to get it out the window, I then calmed down enough, to realize that was ridiculous, and see if there was anything else I could figure out. And I think at some point I opened the door again to see what she was doing, and I realized that she was calling police.
What happened after that?
So, I with the way she yelled, and the hallway was bright and chasing me, I thought she knew it was me, and she was just upset that I'd come into the house. And so I actually was like, okay, good, call the police, we'll calm this down. And so I basically just waited.
Where?
I think I was maybe kind of pacing in the utility room, and I was still pretty, and I at some point I went and just sat in the bathroom.
Did you eventually come out of the bathroom?
I did when the officers came.
And that's when they arrested you?
Correct.
Before we talk about that, I'd like to go back for a moment and talk about your conduct inside the house during the welfare check. And I'm going to ask you directly. Did you take anything from Carol Mitchell's house that night?
No.
Did you take anything of your father's that night?
No.
Did you take anything of Carol Mitchell's that night?
No.
Did you go into Carol Mitchell's house looking for any of your dad's possessions or mementos?
No.
Did you go into the house looking for anything of your father's or of Carol Mitchell's specifically?
No.
And if you wanted to take anything of your father's or Carol Mitchell's, could you have?
I wouldn't take something.
But if you wanted to?
Yes, I...
Explain why that is.
Because Dad's area was in the basement. Carol uses sleeping pills and usually earplugs. She would have never woken up. I think it was because I cracked the door more and there was more light in the room, but she would have never woken up. I wouldn't do that, but if I'd wanted to, she'd have never. Yeah.
Why wouldn't you do that?
I don't take things. I'd been asking for different things for a year, but as upset as I was that she gave away a lot of his, I'd wanted clothes for the boys. There was a shirt that matched a shirt that Sam had I'd gotten him matching shirts one year. So like that shirt would have been amazing for Sam because they'd outgrown all the gifts he'd given them. And so they literally didn't have any personal items. But at the end of the day, I was visiting every month. If there was something that I just needed that badly, I could have gotten it. And stuff is never more important than the person. And I was just worried. I was always more worried about Carol and making sure she was okay than anything about stuff.
Are you saying your conscience wouldn't allow it?
Correct.
Your conscience allowed you to trespass into her house, didn't it?
I did. To me, I understand that I did the wrong thing. To me, it felt different because it was my parents' house and I had a key and I'd been in and out of there for years. And like if you're walking down the stairs, it was on the video, there's one of my signs.
Your campaign signs?
It was actually from this football game I was in. Long story. But yes, my kids' toys are still in the basement. Like, it felt different.
But you're not saying you had permission?
I did not have permission.
Okay. Do you think if you wouldn't have gone into Carol Mitchell's bedroom, you could have left undetected?
Yes.
And I think you touched on this, but I want to ask it specifically. Why didn't you just do that?
I was pretty upset about the driving thing. I mean, that was to me really the fear of her getting lost and something bad happening before I could, put the other steps in place. So at the very least, I had a couple things I wanted to look at on the phone, but at the very least, I wanted to make sure, because she would just turn things off. And part of the reason there was a problem with the phone is because if an update came, like she just assumed everything was bad or wrong. So she wasn't even doing like updates on the phone because she would just, so I had a concern that because the mapping wasn't working correctly, maybe she had turned the GPS off the phone. And so that if she got lost, it would be much harder to find her because that's usually how officers or whatever else track someone that's lost.
Looking back at how everything played out, do you wish you would have just left and not gone into her room?
To me, it's kind of a Monday morning quarterback thing. I could have never seen this. And so if I wouldn't have gone in the room, I would have been worried. I would have continued to be worried sick. But of course, as I said, this impacted everyone I care about and everything in my life. And so if I had the crystal ball, no. But then I would have been worried sick.
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may.
All right, we are in a break right now. The felony trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell in Becker County Court in Detroit Lake. She's been on the stand since about, it was before 10, between 9:30 and 10 a.m.
9:50 she took this.
9:50,
Yeah.
okay. And then we're in what appears to be an afternoon break. There was a break there as they approached the bench, and that has continued for now over 10 minutes. So we don't know exactly what's happening, but that could have just led into the afternoon break for the jurors here.
Wow, what a time to take a break there.
Yeah, a lot of interesting stuff here. Is if she spent the morning going into the years leading up to the events of April of last year, when she entered her stepmother's home through a basement window using a pry bar, and now this afternoon after lunch she's been describing what led up to that in the month and the weeks, and then what happened that night.
She has a story.
Yeah.
Is it believable? Is it too kind of perfect to describe what she's doing in the house? I don't know, but she definitely conveyed a concern. She noted the barricaded doors. Of course, she has it, barricaded again. That's a little bit of an extreme, but that the doors had been blocked. She described almost looking booby trapped because she had a key. She had a key to enter.
Yeah.
She makes a good point that, she had previous visits, and if she had really wanted her dad's mementos, it would have been no problem to get in and out of that house, not under these conditions. To take, something out of the basement that her stepmom would have never noticed. And, the flashlight is doctored because it had been, she's got the son that's scared of the dark, so they had already.
Yeah, it was already like that prior to. So she does have kind of an explanation for everything, and whether or not the jury will believe these explanations or not, I guess, is up to the jurors, because some of them do seem maybe a little bit thin. Yeah. But then again, who knows? I mean, it's.
She's not lying on the floor in the bedroom. There seems to be this.
She's standing up.
That's her story. Now, who are you going to believe? The state will probably paint it differently in the closings and believe what Carol said, that she's lying on the floor. The defense position is going to be she was standing and then she was felt, and that there's an interaction that she establishes that it is the stepdaughter, that, hey, Carol, it's me. And then she's chased down into the basement and she wants to put a door between her and her.
Yeah. And she said she was there looking around the basement before going upstairs, and that she was literally just looking around the home on what the defense attorney called a wellness check. She wanted to see the state of things. Was the cat litter box changed? Was the meat in the freezer bad? And then she went upstairs to look around there, and then says she went into the bedroom looking for Carol's phone to see if that was, basically, is she updating it? Are there things here? And
describing this moment of zen, like it's almost like all of a sudden this whole last 15 months I've told you about that I'm under the stress, I can now hear her breathing like a baby. So now I'm comfortable here for a second.
These are the stories she's giving to explain all of these actions, and then why she had 2 laptops in a bag, including one that was Carol's. The one that was Carol, she said, is one that had been given to her, and she decided she didn't need it anymore and felt bad recycling it, and so she was going to return it to the home. And then she had her own laptop as a way to take notes down about what she saw right away. Again, stories for everything. Are these things believable? Let's ask defense attorney Marsh Hallberg, who's been listening in again, and so kindly joins us again here to talk about this. We got Marsh. What did you make, Marsh, of those explanations about why she had laptops with her, about what she was doing in the house, and that she said went into the bedroom to look at the phone, and then said she had zero intent to take anything from the house?
Well, I think she did probably the best she could do as far as coming up with answers for all these things. And like I said, it starts to stretch. It's maybe 1 or 2 things you give her a little extra leeway, but she did the best she could, realizing she was given softballs. These are all open-ended, non-leading questions by her attorney, and there's been it's as good as it's going to get for her as far as her story of what went on.
Do you think the jury? I mean, are some of these things? And again, you don't know. It's up to the jury to decide whether this is credible or not. Do you think the jury is going to find some of these things straining credibility in terms of the explanations for not only the actions, that she didn't intend to take anything, even though she said in the body cam video she was going to? I don't know. How do you think it's playing?
Well, again, it gets to be cumulative, right? So many of these things that are there. I thought we kind of, when we were kind of guessing the last couple of days. We talked about the fact she wasn't going to say she was on the ground and got stepped on.
You were right
that's
there,
exactly
Marsh.
what happened.
Yeah, you were right. You were right. She did have a different story.
She just didn't happen, and I think the jury's going to go, we believe her on that one. She wasn't on the, because she says a lot of other things that aren't good for her, so for herself. So the fact that she doesn't own up to that one, I think they're going to believe Nicole on that, as far as she just went in the room to try to find the phone. But that's even another boundary. It's one thing to enter somebody's house or their basement. It's another thing, though, to go into your bedroom. How terrifying that would be. I did find it interesting, like, she's in the basement, she turns on the lights, she goes to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Just a question, did you flush it? I mean, what do I'm just wondering, how much noise are you making down here? What kind of activity is going on? So I think that kind of went with her lesson. She kept calling it a welfare check, and I'm sure she was coached to do that. There's a string of about a half a dozen questions we talked about, guys, where we talked about rehearsing with your client about, did you do this? Did you take this? Did you take anything from her? Did you take anything from him? Boom, boom, boom. That was all very much, set forward in a list of questions. No. I thought when she paused, it didn't help her when they asked her, could you have taken anything from the house? Maybe she didn't understand the question as much, but I don't know if you guys remember, she paused quite a few seconds before she came up with an answer. Well, no, I didn't.
There's this moment where she says she's relieved that Carol is calling police from downstairs in the basement. I thought, that was interesting, obviously. Suggesting, as we've talked about too right here, is could this have been handled in a different way? And I think Nicole is telling the story that says, you know what, this should have been handled in a different way. This should have just been sort of me being a little too aggressive in checking on my stepmother, but now police are involved, and now here we are on trial, and I'm on camera, and the political world of Minnesota is watching me right here, right now. And then, does she have any regrets? And she insists she doesn't regret worrying about a loved one. Again, to her story, there's a moment in time on the laptop where she gets into the My Chart.
Yeah.
That really does seem to be a spark. We talked about the spark of not being able to be at the funeral. So there's anger, there's frustration, there's hurt. But then subsequently, still worried about her, would realize that the Alzheimer's may be taking a toll. She's missed an appointment. And in the days before she drives up to Detroit Lakes, that clearly is another sort of trigger point in what Nicole Mitchell chooses to do.
Yeah,
Why does she have to take her? I mean, she says, I have such a bad memory. I felt like you don't seem to have a bad memory, lady, on everything else you do. But I needed to have my laptop in the house to take notes contemporaneously. You couldn't wait 10 minutes to get back to your car to put your notes down for what you saw.
Yeah, that didn't seem like a very believable explanation for why she had her laptop, and nor did it seem believable that she was returning Carol's laptop. But again, that's up to the jury. But those explanations did seem, of course, you don't know somebody that's in a state of trauma that she describes herself as being in and not thinking clearly, but those just seem like they were, I don't know. I don't know what to make of that.
And when the front light goes on, to me, that might have been the last sign of somebody trying to tell me, don't do this, that you're throwing the front light on the house when you walked up, the motion sensors go on.
Yeah. Why would she testify here that she had zero intent to remove any items from the home, including items of her father's, while she's caught in the body camera video saying that's what she's there to do? So let's see if the defense comes back and tries to explain that away, because that the prosecution's going to pound on it. Absolutely,
I assume the answer is going to be, I was so frazzled, kind of like what was done in the opening. I was so frazzled and shook up by the arrest and everything else, I didn't say what I wanted to say. But you can't just ignore that at some point, because the prosecution is going to beat that hard. But the most reliable, most accurate stuff is just the first things out of your mouth. It's not after you have time to posture an answer, talk to a lawyer, do those things, understand the law. It's what you say right in the moment. And right in the moment, she said, I was here to get a few of my dad's things. The intent to commit theft.
But if she's testified to that, then she's basically admitting guilt to these charges.
Yeah. She can't deny she said that. Well, if I can jump to something, I want to ask you if you have any insight. We had that long break that happened when they had the best evidence rule. Do you remember that objection about the medical reports? We went dark for 10 minutes, 7 minutes, whatever it was. so people know, the best evidence rule is just what it sounds like, is you generally want to use the best evidence you have in a trial. So rather than a person, because Nicole was asked to describe what she saw in the medical records, and the prosecution objected best evidence rule. And the point is that the best evidence isn't what you think the medical report said. We actually have the medical reports and evidence. They show what was said. So the best evidence was the report itself. But that applies in a lot of different situations. You could say, when the cops go into the house, what happened, who said what, who was where. You could say, well, best evidence rule, we've got the video body cams of these cops. That's clearly the best evidence, exactly what was said. So generally, you still get to kind of do a certain amount of overlap, on that.
So you can testify to it, but the objection is, well, why continue testifying to it when we can see it?
Exactly. You could talk, and so it's the effect on me. You can talk about, I read the report. What effect did it have on you, Nicole? It made me concerned for my mother. I thought things were worse than I thought. Okay, now, but to go any more into the medical reports at that point, you don't need to. That was the effect on you, what they actually say, the documents already in record. Let's move on.
Okay, well, so again, as we look through these stories here,
I saw the phone. The phone's not on the counter, and she's got to go into the bedroom. I mean,
and then it was too dark that she couldn't see the phone. She was just going to leave without finding the phone.
Yeah, just an odd behavior.
That may have been,
even if you could believe parts of the story, there are just elements here that it's hard. She's worried about her driving. She's worried about her getting lost. And we connected to a horrible or horrific experience of her pregnancy, which is awful. But I suppose that is framing who this person is and how she makes decisions. But I don't know what the other alternative is, why she would go into the bedroom. I know, there's this allegation at some point where Carol's like, she thinks her stepdaughter's out to hurt her, to kill her. There's a gun in that room. I don't think anyone's going there, but it's just, why go into the check? Do the checks. The checks look okay. Boy, that stovetop, I'm concerned. Those records over there on the stovetop, that concerns me. I'm making notes. My basement looks okay. Like, okay, my check's over. Why? The phone, really? You're going to turn it on in front of her just as she's about to stir at 5 a.m. when people are coming awake? I don't know. It's weird to me.
And she said that she was asked too, were you trying to retrieve the gun from under the bed? And she said she didn't know there was a gun.
Yeah.
So, but she's still saying she was standing up, and Carol had said she stepped on somebody. So there's, what's the significance there of her testifying that, no, I was standing up near the doorway?
A little less creepy maybe, right? But still.
Yeah, a little less.
A little less creepy. In fact, Nicole even talked about this sounds creepy, but to sit and listen to somebody breathing at night. Yeah. So I don't know. I'm really interested to watch the cross by the government. We should be coming close to the end of her testimony.
Yeah. What else would the defense have? Because they took a break. Obviously, again, the camera goes down, so it could have become a legal matter. They cleared the jury and they go right into their afternoon break. It's just a natural moment. Are there some more questions? They did that rapid fire. We're definitely through the Monday morning. Do you have regrets? Do you have to explain away the jail interactions? Do you still have to do that before you give the state the opportunity to start cross-examining?
You don't, and it may have been too that the defense kind of lays a little trap on that. They know the government's going to ask about the statements, so they may have said, we have a pretty good answer for that, and we don't want to give this government time to think about how to react to it, so they're going to hear it for the first time when they ask it on cross-examination. Because that's a big deal. The thing she said, I'm here to get a few of my dad's things, right?
So you think that she may not even be asked about that on direct from the defense?
Right.
That just could
you
be
just leave it for a landmine for the government to walk into a little bit, that you have or that they can't rehearse it or get a half an hour practice to know what she's saying on that. Like right now, they could be working on how to hit that.
Does her story make you recalibrate, though, the interaction inside the home, just that is caught on body camera? I know she does say, Carol, I'm just here to get some of my dad's stuff. That's kind of this damning quote, but, now is it more believable that she doesn't want to send her off the rage? You kind of see, Carol in the background tear upstairs in the background of the video. I don't know. And you could recalibrate kind of the interactions there, and maybe now it does make some sense that she's not going to say, I'm just here to check on you. I'm worried about you. You didn't show up for your appointment. You had that day wrong. You're getting lost. Your family's leaving you hanging. You're doing this all alone. Like, I mean, does she really spit all that out? So anyway, I don't know. I'm kind of, my head's spinning. It's just so much we took in.
Yeah.
With this story, we've been following for a year plus, and now all of a sudden it's right before us, and we're hearing everything, opposite of the criminal complaint, which is what a trial is. The whole story comes out.
And I would say, Marsh, I thought her morning testimony of the background of her relationship and the deterioration of it and her concern, etc., certainly was much more maybe compelling and helpful to her than this most recent testimony where she's describing why she did what she did in the home. I didn't think that was nearly that helpful to her as everything leading up to that was.
Agreed. I think the two high points for the defense has been Ms. Lund's testimony yesterday and the morning testimony for the defendant. What, unfortunately, the most important part of the case for her is the part she just talked about.
Yeah, and that seemed to be the least helpful to her in if jurors will find her account believable as to why she did what she did.
Yeah. So I think we're doing closings tomorrow, guys. I thought we might get done today, but this is going to go longer than we thought.
I think so too.
And March, I know you're with us earlier, and we talked about kind of the time here. The time management. We are told that her questioning, her testimony has resumed. So we'll be able to get to you back into the courtroom here in a few minutes. But do you want her off the stand if you're the defense? Are you watching that clock because you want her done, finished before we go home tonight? You don't want the state sleeping on a chance at a redirect or a recross tomorrow with some time to think about how this day went?
Yeah, two reasons. One, you don't want to give them time to think of a few more questions for tomorrow morning. But secondly, if her testimony wasn't as good as you wanted just now, it gives you a night for the jury to maybe forget a little bit or to blend it all together, because at some point all these witnesses and all this stuff gets all shook up in a big bag and it kind of blurs together. So there might be a little, helpful to the defense to have a little bit of the forgetfulness by the jury as to exactly how things were said. And
you still have what would appear to be an aunt and a kind of a confidant from the National Guard on your witness list. We don't know if the defense plans to do any, what do we call it, repairing the damage? I forget what we call that type of witness, but in terms of getting one more person on the stand just to maybe hammer home how much stress, Nicole was under, and, like that National Guard member who she confided in, who was also dealing with somebody in his life, an adult daughter with cystic fibrosis, and kind of struggling with that. Where do you give an adult the freedom but need to kind of step in? There are those kind of witnesses still on the periphery, 5-minute type witnesses, but that might be able to hammer home a final point maybe tomorrow morning before you get into closings or late today.
Although, it would be strongest to end with her, but I guess if they feel like it didn't go so well, maybe they would want to call some other people.
Exactly, Rob. That's exactly what it is. And that's what the defense lawyers are talking about, right? Do we stop maybe we only have a B or B minus, whatever we think we are graded at right now? Do we try to grade to a B plus, or do we just let it where it's at? Those character witnesses are pretty darn safe witnesses, though. They weren't there. They didn't see what happened. They're talking about other things that are really only positive for the defense. So they're pretty safe people to call if you want to.
Mars, what are you thinking? Obviously they're back in the courtroom, but there's a 20-minute break right here. Your Ringstrom or Decree, the two the main defense attorneys, you just given Nicole some space in a room, let her catch her breath, let her have some water here. What were we talking at all about the cross-examination? How are you handling this with your client just in this moment?
Yeah, well, if I think they can take a little more heat from me, I want to talk to them right then. Okay, here's a few new things or things I want to revisit with you that I think you're going to get hit on hard by the state. Because when you answered this one question by me, you said this or you said that. And, maybe she had some phrase where she took a little guilt. I can't remember the phrase about, I didn't handle this the best way, or I could have done it differently. There's something she said towards the end of her testimony that I locked on a little bit. I thought, in the state, I would want to come back and visit.
I regret what happened, maybe that I didn't do it the right way. I
didn't do it the right way.
Yeah,
you're right. The defense we agree with the defendant. She didn't do it the right way. That's called a crime.
Well, and a jury will, the jury gets to.
That's the argument to make.
That's the way our system works.
And the other thing about this, if they keep framing it as, and referring to it, as you mentioned, probably Coach too, and you heard the defense attorney say it was a welfare check, and she's described this wanting to make sure and looking around the home. And if I'm a juror, I have to be thinking, wow, why did you have to do it like this? If it's a welfare check, isn't there another relative? If your relationship was so damaged that you couldn't go do that yourself during the day, isn't there another relative you could?
But to that point, I just want to know, because I've gone both ways. But the fact that she does see in the notes now, that notes, and she admits it sounds kind of creepy. I did look twice in my chart. It does seem creepy. But the note that would say no one from her family was there, and the doctor suggesting that there really should be family. So I could understand. I mean, I do think she explains sort of perhaps an isolation that is happening to her stepmom. What the motive is beyond that, I don't know, but I do think I think something about I do believe her in that note and what she saw in the My Chart notes and the fact that she was doing it with family, she got lost. I do think there's a buildup in that of like concern, and that we broke up. I mean, in essence, they broke up at the funeral. They haven't been in touch. It's been weeks. And then she sees that. I mean, I could understand some sort of desperation and tying it back into your life experiences. You had a loved one fall who was left to. I mean, I know it seems convenient, but she had that loved one who fell and wasn't discovered for a day or two. She had the miscarriage because she didn't push the doctor to check more.
Which is why she was afraid to wait any longer to do something.
Right, she's had Alzheimer's. She sees what it does. So there are some reasons why you really feel like someone should at least get eyes on her, whether or not it's done by what we've talked about, and it's prying open windows and crawling.
Or calling another relative that lives
but
up
maybe
there.
She didn't feel like, that's what I mean. No one went to even her Alzheimer's or point.
Well,
so
I
maybe
would think
she didn't feel there was someone to even do that anymore. She'd lost trust in that whole entire side of the family.
Well, Marcia, I think the other question, if I'm a juror, and maybe the prosecution will bring this up on a cross-exam, is if you wanted to do a welfare check and your communication was bad, why didn't you just make that same drive during the daylight and knock on her door and try to mend fences and check in on her with her knowing that you're there? Do you think that's a question that they will ask?
Well, I don't know if they'd phrase it that way, Rob, because I think her response is that's going to be because I know she's going to slam the door on me. She's going to feel I'm trespassing. I'm going to aggravate her. I'm going to anger her. It wouldn't have worked. And I had to sneak up at 4 because I didn't want the neighbors to tell her, hey, we saw your relative, around your house. So, but
that's certainly got to be a question the jury's thinking.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I got to be diplomatic how you say this, but her whole story about, the loss of this child is a horrible event in someone's life. I mean, it's tragic, but it felt a little forced to me, a little bit like we got this checklist. I'm at the legislature working on veterans' rights, check mark. I'm working on food stamp issues, check mark. I got friends with kids with cerebral palsy, check mark. I've lost a child, check mark. I'm a single mother, check mark. I mean, you have this list of all these kind of sympathetic attributes that you hope jurors will align with or have sympathy for, and it felt a little disingenuous to me.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
it's just me being cynical.
Yeah, certainly very emotional testimony.
Marsh's done a lot of court cases. He's seen a lot of defendants try to talk their way out of some criminal charges over the years.
All right. Well, we're now just seconds away, I think, from returning to her testimony. Again, she's still in the home at this point. The police haven't arrived in her story, in her testimony. So we'll see what she gets into there. Marsh, thanks for joining us again.
Good.
Yeah, great.
Talk to you later.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to head back into court, Ryan. I think we're just probably 10 seconds away. And again, she left it off with where her stepmother had confronted her, chased her down into the basement before police arrived. So we'll see what more she gets into in terms of explaining what happened after that, which is everything that we've seen on the body camera.
Sorry, Your Honor. Ms. Mitchell, earlier during the trial, did you hear testimony from an officer named Officer Wothy about finding a paper checklist in your backpack the night of the incident?
Yes.
What was that piece of paper?
That was mostly my to-do list of what to check in the house and a couple of reminders. Or the cell phone and
We'll discuss it in a minute. Did you see that checklist on the body cam footage that was published by the state in this case?
I did.
Did you recognize that piece of paper?
Yes.
And is that the checklist that you were just talking about?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the checklist you referenced?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm not exactly sure how we want to do this. It's been offered into evidence by the state already as a video. We'd like to put a still shot and make it into an exhibit so that the jury can take that as an individual exhibit back with them so they don't have to scroll all the way to the part of the body camera footage.
Has it been submitted to Mindy's in that form?
We didn't submit it to Mindy's in that form because we presumed since the video was there that we would be able to.
Your Honor, it is at 1434 exactly on exhibit number 21, if that helps.
And we can also just publish it, Your Honor, and it can sit there if we'd like.
Why don't we go ahead and exhibit, what was it again?
It's exhibit 21 of the state's, and it's at 1434. Mr. Keller has it. Can you zoom in a little bit? Ms. Mitchell, can you see that piece of paper?
I can.
So let's go through what this paper is and what it means. Why don't you start at the top and tell the jury what the words are and what they mean to you?
So the first thing says cell. So then it's going to be a couple things to check on the cell phone.
Ms. Mitchell, let me just interrupt. Do we have is there, have you, now? Okay, all right.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate the assistance.
Okay, go ahead.
So for the cell phone, check the, do not disturb or make sure she doesn't have it. So
Just to make sure, let's act as if nobody's ever seen this piece of paper before. When you say cell phone, please explain who you mean.
Okay.
Let's do that.
I wanted to check the cell phone of Carol Mitchell. The first item is to check that, do not disturb or anything that she might have accidentally turned on that would have kept her from getting communications. The second one was, it says delete texts, to make sure that she wasn't starting to, delete anything off that looked kind of like with the emails, right? She thought she was getting rid of email by deleting things, just kind of that same thing. Same thing with the contacts. Make sure that it looked like there were still contacts in the phone. Some of the, important people were still in the phone. Just in case, just in general, to make sure she wasn't doing those things, but also especially if there was any sort of an emergency, to make sure that she had the contacts she needed and they were still on the phone. And then I made a line because it was new thought, landline. Same thing. Make sure there had been times I would call both the cell and the landline and I wouldn't get any answers and I would never, get a call back or anything. So just make sure the ringer wasn't off or turned down. The next one is flashlight. I think just mid-thought I remembered I needed a flashlight.
I'm going to stop you here. Before you go to the next words, explain
the arrow?
The arrow and the line and how that ties together, please.
Okay, so I'd originally made the line to separate the cell phone, that was the end of what I thought of. But then I thought of something additional, and so I wrote add tracking and then put the arrow down to show that that new thought actually belonged, they were together.
So what did you mean by add tracking in relation to Carol Mitchell's cell phone?
So, I thought I'd said earlier, but I don't remember if I did. She had a tendency to be turning things off, even if she was just paranoid. And I wanted to make sure that she hadn't and she was getting lost even with what I assumed on her phone was Google Maps. So I just wanted to make sure somehow she hadn't turned on that specific location device, that anything GPS was turned on, that I added back in anything related to if she got lost, so that someone would be able to track it. Because if it's just using the signal, it's a lot less precise than if the police or someone are able to use GPS to track a lost adult.
I might have misheard you, and I want to give you a chance to clarify. So you were going to turn that off, or you were going to turn that back on?
I thought there was a chance she had either turned that stuff off,
okay,
or whatever, and I wanted to make sure I added back on any capabilities related to,
If the button was turned off, you were going to push the button back on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. The next thing is Gmail. So when I looked at the medical records, I also looked to see if anyone else had been checked into for a while or monitoring it. I hadn't seen that. Gmail was just to look and see if maybe anyone was actually monitoring her phone, because I do that with my other parents, especially with my mom. We started trying Google. Well, we do it through Gmail, but it's like sharing.
Okay, how do you do that? Explain that.
For us, I know Carol doesn't have Gmail, but we all have Gmails, and so within mapping, we can authorize each other to share. So, we don't actually have my mom driving that much anymore, but yeah, that's how we do it. So I just wanted to see if maybe there was anything like that someone was using.
I want you to slow down a little bit.
Sorry.
It's okay. So what were you hoping to see when you wrote the word Gmail? Do your best to slow down and try to explain that a little more clearly, if you can.
Okay. To me, again, most of the note is my shorthand for myself. To me, that was a reminder to see. It was kind of, I don't know, Hail Mary is the right word, but hoping that maybe some of the people who had said that they were going to step up and take that responsibility had maybe at least, done some sort of sharing with the phone, so that they could see where she was.
Would that allow you to see where she was?
No, but it would have kind of looking to see if anyone had been checking the medical records. It would have made me feel a little bit better.
Why?
That someone, would be able to see where she was.
What about the next line?
Text to computer.
What does that mean?
I just wanted to quick look through texts, and then my texts are married with my computer, so anything I can immediately pull it up off my phone on my computer.
Yeah, let's slow down again. When you say you wanted to look through the text, whose texts?
So the specific thing I wanted to look for was she'd cut off a lot of the other ways, but there are still a lot of scams for seniors that are through texts to, ask for money or whatever. It says it's your bank or who knows what. So I just wanted to make sure there was no evidence of something like that, especially since there'd been a time a month or two after my dad's death where she had just randomly texted me part of a bank account number and with no context, and that freaked me out because I'm like, okay, I don't need the bank account number. who's she texting a bank account number to? So
Did you take a screenshot of that?
The bank account thing? Yes, I did.
And did you provide that screenshot with your attorneys?
Yes.
Your Honor, would you unpublish this for a moment? And now I'd like to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 338. 338. Let me know when you can see that on your screen.
It did flash on my screen for a second, and I did confirm it.
If the witness has already confirmed, then no need for Mr. Keller but to show it to Mr. McDonald. All right.
Is it a complete and accurate representation of the screenshot that you took?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer Exhibit 338 into evidence and request permission to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 338 is received, and you may publish.
So please orient which color is which and read through the text message. Don't worry about the dates and times.
Okay. This was a Carol Mitchell is in gray, and I am in green. And do you want me to read the stuff above that's not part of it?
No, just start at the word paper.
Okay. Paper I have says account ending 6560. And I am heading outside to rake under the long hedge just in case you try to call. Me. I don't know anything about the account, so maybe that was for someone else, question mark.
You can unpublish, Your Honor. Is that the unsolicited text message from Carol Mitchell that you mentioned gave you concern about her other text messages?
Yes, because it made me wonder who she would, because it wasn't for me, it made me wonder who she would randomly be texting anything bank related to.
Was that the last thing you had written on your checklist?
Yes.
Text to computer?
Yes, it was.
Do you know where that checklist is now?
I do not.
Did the police give it back to you at any point in this case?
Not that I recall.
Did they keep it as evidence?
I have no knowledge of what happened to it.
But you're sure you had it with you the night of the incident?
Yes, and I saw it on the that body cam.
And you created it before you drove up to Woodbury? Sorry, up from Woodbury?
Yes.
And the police saw this paper the night of the incident, is that correct?
From what I saw on the body cam, yes.
The last thing I'd like to discuss with you, Ms. Mitchell, is what you said to the police after they found you inside Carol Mitchell's home. You testified earlier that you weren't there to take any of your father's things. Is that correct?
Yes.
So why did you tell the police 4 times that that's why you were there?
I'm very sorry I said that, and it was not true.
Why are you sorry?
because it wasn't true, and it did cause additional confusion, and I mean, I think that's enough.
So why say it?
So, you know, this is something I've had to anguish over for the last year. I created this entire situation. So the only person I have to blame for this is myself. And I'm not saying this for sympathy, but I was very stressed out. And then at a certain point, you know, I'd never had a gun pointed at me before or anything. I didn't understand what Carol had said to the police, and I didn't have the context they had, and you know, I thought we were just going to calm everything down, and it went a different direction. When Carol initially chased me and I was going to go back out when I didn't hear anything and hopefully calm it down, you know, I had to think for a second about, like, what am I going to say? Because in my mind, I couldn't say any of the truth because she would have freaked out and it would have made it worse. If I would have told her I saw my saw the medical records, I'd known about her medical stuff in the past, but she would have completely been upset, possibly that I even saw them, but that they were on the internet. If she would have known that your phone could be used for even the police to track you, much like the computer, or that there was a way scammers could get into it, she might have gotten rid of the phone, and it was the last thing she was using to communicate. If I would have told her I was trying to do a welfare check, she would have thought I was trying to be really judicious and not jump the gun, but she would have assumed I was trying to stick her in a nursing home, which was a real fear she had. So in that moment, and having just seen all the stuff of Dad's in the basement, including a couple things that she'd promised me but never gotten to me, what came to my mind was just to say I was coming to get a couple things of Dad's. And I never said it in that moment because then she had a knife and other things.
Why did that make sense to say that to you?
Because a lot of my life, I've had to very much kind of manage the emotions of a couple of my parents to make sure, just kind of for my own safety even. And especially in the past year with Carol, it was definitely a balance of trying to be there and supportive of loving and make sure I wasn't doing anything to escalate it or make her more paranoid or just make things worse. Both for my own well-being, so she wouldn't say something potentially cruel, but also because getting her riled up was worse for her. That's just sometimes what you do with people in those conditions. And so for me in that moment, whether it was the right decision or wrong, that was the only thing I could think of to say that wasn't one of the actually true things that would completely set her off. So that was already in my head as how I was going to kind of calm things down. I knew she'd be mad, but, you know, oh, sorry. So that was already in my head. And so then when the police came and she came, that was still the thought in my head. I didn't want to escalate the situation. I didn't want to, like, embarrass her with the things that I was worried about, and even though they were officers in front of police. To me, again, I'm not saying I was pretty stressed, and I don't know if it was rational, but I was trying to keep everything calm. And that was just what I was just almost fixated on Carol and her emotions and how I could keep her calm and not make the situation worse.
Why were you so worried about keeping her calm? I know you've testified it was that you didn't want to embarrass her, but was there another reason why you were so concerned about that?
Well, by the time the police had intervened, you know, it also dawned on me at some point that I always thought it was a family situation that we were going to get calmed down. But even for the military, for example, any interaction with police, especially even just an arrest, you have to report. Even if it's completely dismissed, you know, an hour later, you have to report it. And so I was thinking of things like, you know, how is that going to look? Is this going to leak to the press? And then it's my Senate thing. And just, so there was a little self-preservation in there too, of wanting to just try and keep it calm.
Why would admitting to wanting to be there for a shirt keep Carol Mitchell more calm than just telling the true reason why you were there?
For the same reason. So again, like, I realized, especially with not being able to use the key and the door, I'd come in through a window. I had trespassed. And I just had it fixated in my head. If it wasn't one of the other reasons, which would have made her really mad, that we would just calm everything down. And in terms of trespassing, I didn't believe she would press charges against her child if she thought
Objection, Your Honor, can we approach?
You may.
she had the final say on who pressed charges in a criminal case?
The little bit of experience I have in court, and not as a lawyer, just as a person, has been family court, and everything's dealt, and family stuff is always a very low level. And I don't know anything about criminal. You know, my impression was always family stuff was treated with a delicate touch, and that the victim could say, like, this is crazy, like don't do this. I also had a personal experience where I had been assaulted, and police kind of pressured me to drop the charges. Or I maybe that's not the right way to say it, but they didn't want to pursue the charges, and they pressured me into agreeing to that. I don't.
So let's slow down and explain that. What happened to you, first of all, that somebody got charged with a crime based
Objection,
on that?
relevance.
Approach, gentlemen.
You just testified as to your opinion that victims have an opportunity to weigh in on whether or not someone should be charged with a crime, correct?
Yes.
And is that what you were hoping would happen here too?
Yes.
Did you have a belief that if you could keep Carol Mitchell's emotions in check, this could be dealt as a family and not criminal matter?
Yes.
Is that also why at the jail, on the video that we saw yesterday, when you're sitting Indian cross-legged, I apologize, you say something to the effect, can Carol just drop the charges? Is that a thing?
Yes.
Did you think you had a better chance of that, of your opinion happening, if you said what you said versus saying the real reason you were there?
Yes. If Carol would have known any of the things, she was already very upset, but it just would have made everything blow up even more. And I was just trying to calm it down. And
weren't you also trying to save your own skin?
Yes. As I said, I entered the house and I thought if she just thought I wanted a dad's shirt, it would be like, hey, you never gave it to me. I finally came to get it. I'm so sorry. Like that I'd call one of my aunts and they'd maybe talk to her and, in hindsight, I don't know that I was thinking completely rationally after everything that had happened that morning. So maybe it wasn't the most rational thought, but that was what I had fixated in my head. If I could just not say my plan and get her upset even more, because she was so terrified. Like one of her biggest fears was someone was just going to try and stick her in a nursing home, which we would have never done, but it was a fear of hers. And she didn't want to lose her autonomy. And if she would have thought I was even considering anything like that, she probably would have said, lock her up and throw away the key. I couldn't see any way it wouldn't have made it horrifically worse.
But why did it matter so much to you about Carol Mitchell's well-being? A lot of this direct testimony are how you say at times she wasn't nice and the internment issue. Why did that continue to matter to you even in this moment?
But there were times she was still nice. And she was my mom. And I help other people that I don't even know all the time. Like that's part of what I do. And you're not going to help your own parents? And I knew a lot of it was the Alzheimer's, even when it was me. And I didn't want to lose anybody else. And my dad loved her so much. Like, how could I not take care of her? That's what we would have wanted. And I didn't. I messed it up.
I'm going to ask you a question. This is going to be my final question, which is something that every lawyer learns right when they become a lawyer. You've just admitted to lying on video. And so the obvious question is, if you lied to the police 4 times on the night of this incident, how is the jury supposed to believe that you're not lying now?
That's hard. Because I know what I said. I was struggling that morning. I could see it even in things when they said, ask me my birth date, and I had to think about it for a minute. Sometimes to protect family members, you have to lie. I had to lie to Carol a lot that year about things. I had to lie to my kids last month when there was actually something really scary happening at our home and I couldn't tell them what it is. So I know it might be hard to believe, because when it comes to family and protecting them, sometimes I have to make a choice I wouldn't otherwise. But I am a person that acts with integrity. I am a person whose word means something. And I'm not someone that would steal.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. McDonald.
Good afternoon, Ms. Mitchell. Save your own skin. That's what you testified to?
If I used those words,
Well, Mr. DeCray asked you and you agreed, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So how do we know you're not saving your own skin right now?
I think I just explained that.
Ms. Mitchell, you were with Officer Sternhagen for roughly 37 and a half minutes. Would you dispute that? Adding in the drive time that was edited out of the video.
If that was the officer whose car I was in, I don't remember all the names, but I would not dispute that.
37 and a half minutes from the time you were ordered to the ground till the time you walked into that cell. You understand that?
Yes.
0 times in 37 and a half minutes did you mention you were there out of concern for Carol Mitchell. Zero times. Do you agree with that?
I would disagree.
It's a yes or no question.
No,
You don't agree with that?
I do not.
Okay. 0 times you mentioned anything about medical information, finding out medical information.
I agree with that.
Okay. Let's back up a little bit. So, Ms. Mitchell, you agree here that you did not have consent to enter Carol Mitchell's house that morning?
I absolutely agree.
And that morning, I mean April 22nd, 2024.
I agree.
And here in Becker County, 709 Granger Road.
I agree.
And you agree that Carol Mitchell was indeed inside the residence when you broke in?
I agree.
That she was present?
I agree.
I'm going to bounce around a little bit here. So you did not object or contest the estate, correct?
I did not.
Your father's estate?
I did not.
And the entire estate was awarded to Carol Mitchell?
It was.
And you heard the testimony yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Your Aunt Nancy?
Yes.
She testified that you, in her opinion, you were honest and trustworthy?
Yes, I heard that.
Okay. And you just told us that you act with integrity and you believe you are an honest person?
I qualified some exceptions, but generally, yes.
But you also obviously admitted to lying, claiming to be lying to officers repeatedly?
Yes.
Ms. Mitchell, I want to circle back to the internment argument. Or could I publish defense exhibit. I don't remember the number.
243 and 248, I believe, Brian.
243 and 248? So Ms. Mitchell, sorry, I just lost the exhibit. All right, I'm just going to ask you, you read those text messages?
I had.
Okay. I'm done with the publishing, Your Honor. If I could take down the... You understand that the Carol Mitchell's initial text that started all this said that they are going to call me. She thought it would be April, but they are going to call me.
I can't see it, but that sounds correct.
Is it? And then when she informed you later on in the other exhibit, which...
We're more than happy to help you get the exhibit up, Your Honor.
We'll just fast forward. Is this 240?
We're looking through the electronic system right now. It's both gray. It's double, Colonel. They're little small windows, Your Honor. They're hard to see. 1 second, please. 253.
253 of publishing, Ms. Mitchell.
Clerk catch up here.
Ms. Carol Mitchell tells you that, quote, David Donnerhauer funeral called me, correct?
Yes.
And so I guess my question is do you believe with all the situations you've given us and presented us with the history, do you believe that it's possible that Carol Mitchell thought this had to be the day based on the tenor of the conversations from the funeral home?
Yes, that's why I called them to confirm and then told her that it could actually be other days.
And I'm not discrediting the pain that you felt, Ms. Mitchell, I assure you. I'm merely asking is, do you agree this was the disease that caused this miscommunication?
Yes.
Okay. So Ms. Mitchell, you walked us through somewhere around the nature of 4 years of history and examples and progression of Carol Mitchell's Alzheimer's. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Roughly. And then we had the argument over your father's ashes, the internment.
Yes.
And you said that you were upset and, quote, needed a break.
Yes.
Okay. And you agree you did not call, see, or text Carol Mitchell until you were in her house on April 22nd?
Yes.
Let's talk about the medical information. So, first of all, who gave you permission to access Carol Mitchell's medical information?
I did not have permission.
And you, on April 20th, you read something that was very concerning to you.
I did.
Okay. And it was so concerning that you didn't tell your aunts? Yes or no?
I did not.
Okay. You didn't tell Jonathan Kuhl?
No.
Didn't tell Pat Muxfield?
No.
Didn't even try to reach out to Carol?
No.
And so you specifically arranged for your stepfather to watch your children?
Yes.
Okay, and so when you were arrested, that created a little bit of a problem in terms of getting back on time?
Yes.
And so your biggest rationale for what you characterize as deceiving, lying to law enforcement is that you didn't want Carol to get upset with your statements.
That I thought if we calmed it down, she would drop the charges.
Sure. But the problem with that story is that you were with the officers much longer outside of her presence than with her presence, right? And you continued the story. You repeatedly said you were there to take your dad's things even when Carol wasn't present. Correct?
Correct.
So when you said, I have never done anything like this, was that fact or fiction to the officer?
Fact.
Okay. When you said, you're going to find out I'm a military commander, for God's sakes, was that fact or fiction?
Fact.
Okay. What was the purpose in telling him that?
I think that's when it was dawning on me that, just any interaction with police, I would have to tell, and also, I think it was just like, I'm not this crazy person.
And you said that, and that was a fact.
That was a fact.
That was the truth.
Correct.
And intertwined with that same sentence, you said, there's just a couple of my dad's things I came to get. So you were able to, on the spot, think to craft a lie mixed in with something truthful.
Correct.
Okay. Well, you're an honest person, correct?
Typically.
When you said, I'm hoping this mistake won't completely fuck up my life, were you being truthful or deceitful?
Truthful.
How about when you said, I know I did something bad?
Truthful.
Truthful? Brutally honest?
I had scared Carol out of her mind. That was horrible.
So checking on a loved one is something bad?
The part that was bad was the fact that I was doing everything in my power to not upset her and escalate it, and I ended up doing the exact opposite.
And I just wanted to get a couple of my dad's mementos, and that's all, in the back of the squad. And that was a lie. That's what you're telling us here today.
Yes.
Such a lie that you were able to come up with the next sentence and say a couple pictures and maybe one of his flannel shirts. You were able to spin that on the spot and come up with the items.
Those were actual items I had wanted.
You did want them.
They were items I had wanted at points because I also said the ashes. And I believe I had taken that particular question as what things had you wanted, because I included the things I'd asked for to include some things that didn't exist anymore.
And then later on, when Officer Wolfe questions you in the back of the squad, asks you about the laptop, you went out of your way to say, I just wanted to get a couple things before anything else gets destroyed. And you were able to spin that on the spot?
I don't recall saying that. But
if it's on the body
yes.
camera, would you agree you said it?
If it was on the body cam, I would agree.
Ms. Mitchell, I'll have you back up a little bit further away from the mic. Thank you.
So when you were asked what got you to this situation, you said the ashes. Was that truth or fiction?
So when I watch it...
Just pick one, please. Truth or fiction?
I was talking about to the point of the check, and that was truth.
Okay. Now, you elaborately, eloquently described all the things you did in the house after you broke in with the crowbar. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. Yet, when you were questioned in the back of the squad, you said, I had literally just gotten into the house, hadn't had time to do anything. Clearly, I'm not good at this. You recall that?
I do recall that.
Okay. So, again, just a brilliant lie you were able to craft under the pressure of being arrested?
The other officer had just, I believe, asked me, I had to kind of watch the body cams to figure out why I might have said that, had just asked me, did you drive down? Did you stay at a hotel? And I was very confused. And then the other officer, I believe, then asked something about the timing. And I believed he was still kind of asking, like, if I'd driven or stayed in town. And so I was kind of conflating those two questions. But
I had literally just gotten into the house. There's not much room for interpretation there, wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
And then finally, before you're put in the holding cell, Officer Sternhagen asks you if there's anything else you want to add. And then he says, what made you so you got to do this or whatever. He said, something that's weighed on me, especially this past month, a lot of sleepless nights, couldn't sleep, and thought about it. Truth?
It's true.
And it was necessary to dress clad in all black to check on Carol Mitchell.
I was dressed in all black.
Were those military-issued pants you had on?
It was a long underwear set that I bought at Target.
And the stocking cap was necessary for a welfare check?
I was trying not to be seen, and it was still April and cold outside.
If I told you it was 49 degrees that morning, would you disagree with me? At 4 a.m.?
That sounds about right.
Okay. Is that stocking cap weather?
For an extended period of time, and I had driven down there, probably keeping the window open to stay awake a little bit, yes.
Well, you're meteorology, not me. Is that stocking cap weather?
For me, for an extended period of time, yes.
And your concern was not being seen by the neighbors, so you parked a block away.
Yes.
Tell us your stepmother's neighbors' names.
I can remember a little bit about them, but not the names.
Okay. You don't dispute that you entered through the egress window?
I do not.
You don't dispute that you used a crowbar to gain entry? Or pry bar, excuse me.
Yes.
That pry bar right up there, that's yours?
Yes.
That's the one you packed?
Yes.
Before driving 220 miles?
Yes.
Okay. I want to circle back. So you're very close to your aunts, Cindy and Nancy, is that correct?
Yes.
You trust their judgment?
Typically, yes.
Okay. And obviously all this has been done out of concern for Carol Mitchell.
Yes.
Okay. And yet yesterday, your aunt Nancy told us, admitted on cross-examination, that your relationship with Carol was not stellar. Carol Mitchell. You understand that?
I hadn't heard a question.
Your Aunt Cindy gave a statement to the defense investigator as well. Are you aware of that? Cindy Markey, I believe her name is?
That is my aunt, yes.
Okay. Would it shock you if she told the defense investigator that your relationship has never been good from day one? Would that shock you?
I met her when I was 4. I'm not sure how that would be entirely accurate, but yes, we have had rocky times.
Let's talk about when you were in the house. Your testimony is that Carol Mitchell bumped into you when you were standing?
Yes,
Okay, so you're denying that you were laying next to her bed?
I am.
Okay, again, is this truth or fiction?
Truth.
And your testimony is that Carol Mitchell followed you downstairs with her knife?
No, I heard her when I opened the door. I heard her. Would have been near the bottom of the stairs, and she would have been near the top of the stairs in the kitchen. And I heard her say she had a knife, so she grabbed it at some point in time.
And you heard the 911 call, correct?
I did.
And so your characterization is that you gave yourself up as soon as the officers were there?
I do not believe I said that.
Well, tell us in your mind what happened when the officers arrived.
I heard them at some point. Again, I didn't understand that she didn't understand it was me, or so I was shocked when I heard the yelling and the screaming, and honestly, I was afraid. I didn't come out because being in the military, I mean, most people are wonderful. I was a little afraid to move or do anything. I kind of froze, to put it simply, because occasionally you have people, at least people I've worked, rare, but that are almost looking to shoot someone.
You didn't want to get shot?
And so I stayed in place until they came to that area. I opened the door and I stood there.
And you brought the flashlight with you, of course?
Yes.
Okay, and your testimony is that that was already modified for your son and that wasn't for this trip?
Correct. I believe his name might have even been on the flashlight.
And it was also necessary, of course, to throw in a pair of flashlight gloves for welfare check?
The flashlight gloves is what I primarily used. They're not as bright, so the other flashlight is actually very bright, and it was kind of a backup. I just hadn't taken my kid's sock off it.
And in your testimony, it was necessary to remove your shoes to check on Carol, to check on the residents?
They'd gotten dirty in the well, and we always take our shoes off. I didn't want to track anything through the house.
Now, you testified on direct that you did not have anything in your possession, correct? Any of Carol or your father's?
Nothing that was not mine.
Okay. And isn't that true because you were caught right away?
I had checked the whole house at that point, so I wouldn't agree with that.
Okay. You had checked the whole house, but you told Officer Wolfe that you had literally just gotten in there.
I would guess I'd been there about 10 minutes.
But you went out of your way to tell him you hadn't had time to do anything.
My main objective was the phone, and I had not gotten to that.
Your other objectives were checking cat litter and deep freezes?
If that's how you'd like to phrase that.
That wasn't me phrasing it, that was your testimony.
My objective was a welfare check.
And yet, in 37 and a half minutes with Officer Sternhagen, you never mentioned that once.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Ms. Mitchell will have you back up again. Thank you.
Ms. Mitchell, when you started your testimony, you said that you retired from the military because of this, correct?
I believe I said I was also eligible, but correct.
Why?
Why? Because of this?
Correct.
Because I was in a position with a boss in general who wasn't always the most supportive person, and this was also high profile. I was told it was a distraction. He was also going for a promotion at the time and didn't kind of want the taint of any of this associated with him, so he asked me to put in my resignation.
And you don't feel that you have any personal accountability in that decision?
It was clearly indicated to me that my life would be made very difficult if I did not. So, yes, I had a decision, but if you've been in the military, you kind of know that sometimes, even if you have a decision, you kind of don't have a decision. I don't know how to phrase that.
Now, you were charged on April 23rd, 2024?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay, and released from custody before noon that day?
I believe so.
Okay, and within 3 hours, it was important for you to put out a Facebook post. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
A Facebook post that's completely inconsistent with the body camera footage in this case. Correct?
Yes.
Why did you craft that Facebook post?
So originally, when I'd gotten in, I was told I'd probably be released that morning. And then my arrest leaked to the media and it blew up, and I got to watch my life unfold on the jailhouse television.
Was there some political preservation involved in your Facebook post?
No, I wanted people to at least understand that all the craziness that there was more to the story. I also wanted to de-escalate it because I could see from what I watched that the press was starting to hound Carol, which really concerned me. She really values her privacy. I genuinely did believe it was a family matter, and I was hoping, especially for her sake, that we wouldn't go through all this.
She values her privacy, is that what you just said?
She doesn't like having her picture taken.
Ms. Mitchell, I'm asking you,
that.
did you just testify that Carol Mitchell values her privacy?
Yes.
Okay, and yet you broke into her home at 4:45 in the morning?
Correct.
Just one moment, please. Your Honor, I'd ask to republish Exhibit 21 at approximately 14:33.
All right, you may.
Ms. Mitchell, this is the list you testified about? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. In your testimony, if I understand it, was you're claiming that the line delete texts and contacts actually means to make sure that Carol Mitchell hadn't deleted contacts? Or please explain it to me.
Yes, and I think one of the officers even testified that she had just added my contact back in March, but I mean, my contact had been in there forever, so I think that ended up being a valid concern.
In your testimony, explain to me again what the ad tracking means with your direct testimony.
Yes, as I said, sometimes she would turn off things on her phone that the phone really actually needed for functionality. I'd helped her with her phone a couple times when she'd had problems with it, and I had a concern, especially with her getting, lost even with mapping programs, that she had maybe turned off the more specific location devices that were needed for her mapping to function. And it would also be what police would use if she actually got lost.
Ms. Mitchell, was this a way for you to further control and track Carol Mitchell?
There would have been no way for me to do that.
Well, you were bringing a computer back to her, weren't you?
Yes.
Now, you've testified about watching Carol Mitchell's progression over the years. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You've also testified about the loved ones that you've had that you've watched suffer from either Alzheimer's or dementia.
Yes.
Okay. And you've talked about paranoia and triggers and things of those natures. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Yet, fully aware of all that, fully aware of Carol Mitchell's Alzheimer's, you still made a decision to break into her house that morning.
Yes.
Okay. That was, in your mind, that was the best course of action. Not telling anybody else, driving 220 miles and breaking into her house.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Ms. Mitchell, how many years was your father married to Carol Mitchell?
They were just about to have an anniversary before he died, and or after. So I think that would have been the 40th. So I believe 39 years.
And your father is no doubt proud of your accomplishments, correct?
I believe he was.
How do you think he would feel about you breaking into his own home?
I think he would be very sad by this whole situation, and that he would support me because he loved Carol, and even if I did it the wrong way, he would have wanted me to do my best to take care of her.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. DeCray.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Mitchell, on cross-examination, Mr. McDonald asked you a number of times before I objected why you didn't explain the real reason why you were there once you were outside of Carol Mitchell's presence. Can you explain why you didn't do that?
I'm so sorry.
And please try to get back. I know it's difficult, but please try to stay back.
So, when we were in the house, I don't remember everything perfectly, but it really felt like she was almost just being allowed to wander around. And so there were times, even if I was, like when I was trying to get my shoes, I didn't remember saying it there until I saw the video, and I was like, why did you say it? And then I saw her in the different view, like wandering around in the background. And so I think it was because I knew she could hear it. But
what about when she's out of presence? Please focus on that. I know why you didn't do it when she was in the basement. When you're apart from her. That's what Mr. McDonald is getting at.
I apologize. So, they were going back and forth and telling her everything. I could tell it, like with the laptop and things, and they just kept talking to her. And again, I was hoping to calm everything down, and I had a belief that she could decide, whether or not I would be charged. And I knew that even if I told the police at the station, they would just immediately go back and say, well, she did that, she said this, can you verify it, whatever else. And that would spin her up, and it would make it impossible to try and calm it back down. And I'm not saying every thought I was having in that state was rational, but that was what was in my head.
So even though she was apart from you, she eventually would find out.
I knew that they would tell her.
And you thought that would make her more likely to want to press charges?
Yes.
Okay. On cross-examination, Mr. McDonald asked a question about how you didn't express concern for Carol after you were arrested, and you said no. I think he asked you yes or no, and you said no. So I'm going to read a number of statements you made to Officer Sternhager, and I want you to tell me whether or not this was you expressing concern. You said, my dad died last year. She's paranoid. Now she's really paranoid. Was that expressing concern?
Yes.
You then said she's got severe Alzheimer's. Was that expressing concern?
Yes.
You said, after the funeral, my aunts tried to help her. She thinks they stole from her when they were just trying to get her affairs in order. She's progressively cut off the family to include promising us some ashes so we can bury them with the rest of the family. Is that expressing concern?
Yes, the overall behavior.
You say, she's got Alzheimer's. I know this doesn't help, but it's going to prove the point. She's gotten paranoid and thinks we are all out to get her and won't let anyone in the house. Concern?
Yes.
I used to be here all the time. Last time I was here, October or November, and then she just got progressively more paranoid. Concern?
Yes.
We had a fight over the acid situation, and she, at least right now, wouldn't talk to me. It's gotten progressively worse. Concern?
Yes.
So do you stand by your answer to Mr. McDonald that you did express concern about Carol Mitchell after you were arrested?
I wasn't going to say the reason I was there, but all of those things were the real things, and the real things that got me to where we were.
Is the reason you told both Carol Mitchell and the officers that you were there for some certain things of your father's because Carol Mitchell had previously promised you that you could have those?
Yes.
Did you think that would make it more likely that she would believe that and then calm down and possibly, to your knowledge, not ask for you to be charged with a crime?
Yes.
One of the things Mr. McDonald brought into issue was whether or not you were laying down in Carol Mitchell's room or standing up. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And Carol Mitchell said that you were laying down, correct?
Yes.
Did she also say that you and Jonathan had never met? Jonathan Keel?
Yes.
Did she also say that she had attended Rod Mitchell's interment alone?
Yes.
Did she also say before the lunch break that Rod Mitchell died in 1993?
Yes.
Were any of those things true?
No.
Mr. McDonald also referenced a Facebook post that you posted after you were released from jail. In that Facebook post, what was the true statement that you were talking about?
I'm not sure I understand. I apologize.
Did you mention that this was related to Alzheimer's?
Yes.
Was this related to Alzheimer's?
Yes.
Was that the truth?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. McDonald.
So when you're expressing these statements of concern to the officers, are those truths or are those more lies?
They were true.
But yet they're intertwined with your statements of why you were there.
Correct.
And now on redirect examination for the first time, you're telling us that Carol Mitchell previously promised you these items. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. It wasn't covered in your initial direct, but now you're telling us that. You testified earlier that you've gone through hundreds and hundreds of text messages, yet we have nothing saying that these items were ever promised to you.
We also had a lot of conversations.
So if Carol Mitchell told the 911 operator that she stepped on somebody, you're saying that she's lying?
I am.
I have no further questions.
Mr. DeCray.
Did you hear the testimony of Nancy Lund where she testified that Carol Mitchell was going to give some of Rod Mitchell's possessions to her in order to give them to you?
Yes.
Did that form your belief that those possessions would be yours?
There were a number of conversations about different possessions. So I'm not sure. I already knew that we talked about some of the things, and then some of the things she'd said she would save. She got confused and gave away. I'm not sure. Maybe I don't understand the question.
Do you recall testimony from Jonathan Keel where he was asked about whether or not Carol Mitchell would have a problem giving you any of those possessions and he said no?
Yes, I remember that.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. McDonald?
Nothing further.
All right, Ms. Mitchell, you may step down. Again, watch your step.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may.
All right, well, there you go. Nicole Mitchell has finished the testimony in her own defense at her trial for 2 counts, 2 felony counts, one of burglary, one of possession of burglary tools. She has been on the stand since about, 9:50 this morning. There was one brief correctional officer witness to start the day, and then it has been all Nicole Mitchell all day long until now. And
I feel like I need to take that deep breath. Wow,
Yeah.
that was a long day.
It's a lot to listen to.
A lot to listen to, a lot to process, a lot to take in. Beat up on cross-examination as we
Yeah.
expected, kind of the questions we've had in this room all week in
Yep.
essence, and for a year plus now.
And the defense is not rested. I am told that there are more witnesses.
Potentially, they'll make a decision.
Yeah,
right?
to be
March
called
should
tomorrow
make a
morning.
decision on that.
So we shall see, if that is truly what they decide to do when they convene again tomorrow morning, or decide not to do that. But at this point, the plan is more defense witnesses in the morning.
Certainly want to leave I know Marsh, why don't we call Marsh up here? Marsh, you would want to take the night. Let's see how this plays. Let's think about this. Let's consult as a team. We have a couple witnesses that we could call. We could, there's an aunt that's been referenced a couple of times. There's that National Guard pal of hers who's going through something similar. So you do have a couple of personal witnesses you could call, or you could rest, but you certainly want the night to think about it, right?
Exactly. That's the advantage of being in a team approach, whether it's defense or prosecution versus a sole practitioner, that you can get some, because you're so close to the battle, sometimes you're blind to what's most important.
The end of this, I don't know how much of it you were able to catch, but certainly when she was explaining her actions, that's what we talked about last time inside the house, and then got into some other things before it went to the cross-examination. And that cross-examination really hit hard on her about her statements 4 times to officers on body camera video about being there to take some things. And that she's now saying she said that to not upset her stepmother, about her being there for a welfare check. And they hit her that, so you lied then. How do we know that you're not lying about other things now? How did that go over?
Well, it's interesting, because as you recall, that was the last question, I think, that the defense attorney asked their own client on direct examination. And she took a long time to answer that. I don't know if that's to make it seem less rehearsed or whatever, because she knew that question was coming. And so for her to really pause on that for, I guess, 20, 30 seconds before she answered that question, it was complicated for her. And I wrote down, I think I even communicated with Paul, I said, sometimes you have to lie for family, and you lie to protect family. And so everybody relates to that, how we all get our chest out when we talk about protecting family. So I think they're trying to put it in that context for what they do. I thought the prosecutor did a really nice job of weaving this was a truth, yes, this is a truth, yes, this is a lie, this is a truth, this is a truth, this is a lie. So in the moment, you were able to weave lies into truths naturally, and you could separate them, and you could make it seem all so natural and flowing. So you're either a really skilled liar, or you were telling the truth back then, which was you were there to take some stuff.
How would you score the prosecutor's cross-examination, Marsh? Was it effective? He had her, on the ropes, so to speak, a few times where I thought he could have gotten, I don't want to use it, maybe meaner or kind of been more critical, or do you just let the room, you assume people understand, yeah, you don't really have a good answer right here, but I'll move on.
It's, style points, right? I think he could have been a little more aggressive,
Yeah,
a little more disgusted with, come on, really?
Yeah,
You're going to tell me this now? You post the social Facebook posting for the good of Carol.
Right.
No,
the
come on,
privacy
no.
of Carol you're concerned about.
No. I thought the biggest mistake the prosecutor made was this last question on cross in the first section, where he let her off the ropes, right? He gave her that open question, do you think your father would be proud of you?
Yeah.
Well, you don't assume this is a hostile witness. She's a smart lady. She's an articulate lady. And he gave her the opportunity to talk about, yeah, he'd still be proud of me because he loved his wife, Carol, and he knew I was trying to do the right thing. And I think he would be standing by me today. So that's how he ended.
Do you feel good if you're the defense? I mean, do you feel assessing the situation as you go back to your hotel or wherever they're staying up there tonight? I know it's local attorneys. Are you like, it's a long day, but I think we proved our point. I think we feel pretty good heading into closings.
I feel better now than I did a couple hours ago when we last chatted. You know, I think she did a little bit better. It's interesting that with the softballs that she was getting from her own attorney, I didn't think, I was giving her a C- or whatever, right? I don't know, that big a score. I thought she did better actually on some of the cross. One, I don't think it was aggressive enough. And two, she just seemed to be able to handle it. As a prosecutor, I was a prosecutor for 26 years. And I really like that when there's no break for a defendant. That's all. I don't know if any of you guys have ever testified in a trial, but it is exhausting to be on a witness stand because it's just really tiring.
Well, you think about that, you're spinning the question, you're spinning, you're thinking how it's going to come across. You do it for 10 minutes in live television here on a live stream, it's exhausting, let alone having someone.
So she did it all day, right? So she's on there all day long. And they go boom, right into the cross without even a bathroom break or to catch her breath or get a drink of water. So she did well considering being. That's a long day.
Some of the explanations she gave when they talked about why you had these laptops with you, I think we touched on that before, that she was going to return the laptop that belonged to Carol, which is why she brought it with her, and leave it in the house and her own for to take notes. And then also trying to explain what was written on this note found in the backpack as well. How do you think her explanations came across?
Well, I think the laptop still is some big question mark to me. I think it's interesting. One, nobody can find the note, and thank goodness it's on the video, right? That they could blow in and zoom in and see what that note said, because it'd be her saying, I had a note in my bag, and they might say, we don't recall that. We would certainly inventory anything like that, and we never had that. So her proof, and that's an example where that body cam helps the defendant, and they could zoom in and see what it said. And what it said is everything on that list was consistent with a welfare check, right? Or arguably about her welfare. Do we put up GPS tracking? Is she deleting contacts? Nothing on there about make sure to get the shirt or check for photographs, take photo, whatever, right? Nothing on there about committing theft. It was all about welfare related.
How to commit a theft in the middle of the night, like a cat burglar. I kind of felt like in the end that both things could be true, that she was going to pick up stuff from the house and certainly had an agenda in mind, but also there was an element, again, I'll give her some of the benefit of the doubt that she is kind of there because of what's driven her to a real, concern about, what this means for family implications and what is going to happen to Carol. And I could see both being true. I don't know where that nets out a jury verdict in something like this, where the defense is just going to have, looking to nullify the crime in essence out of a human, conclusion. But anyway, that's just my, quick knee-jerk reaction.
All right. Well, we at this point, we're expecting more defense witnesses tomorrow. Of course, that could change. They could come up and say, no, we rest our case. What would you do?
I don't know. I might consider putting on a witness or two in the morning just to tell how wonderful she is and truthful and kind and caring and those things. And a guy from the service and the military, I'd probably throw them on.
Okay.
Last word.
All right. We got to go there. We will be back here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning for this trial to resume in the in the felony trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell. See you tomorrow.